Sir, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm Lieutenant Colonel Simo Pesu. I'm head of our Russia research team, and I would like to welcome you all in the net, and especially you, our speakers here in our venue, to annual Russia seminar of 2022. I have some few administrational marks here. So, if in our program there haven't been too many changes, but unfortunately, Mr. Konrad Muzika presentation in the evening is sadly cancelled due to reasons beyond his control. So that's a bit unfortunate. We hope to see his article then in our publication. And we asked you YouTube followers to direct your possible questions to email address which was present here, so Maanpuolustuskorkeakoulu at mil.fi. It's available on seminar pages also. Concerning security, so the venue here, this auditorium and in Santa Hamina House and its surroundings are in the use of the seminar speakers and our guests. Other university activities are ongoing normally all the time. So. And COVID-19 prevention measures are to be followed on the venue. And we please wear masks if you don't have any restrictions for medical reasons, and follow just the needed hygienic procedures which we are all too familiar already. Spare masks you can find at the end of the hall and at the end of the auditorium and the hall as well. And if you have any symptoms here indicating that you have an infection, please just inform the staff for the further measures. And that's basically, again, so from the behalf of the Russia research group in National Defense University, you are all welcome to this seminar. And next I would like to ask the rector of the National Defense University, General Mika Kalliomaa, to open the seminar. Sir, floor is yours.
Sir, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome all you to 4th International Russia Seminar of the National Defense University. Due to the COVID pandemic, the seminar will be held virtually. However, we are glad that most of our speakers are able to be with us here in Santa Hamina today. I hope that the interaction between the participants of the seminar will be lively also via virtual platforms. The main topic of this seminar is Russia's concept of war and operations, management, use of military power, conceptual change. Like previous years, the first objective of the seminar is serve as a discussion table between the scholars and practitioners focusing on the Russian military and security. This includes also larger European and global military and security affairs. I would like to express my gratitude to each and every speaker for taking the time to contribute the theme that touches us all. The virtual environment allows for a new kind of interaction between the scholars and experts. We all shall adapt to the current circumstances, and so has the Russian seminar too. We hope that next year we all could meet here face to face in National Defense University and also maintain virtual connections. In terms of research, this year's seminar will provide a venue to discuss latest research findings on Russia's conceptualization of war, warfare, and operation. We are touching as well some practicalities and military power, of the military power and the impact of technical developments to conceptualization of war. Finally, we will look at the developments of the Russian military exercises. In addition of these topic themes, our seminar today will also include presentation of research projects that focus on slowly changing societal factors behind the development patterns of the application of the military power. This includes, for the part of discussion of the legitimation of the using of military power through the concept of the spiritual security and the question of the women's role in Russian military. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize the importance of continuing and long-term endurance of Russian military and security policy research, recognizing and understanding the fundaments and the pattern of the Russian security thinking that significant role while navigating in the rapid changing world. Therefore, it's my pleasure to note that the National Defense Support Foundation, the National Defense University Support Foundation, and the Mannerheim Foundation has decided to donate significant resources to the University of Helsinki. The university will allocate donations to support the Russian security policy research. This investment to the University of Helsinki will strengthen research and teaching in framework of Mannerheim Chair of Russian Security Studies, a joint professorship of University of Helsinki and the National Defense University. Last but not the least, let me thank Russia Research Group for organizing this seminar. Further, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who was taking their time to attend this seminar. I wish everyone a rewarding and informative seminar, and I hope for lively discussion. With these remarks, by wishing you all the most fruitful debate, I declare this seminar open. Thank you.
Well, in the first session, we are looking to the conceptual aspects of the use of military power through four perspectives during the morning hours, and it will end up in 11:30 in a discussion. So our first speaker will be Dr. Pentti Forsström from the Finnish National Defense University, and he would like to introduce us to development of Russian concept of war. After that, so Dima Adansky from Reichman University in Israel is introducing us to Russian changing patterns of Russian command and control culture. And we take a small break, and after that, Leonid Nersisyan from ARDI is introducing us to strategic weapons and the balance and changing balance in between them. And finally, Jukka Viitaniemi here from Finnish National Defense University will look at the concepts of Russian strategic actions in armed forces. So we try to get a grasp from the war to from its upper level to operational level through these four presentations. So, but in the beginning, so Pentti, please, I would like to give the floor to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to start this seminar and welcome you all to Santahamina as well. It wasn't, have to say, not the easiest job for us to do, but anyway, we have managed to get you here, and I thank you for that. And I have to say that when 3 years back, when we were planning the themes of these seminars in spring 2019, we thought that the theme for the seminar of 2020, it would be the deterrence, as it was. And for the 2021, the theme would be the use of military force. But as we know, the pandemic changed our plans, and we postponed the seminars for 1 year. So we didn't actually know how actual the real world, the chosen themes would be. And furthermore, when I wrote the introduction to the last year's publication, and we will deliver it to you during the lunch break, I think, I concluded the topic as the Russian deterrence preventing or preparing for war. I wouldn't imagine how incisive it actually was. Last year and the beginning of this year, we are witnessing really good amount of empirical material, which I think is perhaps the only positive thing in this situation. Already in the middle of the 90s, General Anatoly Klimenko, serving at that time in the Strategic Research Center of the Russian General Staff, he wrote that in the relations between the West and Russia was identified a slow advancement towards a confrontational situation similar to the Cold War. He argued this prediction by saying that if NATO accepts new members and ignores the Russian security concerns. In this respect, the situation today has been evolving during the past 25 years, but the question is, what will be the situation be tomorrow? In 1917, the chief of the Russian General Staff, Army General Valery Gerasimov, stated in the assembly of the Academy of Military Sciences that the war has always been a Sputnik for mankind and one of the factors for a state's development. How right he was, but the development can proceed either to the negative or to positive directions. Many people in Europe at the moment are of the opinion that the war is not behind the mountains, as the Russians say, perhaps which is created intentionally by Russia. Of course, Russia is not explicitly stating this, but the facts speak for themselves. The question should be put by asking, is in this situation, is there such a contradiction, the solution of which would be reached by using military power? And are all the other non-military means already proven fruitless? Furthermore, the next question would be logic, but to a certain extent rather speculative. What Russia would achieve by using military force? Theoretical approach would be in trying to examine the grounds and reasons, detonators, the notion of victory, the end state of the situation, consequences, etc., etc. But what comes to the military? What would be the military strategic objectives, respectively? My perception is that as we speak, Russia is conducting a real exercise and a test of the strategic deterrence as a proactive function and trying to find out the limits for actions of this kind. In a way, I see some similarities between in the situation of today and the situation 7-8 years back when Russia invaded the Crimean Peninsula. One similarity is that I'm not so certain that Russia really anticipated the consequences. These current actions definitely don't contribute to force the détente or trust in Europe, quite the opposite. My presentation consists few parts. Firstly, I'd like to discuss some theoretical aspects what comes to the notion of war, and secondly, I bring up some highlights from the debate in Russia concerning the notion of war, and thirdly, I'll discuss the question what comes to the war, what instruments are used, and how they have been changing during the time, and in very broad terms, and draw some conclusions in the end. Then firstly about some theoretical aspects. It is worth to notice that in the middle of the 90s, the chief of the General Staff at that time, Army General Viktor Samsonov, brought up his definition of war, saying that, I quote, "A war is means to achieve political goals by solving disputes between states, by using political, economic, financial, diplomatic, informational, technological and other means combined with the threat of use or with the direct use of military power." Quote ends. Despite the fact that this definition didn't end up as an official definition, it gives the idea what were the thoughts within the high military leadership at that time, and how close the definition is to the current situation. The important term was the combination of means and threats. But apparently, at that time, the definitions were too belligerent. The debate, the variety of perceptions on the concept of war and on incompleteness in terms of definition were tangible. Since it was 2017 when Valery Gerasimov, for his part, stated that the definition of the notion of war is not written in the official documents. This refers to the fact that the definition of war is mostly a political act. Every state defines it according to one's own basis, and it doesn't have any permanent state of matter. Every war is thus different from others, as for example Army General Mahmoud Gareev has mentioned several times. Despite of the challenges what comes to the definition, I'll try to examine the Russian perceptions of war through three factors, namely structure, nature and orientation. The structure is understood as the essential permanent components of a phenomenon and relations between them. The structure of war consists of the subject, the instrument and its utilization, and the object and aim. The nature of war is perceived as changing features of war caused by different factors. The orientation refers to the object and the influence directed towards it. Especially the development of technology and weapon system causes changes, as a matter of fact, inclusions to practical means of warfare and to the theoretical basis behind them. The changes in the nature will cause changes respectively in the orientations of influence to the object. It is apparent that the change in the nature of war would affect also to the notion as military power, the art of war, armed battle and violence. And then a few words about the debate on the concept of war in Russia. Traditionally, in Russia, the war has been understood in accordance with the von Clausewitz as one, among other things, means of politics. The ultimate goal has been to compel the adversary to obey the will of the winner. In practical terms, the goal was to force the adversary's leadership to a situation without options, to occupy the area, destroy the military force, and put it in a stage being not capable of continuing the war fighting. In the last Soviet encyclopedia, the definition was heavily emphasizing the role of the state, its militarized organization, and the obligation of the whole society and people what comes to the participation in waging war. Along with the armed battle, the use of the other means, that means political, diplomatic, economic, financial, informational, etc., in achieving the aims was also included. The collapse of the Soviet Union did not cause any substantial changes to the concept. The question was mainly to delete the Soviet ideological emphasis from the concept and replace it with an informational battle. Other parts of the definition were left mostly unchanged, including the armed battle and the use of other than military means. There's nothing new in that. In the first decade of the 21st century, the nature of war was one of the main topics in the military scientific debate. In it can be found various aspects emphasizing different issues related to the nature of war. The approaches to warfare were not mutually exclusive. On the contrary, they brought up different elements which can be found today. One interesting detail is that in the general staff in the academy during 2008-2009, actually when I was there in the academy, the war was perceived as a combination of use of all means and instruments available headed to the defined political goals. So this approach was even more belligerent than that by the Viktor Samsonov 10 years earlier. In this respect, the main idea of the theory of warfare was the systemic approach. Basically, war as a system consists of two opposite parties being at the same time a subject on one hand and an object to the other party of influence on the other. According to this approach, the international relations between the actors are basically a constant competition and defending one's own interests without using armed force, of course. Despite of the debate that the changes in the encyclopedia on the new Russian time, that means 2007, were rather mild. The reference to the role of the society was not so strict as it was in the Soviet version. Apparently, the idea was that the larger the scale of war is in question, the bigger the role of the supporting functions of the society will play. In this respect, the war is not defined solely with the use of military force. For the use of non-military means, the primary goal seems to be in creating favorable conditions for waging war. By and large, this forms the essence of the so-called strategic deterrence. Valery Gerasimov noted already in 2017 that not yet. He was asking whether I have slides also. They will be coming up. So Gerasimov said that in 2017 there are still at least two approaches to the debate. It is not too far-reaching conclusion that the debate has apparently come to an end, because 2 years later from this speech in 2019, he mentioned in the Assembly of the Academy of Military Sciences by saying that the principle of warfighting is the coordinated use of military and non-military means with the decisive role of the armed forces. Furthermore, the starting point for the war is thought to be the beginning of the use of armed and other violent means. The use of non-military means in politics can generate problems and contradictions, for the solution of which the use of military means might be considered. This might be why the Russian military officials argue that the non-military means have to lean on the military power. One explanation could be that the main, and perhaps the only, means for Russians' influence is the military power. The concept of the strategic deterrence fits to this approach, and the essence of it would be the creation of the favorable conditions for war. Furthermore, this could be the basis for the relations 4-to-1 between non and military means presented by Valery Gerasimov 9 years before. Some general observations and change of the instrument. In Russian military thinking about war, there are at least 5 issues which seem to be fairly permanent. The first one being the existence of war and its role as a political means is not disputed. Russia will use all resources and means at its disposal to safeguard its military security. The third one being the role of the armed battle is essential for the war. Fourth one being the possibility of escalation, and fifth, perhaps the opposite party in a war is a state or coalition of states. If these, so to speak, requirements are not met, then the question is about armed conflict or conflict in general. Concerning Russia, and in particular the armed forces as a subject, there has been only few changes structurally after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Of course, the responsibilities, tasks, and activities of the state military organization have been shaped and finalized over time. When discussing the possible objects of warfighting, Russia has a quite large experience in that. The potential and real adversaries are mentioned in the military doctrines. The opposite parties have been occasionally real when looking at the conflicts in the Caucasus, in Central Asia, in Syria, not to mention the internal adversaries. As for the function of the instrument in practical terms, that is military power and armed forces, it is twofold. To guarantee the security by deterring the threat on one hand and neutralize the source of threat on the other. From the combat readiness point of view, one could say that in this context, the red line between peace and war is literally between the finger and trigger. What comes to the development of the Russian military organization during the past 10 years, a bit more, it has been assessed that instead of focusing solely to the phenomenon of so-called irregular warfare, Russia has been concentrating to develop also capabilities in terms of conducting conventional warfare between developed states. In this regard, the threat perception have served as a foundation for strategic military planning and reforming the Russian armed forces and machine in general. After the reform of 2008, the goals set for different components in order to increase the combat capabilities, readiness, and the level of modern weaponry have been more or less achieved. The past 10 years have been a period of enhanced rearmament, modernization of weaponry, and they were having conducted a huge number of military exercises. In this respect, Russia made a choice to primarily rely on hard rather than soft power and put the emphasis on military force. Russia has now a streamlined, mobile and partly professional army equipped with a relatively high percentage of modern weapons. In total, one can assess that the discrepancy between military threats and capabilities to respond to these threats has significantly reduced in different dimensions of warfare. If one has to choose one achievement, it would perhaps be the combat readiness. The readiness is answer to rapidly emerging threats on one hand and a factor enabling the disappearance of the line between peace and war on the other. As a principle, this is by no means a novelty. It was already in use not only in the nuclear forces, but also at least in the first strategic echelon of the Warsaw Pact armed forces. The other guiding principle was the construction of the echelons in a very deep strategic formation consisting of the groups of forces with unequal capabilities. The most efficient and new weaponry and equipment were deployed in the first strategic echelons. Russia today has not the same geographical possibility to organize the group of forces according to the same principles as of echelons. The lack of this possibility has to be compensated with something else. Then about the armed battle as such, the following, I will briefly discuss the change of the armed battle. Its nature, scale and the means are of course depending on the weaponry at one's disposal. The conceptual basis for this was created already in the 1990s. Then a few tendencies in the development of the armed battle were identified, and the most remarkable of which were the enlargement of the battle space and the growth of the role of information, very generally speaking. These are partly based on the technological progress in a very large scale. This is the future driver for change of the armed battle. In the shift of the millennium, the representative of the Strategic Research Center in the General Staff stated even that the development of information technology and technology in general is no less than revolutionary. Again, Valery Gerasimov in 2013 stated that the future battlefield, the asymmetric actions will be increasing, and in addition to this, the special operation forces and internal operations will form a front in the whole depth of the adversary. In addition to this, the operations will be conducted by maneuverable combined group of forces which are operating in a common intelligence and information space. Information warfare and far-reaching firepower without physical contact are used in order to achieve the objectives and paralyze the objects. In addition, the leading role is played by the high precision weapon system, robot technology, and new means of impact based on artificial intelligence. Nonetheless, Gerasimov mentioned that one must not forget one's own tradition, despite of the fact that the levels of art of war are fading away and the divisions between defensive and offensive is even more difficult to define. In 1917, Valery Gerasimov mentioned that the non-military actions are defining the preparation of war and its waging. These actions were even regarded as essential elements of the traditional armed battle. In this respect, it seems that the Russian top military has accepted the fact that it is not only the armed battle that defines the nature of modern warfare, but also the complex selection of other non-military means. Especially the influence of information in different forms is increasing. One feature concerning the nature of war in the Russian debate has been unchanged. The role of the armed battle is still regarded as organic and most important factor. Developing the instruments and the capabilities is for the armed forces the top priority. It is obvious that the specific weapon systems can even change the concept of operations and warfare in general. One example was brought up Vladimir Slipchenko when he was speaking about the sixth generation warfare at his time, in which the long-range, high-precision missile system will play a significant role. As I mentioned, Russia doesn't have the strategic depth in the West as the Soviet Union had, which would enable to execute the principal strategic echelons with the real troops and formations. It's obvious that there is a military need for this sort of concept. The further away, the better. This could be the motive for Russia's intentions to create a system of which could compensate the lack of traditional strategic depth. To conclude, the change of the perception of war and warfighting in Russia has reached a point where, as Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu a few years back noted that, I quote, "The new generation conflicts are an entity of classic and asymmetric means of armed battle, where battles are high-speedy and there is no time to correct mistakes." Furthermore, he continued that the creation of a new theory of warfighting and military actions has to be the main mission in the near future. So, the different means and weapons, when put together, create possibilities and can be used in a preventive and proactive manner. In this regard, the use of informational, electronic and cyber capabilities is safer, while they perhaps do not exceed the red line of warfare, yet might have nearly as disruptive impact as the traditional kinetic weapons. I'd like to raise a question. Are we today witnessing the elements of the Russian concept of active defense strategy, launched by Valery Gerasimov two years back? In the end, I'd like to quote Andrew Monaghan. He was writing, "It is time to move beyond thinking of Russian activity as blurring the lines between war and peace and towards thinking of it as blurring the line between offensive and defensive. I'd like to add to this that the blurring lines should be examined also in the sphere of art of war. This could serve a starting point when elaborating the theme for annual Russia Seminar 2023. I wish you all fruitful discussion and informative seminar and presentation. I already thank you for the contribution to this seminar. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Pentti, your presentation. I think we have time for a few questions concerning the Russian view to war. So at the moment, I don't have any questions from the network. There is 43 persons following at the moment, but I would like to offer you an opportunity now to present a question or raise a comment for Pentti. So please go ahead. Well, it's
quite thorough, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Justin, please.
Thank you, Pentti. A question on one of your final comments on the place of cyber operations in particular, or other non-kinetic means, as at least an equal partner in some of the conceptualizations of Russian warfare. Would it not be fair to say that, as we've seen yesterday, when overnight in Ukraine, the significant denial of service attack and sustained cyber attacks on Ministry of Defense websites, banking sector, ATM machines capacity there, as well as on the various C2 systems in the armed forces. That contrasts, although it's a very significant set of cyber attacks and something that Ukraine has been exposed to for 7 or 8 years, it contrasts very strongly with what we didn't see today. And surely the fact that a significant cyber attack, so far at least, if it is all that is there, along with economic pressure, actually does not prevent the Ukrainian state from functioning and does not prevent the Ukrainian armed forces from functioning is in stark contrast to what we would see this morning, which was the other.
Okay. Understand? Yeah, I don't know the details of what has happened, but anyway, I think anyway, and this is not, I think, the 100% fact that this would be happening. But anyway, while I think about as a systemic approach to the warfare. And once the Russians are including the other than non-military means to the concept of warfare, so they have to look for something in which they can affect to the possible adversary without using, let's say, the traditional weapons and such. So in any way. Knowing that it is not so easy to pinpoint that it was Russia which made the let's say the cyber attack or whatever, but anyway it fits to the concept and the idea. I wasn't mentioning about what would be the victory in a warfare. I didn't mention that much, but anyway I see that the possible aim for affecting the adversary is to make its capacities lower than before, and in order to make harm and problems in functioning the society as such, and that might be the reason for that. But how effective they will be, it depends on us. How sophisticated defense system we are having, or the Ukrainians are having. That's the main point. But anyway, it's one part of the influence, I think. Jyrki is there. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was interested in this. You said in the end about the active defense and about the blurring the border between defense and offense. What to your mind are the kind of main instruments, like what are used when this active defense is practiced?
I think they are shown on the picture. But the actually I didn't open the non-military means, and I think my pretty firm impression is that all the politics Russia is conducting is a means of trying to affect to the possible adversary, and the second, let's say, essential point is that the readiness of the military power is the backbone or backup for these let's say operations, whether they are informational, they are diplomatic or economic or whatever, but the military is there behind, and I think we have seen witnessing in the few previous months, I think.
So, thank you, Pentti, for your insights and views. So I wish when we are heading to a discussion part, so I myself am interested on your views in the discussion, for example, on the differences of conceptual discussion at the moment and the actual activities in developing the defense and using the armed force. So, for example, armament programs are producing very heavy armament systems for the next decades at the moment, and then we are discussing about the issue how the contours of war are changing in a Russian view here, in that perspective. But thank you, Pentti. Now I would like to ask Dima Adamski to give his view on Russian command and control thinking and its changes. Please.
Can you see me? Can you hear me? Excellent. Control, also known as combat management or боевое управление или управление войсками, that has been emerging in the Russian armed forces during the last several years. I'll put my bottom line up front. My main argument is that Russian military is cultivating within its ranks, especially on their operational tactical levels of activity, command and control practices associated with what we call in the West mission command. Now, mission command stands for combat management style where commanders share with their subordinates the intent of the mission and delegate to them freedom in choosing how exactly to execute it. Such emerging command and control a la Rus, I would argue to a certain extent, is a discontinuity. Historically, as many of you know, conventional wisdom in the West has perceived Russian military as inclined towards centralized command scheme on the tactical level and has been averse to mission command culture. But today, there are reasons to assume that the Russian military may be departing from the above custom and that its high command is cultivating a novel combat management culture which seeks to skillfully merge centralized and decentralized modes of command and control. Now, if the Russian military has been even partially transforming along these lines, I would argue that it's a harbinger of a profound change with major organizational and procedural consequences. Let me unpack this claim for you in 3 steps. First of all, I will very briefly take you through the definition of what mission command culture is. Then I will present some empirical evidence that is supporting my hypothesis. And finally, I'll talk about the drivers behind this novelty, its enablers and the obstacles. And I will also conclude with several open questions about the ramifications for Russian military modernization and combat effectiveness, which I plan to explore in subsequent research. It's just a disclaimer, it's a work in progress, so my findings are rather preliminary. They reflect assumptions that I'm testing and developing, so I will definitely appreciate your constructive critique and statements that, with which I will conclude. Part 1, what is mission command and how do we know that particular military organization is possessing mission command style? Let me very briefly introduce you to the general definitions that I will later apply to examining the Russian case study. Mission command is a decentralized combat management style, usually on the tactical level, where commanders trust subordinates' ability to understand the broader context of the mission and execute the tasks accordingly. Mission command implies delegation of authority, encouragement of initiative, independence and creativity, tolerance of mistakes emanating from the activism of their subordinates, something that is definitely accessible to people in this audience. Now, which military organizations qualify as practicing mission command? Well, there are no rigid criteria and several conventional wisdoms exist. First of all, when we talk about mission command, we are talking about a spectrum. We're looking at a spectrum ranging from centralized style of management to decentralized mission command. In some militaries, this management culture may be present at a certain level of activity, but may be absent from others. For example, in some militaries, it might be more present on the strategic level, while in others, it is stronger on the operational or on the tactical levels of activity. Secondly, mission command varies, or this culture of management varies by service and type of warfare. While some services might be rigid and centralized, others, given the nature of their missions, the technology and weaponry that they employ, and the main domain within which they operate, may be predisposed to mission command. Also, there is a distinction between types of warfare. For example, if we look at maneuverist warfare or attrition warfare, in the former, the commander is authorized to improvise, even to the point of changing the aim of their higher order. Also, mission command varies from peacetime to wartime according to the operational circumstances. Finally, and probably most importantly, there is a conventional wisdom that experts quite often express about connecting their regime type and general political managerial culture within the given society, and the choice of military organization to particular combat management style. Now, conventional wisdom says that liberal democracies, which delegate political freedoms to individuals, tend to replicate the same customs in military organizations, and in contrast, in militaries of authoritarian regimes, which strictly regulate the lives of their citizens, they tend to opt for the centralized command. Although it's a widespread professional assumption, especially in the West, it often runs against the empirical evidence. Even in the militaries of the democracies, mission command is often more advocated and adopted, is more advocated rather than adopted. It's more an ethos rather than practice, I would say. In reality, the militaries of the democracies often engineer and control operations to the last detail with micromanagement driven by political considerations and also technological solutions or solutions offered by advanced technology. Also, history provides examples where authoritarian leaders, usually predisposed to centralization, have decided to delegate authority during the most daunting combat episode. Despite these definitional challenges, there are certain indicators of mission command in the militaries. We usually look at declarations of intent, style of orders that are given to the subordinates, tolerance to mistakes and to failures of the subordinates, and of course, particular types of exercises, especially two-sided exercises, when two teams of forces compete against each other and cultivate such professional qualities as initiative, improvisation, proactivity to delegate, in addition, of course, to doing things by their book. End of part one. Part two. Is it a novelty? Is there a novelty? Where are the Russian armed forces with regards to this generic ideal type? I'm arguing that three categories of evidence: declarations by the Russian military brass, operational experience in Syria, and also exercises during the last decade, all of them combined suggest that Russian military might be departing from its traditional combat management style on the lower levels of command. Let me elaborate it for you. The first set of evidence, statements. If declarations of intent reflect anything, then we may be looking at the awareness and desire of the Russian high command to adopt this decentralized culture, although the Russian military is not necessarily using the term mission command. Majority of these statements made by Russian commanders occurred within the broader learning process following the operation in Syria, following their lessons learned from the operation in Syria. Roughly since 2016-2017, when talking about training of the new generation of young officers, the Chief of the General Staff has underscored cultivation of such qualities, especially of the young commanders, as ability to rapidly assess the situation, make non-standard decisions, employ military cunningness, военная хитрость и военная смекалка, and act unexpectedly. According to Gerasimov, commanders should be creative, willing to depart from the template and opt for calculated risk and express reasonable initiative. These qualities, which imply significant autonomy and delegation of authority along the lines of mission command culture, would be a departure from traditional Russian practice of centralized and rigid command on the tactical level. By the way, another stream of supporting evidence is also coming from discussions in professional periodicals, which examine the pros and cons of decentralization and ways to merge centralized mode of management with their decentralized mode of command control, something that sort of looks like a hybrid of unity of command and collegial decision-making style. Also, recent reference by President Putin himself is indicative of this trend. At the annual Collegium of the Ministry of Defense last December, when talking about military priorities for 2022, President Putin dedicated 2 out of 5 of his points to rapid combat decision-making on the lower levels of command and to the importance of cultivating and promoting commanders who think and act in a non-standard and creative way, pretty much along the lines of mission command culture. This is somewhat unprecedented, I would argue, because I believe it's the first time ever that the president and not the Ministry of Defense or chief of the general staff refers to the aspects of command and control culture and also to the importance of these soft issues in prospective Russian military modernization. So I think it apparently underscores the centrality of the subject to the whole system. The second set of evidence, it's evidence coming from combat experience in Syria. The Russian modus operandi in recent conflicts, and in Syria in particular since 2015, has resembled mission command practice and the battlefield adaptation style, two professional virtues that usually coexist in the particular mode of combat management. Russian forces have demonstrated a flexible operational approach, innovated through trial and error, shown tolerance of failure, modified combat planning in response to dynamic developments, delegated decision-making authority to the lower levels of command, learned and promptly adjusted TTPs, and in some cases radically departed from the accepted procedures. All of these phenomena are uncharacteristics of the Russian style of war in the lower levels of command, as traditionally perceived by Western observers. But that said, statements, lessons learned, adjustments in training and exercises, on which I will talk in a second, suggest that the traits of combat management demonstrated in Syria are not a passing episode confined in space and time, but a deeper, but a part of a deeper and longer trend. So let me eventually bring you to their evidence that we observed in the exercises during the last decade. As regards these exercises of the last 10 years, I think three trends are very indicative, and I'm referring to their big annual strategic operational staff exercises, but also exercises of particular corps of military districts. First of all, a transition is evident from static set-piece exercises to dynamic training, particularly within the Air Force and Navy, but increasingly in the land forces and independent combat arms. Such aspects of the exercises as style of orders, delegation of authority to plan and execute combat management, and employment of reconnaissance fire complexes, the qualities of the commanders being cultivated and commanders' performance on the battlefield, the emphasis on the two-sided trainings and tolerance to failure during combat improvisations reveal the emergence of what can be referred to as mission command on the lower levels of activity. One of the strongest indicators of mission command, as I said, in any military organizations are two-sided exercises, двусторонние учения, at the tactical operational level, where formations operate against each other, stimulating opposing forces. Since 2018, the quantity, spread, and sophistication of this training activity has been steadily growing by the order, a deliberate order from the high command. These exercises cultivate the set of personal professional qualities expected from commanders raised on the principles that correspond with mission command culture. Savvy ingenuity, смекалка и находчивость, creativity, изобретательность, reasonable initiative, разумная инициатива, and non-standard and not by-the-book activities, нестандартные и не шаблонные действия. In programmatic statements, in the professional periodicals, the Russian High Command is vocal on all of the above. Interestingly, evaluation of performance in these exercises focuses on the accurate execution of templates and procedures, выполнение задач и нормативов, but not at least or to the very similar extent on their prevailing in the competition. Who outperformed and outsmarted the fictional adversary, условный противник, by such professional qualities as activism, активность, seizure of initiative, захват инициативы, and tactical ingenuity, тактическая смекалка. During the last several years, apparently evaluation of performance to a certain extent has begun emphasizing and praising the later qualities over the former. And the trend, I think, is clear. The increase in this type of drills is likely to continue, and rather than a total novelty, this emphasis is in a way an extension of the Soviet culture of military innovation and also a Soviet tradition of cadre preparations, which the current Russian high command reintroduces. Finally, the introduction of more advanced and dynamic targets, as well as C4ISR systems that collect and designate them, allow exercises to better replicate combat conditions and actually challenge the tactical level officers and to better cultivate virtues of mission command among them. Delegation of decision-making in the exercises makes sense if the combat environment is unfamiliar. When there are dynamic targets available, the challenge commanders to make improvised choices on the basis of broader guidance. While the annual strategic command and staff exercises, I would argue, are generally the most scripted of Russia's training events, they nonetheless also show an evolution towards something akin to mission command in approach. The novel, often enabled by AI, C4ISR systems tested in these exercises then arrived to the troops to enable a similar modus operandi. So just to sum up these three sets of empirical evidence, I would argue that to a certain extent we're looking at a discontinuity. Historically, the Russian military featured greater flexibility on their operational level of war, independence of might and creativity in developing operational art. All right. After demonstrating tactical level improvisation and mission command in action, let me continue. So we left each other at the end of part 2. Part 3. Why now? Why there is a novelty? Why this cultural change is happening right now? And to what extent this change is feasible? I would argue that perception of the military brass of the current character of war and the transformation of Russian military to the era of precision stimulates this change. Again, it's perception of the Russian high command of what does it mean to be a contemporary military organization. Contemporary, I mean military organization of the era of precision regime stimulates this change. Let me unpack it for you. What is the benchmark of any military organization during the current character of war, also known as Information Technology Revolution Military Affairs, ITRMA, or the era of precision? Answer, it's to build yourself as a reconnaissance strike complex, to integrate intelligence, reconnaissance systems, command and control systems, and standoff precision-guided munitions into a joint system of systems, and to turn this reconnaissance strike complex into the kernel of contemporary battlefield. To be reconnaissance strike complex means, in Western military terminology, to wage NCW, network-centric warfare, or combined arms, joint, multi-domain operations with precision at any range. Now, militaries worldwide, and this is just a very brief excursus into history, militaries worldwide entered precision regimes roughly in 2 steps, or through 2 phases. First of all, around mid-70s, information technologies enabled integrations of sensors, command control systems, and fires into one system of systems. The end result was the emergence of reconnaissance strike complex on strategic operational levels of activity. Then came the second phase of ITRMA. Roughly around early 2000, emerging technologies produced miniaturization, mobility, and automation of the above capabilities and enable their distribution or their push to the lower tactical levels of command. The end result was that reconnaissance strike complexes materialized on the low tactical levels of combat activity. We are looking basically at the tactical formations that are self-sufficient in terms of reconnaissance and fire, and thus relatively autonomous in terms of mission design, planning, and execution. So the proponents of ITRMA and the proponents of reconnaissance strike complexes share basic assumption. Precision era demands certain decentralization of combat management. In other words, delegation of capabilities calls for delegation of authority and requires a decision-making autonomy among the commanders on the ground. In short, desire to employ reconnaissance strike complexes requires adoption of certain version of mission command, especially when dealing with highly mobile, small-sized targets, высокомобильные и малозаметные цели. So, the Russian case is in perfect sync with other militaries that have entered precision regime. Russian statements acknowledge that the notion of reconnaissance strike complex implies that decentralized units have their own independent means of collection and destruction, so tactical level commanders must master a significant level of independence in decision-making and execution to realize the full potential of the weapon systems in the precision era. Apparently, mission command underlies producing self-sufficient and autonomous grouping of forces in frames of strategy of limited actions, a Russian approximation of power projection and expeditionary operations. Also, I would argue it underlines the interrelated notion of the mobile echelon, combined arms, self-sufficient form of force employment on operational tactical levels. The main difference, though, is that these two stages of ITRMA, through which the Western militaries progressed almost in 50 years, in Russia, they are compressed into 10 years of the current Russian military modernization. So basically, Russian armed forces have been building reconnaissance strike complexes on the strategic operational level and on the tactical level of command simultaneously in a way during the last 10 years. Naturally, a question arises, is this kind of novelty feasible for the Russian armed forces? Is the Russian military in its journey to the second phase of the precision regime, or the second stage of ITRMA, is capable to adopt this combat management style? I would argue that Russian military possesses all necessary prerequisites to implement the novelty, although several factors might also hinder their adoption. So towards the end, let me very briefly take you through these three main enablers, or three main obstacles to implementing this change that I see. Enablers. First of all, there are pre-existing postulates of Russian military thought that might be helpful. One of the central concepts of Russian military tradition is the notion of operational creativity, оперативное творчество или военное творчество, ability to design and plan operations as an act of art and not as an act of rigid science. Operational creativity has been one of the main virtues cultivated in military commanders and of the Soviet operational art since the 1920s. This has been a constant effort during the Soviet era, or there has been a constant effort during the Soviet era to expand this creative approach to operational and the lower levels of command. The effort is well expressed in the planning procedures and templates of their staff work and its trinity of боевая задача, боевой замысел и боевой план. Commanders should translate higher level mission to combat plot and then into combat plan. And there is also a codified demand to encapsulate into the planning cunningness and deception, хитрость и обман противника. These postulates of military thought, at least in theory, imply authority delegation and stimulation of the lower level commanders towards initiative and creativity. Secondly, there has been a legacy, Tsarist Soviet legacy of authority delegation in military and in intelligence affairs. Russian military over history tended to merge regular and irregular formations and consequently to practice decentralized, delegative, and centralized modes of command and control. Professional belief suggested that in certain operational configurations, semi-regular entities might be more effective than regular military due to their flexibility and autonomy. Russian intelligence tradition, of course, practiced delegation of authority over history. Authority delegation to case officers has its ups and downs, but in contrast to military, this was a continuous, non-interrupted business. And finally, there might be a sociological aspect. The chain of command and the current military aristocracy in Russia, they are saturated with the generation of commanders that are veterans from the regional wars and local conflicts, Afghanistan, Chechnya, Northern Caucasus, Ukraine, and Syria, who accept the need to delegate authority to the lower levels of command and in order to achieve utility of force. Also, there is apparently a proper zeitgeist, spirit of a time. Apparently, current political military leadership is relatively tolerant to risk-taking and mistakes of military intelligence organizations that are innovating by experimentation. These are enablers. Next to it, there are just very few but important obstacles. First, the DNA of national managerial culture over history has a dominant motive of centralization. There has been an emphasis on control, подчинение, послушание, дисциплина, subordination, obedience, and discipline, and this may discourage from taking the initiative out of fear of failure and punishment. As a famous saying attributed to Joseph Stalin goes, у каждой ошибки есть имя, фамилия и отчество. Every mistake has a name and a family name. Secondly, there is a political aspect. It's a flip side of the argument that I made just a second before. Fostering such a managerial climate demands approval from the political leadership. The latter might be concerned with such empowerment of the lower levels of command. The leadership, as I indicated above, realizes that in order to prevail in modern wars, it should delegate more authority to the lower levels of command. However, given the overall political culture and fundamental managerial tradition, the regime might be concerned cultivating such an independence modus operandi among the entire body of commanders. It is equally possible that if the regime feels threatened by this novelty, it might disapprove and downgrade the accumulating power of the military. History, Russian history, knows examples when Russian political leadership smashed military innovations, which, although effective in purely combat terms, endangered the leadership. And finally, cultural shifts are slow and bumpy. Transformations of traditions are incremental and labor-intensive. Consider the efforts to diffuse Stakhanov culture, or struggle with Dedovshchina, or struggle with corruption. Also, Russian strategic tradition often manifests disconnect between words of theoreticians and the deeds of practitioners. Military and non-military visionaries can be very advanced in their conceptualizations, but the system as a whole can be pathologically bad in implementing them. Frequently, an accompanying cultural trait has been an inclination to stage events for the show, показуха, and efforts to appear rather than to be. So despite programmatic statements and advanced theory, in reality, we often observe systemic breakdowns, системные сбои. This could be due to what various experts perceive as traditional Russian recklessness, разгильдяйство, carelessness, безалаберность, resulting in the overall mess, bardак, in both planning and execution. The above cultural factors may hinder implementation of the above managerial culture. But also, the very knowledge of this cultural phenomenon can disincline senior level commanders themselves to delegate and to count on the subordinates, and this might make them over-cautious in this regard. Let me conclude in the last 2 minutes that I have with my intermediate finding and future avenues of research. The main finding that I'm trying to present here is straightforward. Available evidence suggests that a major change has been incrementally emerging in Russian combat management style towards greater levels of delegation of authority and autonomy on the lower levels of command. The system seeks an optimal merge of centralization and decentralization, or unity of command and collegiality, единоначалие и коллегиальность, on all the levels, but especially on the tactical realm. Will it be challenging to introduce this novelty? Yes, obstacles exist. Is this terra incognita or mission impossible for Russian military? No. There are pre-existing traditions and potentials that enable this change. Essentially, it is about exporting the custom mainly associated with the operational level of war to the tactical level of command. Command and control culture a la Rus that I discussed corresponds with mission command, but that said, we're looking at very unique style of management which merges centralized and decentralized approaches and which switches between the unity of command and collegiality of command. This merge has sources in European and also in Asian managerial traditions that are in first glance mutually exclusive. However, this Euro-Asian, if you wish, hybrid is feasible. We often observe the unity of these negations not only in military affairs, but also in other spheres of Russian social activity. This applies to managerial culture beyond the military sphere in Russian public and private sectors historically and currently. Terminologically, despite the fact that I have been using the term mission command through my presentation, it might be not the best term to capture the hybrid essence of the emerging Russian style of command control. I argue that this novelty is emerging primarily on the operational tactical realm of Russian military. However, it projects on performance throughout the whole chain of command in all services, corps, and military districts. So consequently, examination of the ramifications of this novelty is due in all spheres of combat activity, types of operations, and levels of command. Equally important are applications for procurement of weapon systems and organizational architecture and technological posture of command and control of the Russian armed forces. And all these are avenues of my future research. I will appreciate your remarks and observations in these regards, and thank you again for the opportunity to present here. So,
thank you, Dima, from your rich presentation. So I didn't dare to stop you. So in the end, so because you got it rolling so well. So, but we don't have now the time for the questions. We have to have a coffee break. But I would ask you to figure out a little bit. You touched it already, but the effect of the tactical level, which you see is from the technical point, because of the technical changes, they are changing their way to fight in the tactical level. So you touched it already, but what type of impact it would have into operational and even strategic level if they are changing their way of thinking due to technical reasons in a tactical level. So thank you, and now we are taking a break, and we are going to continue 10:30 from with the Leonid Nerstisian. Thank you. Okay. After a small technical break, unfortunately, we didn't follow a decent military procedure, and we are 2 minutes late, but I think we can handle that. So, Leonid, please, the venue is yours.
Thank you, and I want to thank Finnish National Defense University for such a great event, which is, I think, first for many people, first in-person event for many people here. And I want to talk about Russian strategic weapons and missile defense systems. Actually, the topic is very broad, but I brought together many systems which are over PR'd in Russia now, and PR'd as strategic systems which are changing balance with US. And I want to assess if all of them are really strategic, and are they feasible, and are they changing anything on the ground. So there are few categories of new systems. These are hypersonic weapons, which include Avant-Garde glider, Gzur hypersonic missile, Zircon anti-ship hypersonic missile, and Kingshall aeroballistic hypersonic missile. The ICBM category with Sarmat Icbm, the unmanned nuclear-armed underwater vehicle Posidon, the Burevestnik nuclear-powered cruise missile, the Peresvet laser system, and all of the missile defense systems being developed. I see some of the systems feasible, and this is the Sarmat Icbm, the Kingshall air-launched missile, the hypersonic glider, the laser system, and the S-500 missile defense system. Beginning with Sarmat, it's a liquid-fueled heavy ICBM, which is going to replace the aging R-36M2 Voyevoda missile. The new missile resembles the previous one. However, the new technologies will contribute to the facilitation of the system exploitation and the decrease in the time period from receiving of the attack order to the missile launch, and it will be at least officially less than 1 minute. And beside that, it will be capable of carrying new hypersonic glide vehicles, or just a greater amount of regular warheads compared to Voyevoda, and it should be at least 14 warheads. And also Sarmat will be configured for suborbital flight with almost unlimited range. Also, this mode will be possible. The timely development of the Sarmat is very important and vital for Russian strategic forces, as Voyevoda missile is aging and need a routine replacement. And at this point, the project is out of schedule because it was planned to have it operational in 2022, and it still haven't done any flight tests. There were 5 tests scheduled for 2022, but most probably it's not going to happen. And moreover, the open source are showing that there are trials going on with the designers of control system because of violation of schedule, and the cause of that is lack of Russian components and Western sanctions, which are not letting to procure the needed electronic components. On that background, the realistic prognosis for Sarmat being operational are like 2024, 2025. And if there will be serious problems with development, Russian nuclear potential will have some decrease. And also the importance of this system is shown by Russia, because it's already building infrastructure in the 62nd Missile Division in Krasnoyarsk Krai. So Russia wants to start deploying these missiles ASAP. Second feasible project is Kingshall hypersonic missile. It's being PR'd a lot as strategic system, but it's not really a strategic system. It's a tactical missile, and it's very similar to the Iskander 9M723 ballistic missile. Actually, it's air-launched version of it. That's certainly a good idea to adapt this missile for aviation. It doesn't require much investment and solves key tasks like precision strikes on the most important enemy targets protected by layered air defense and missile defense. And the maximum flight range of the missile remains a question, but it is at least 1,000 kilometers as it was officially tested on that distance. The high speed of missile, which reached 10 Mach, is really decreasing the engagement time for the targets, and for hitting a target on the distance of 1,000 kilometers, you need only about 6 minutes, which is giving a lot of new capacity to Russian armed forces. And this system is already being tested in Southern Military District, and in the end of 2029, the first regiment of MiG-31K fighters with these missiles was created in Russian VKS. It's also noteworthy that these MiG-31Ks are having lots of regular drills together with two 22M3 long-range bomber, and the last one happened yesterday in Syria. And most probably this connection is about integrating the MiG-31K to Navy aviation to counter the surface targets together with two 22M3, which is using Ha-22 and Ha-32 anti-ship cruise missiles. Another publicly PR'd weapon is the Zircon anti-ship missile, which is ongoing tests, and we should see that we already seen some launch videos which are not giving much details about that, but the information from one of the latest tests give some answers. Missile has been launched at a range of 450 kilometers, and according to the head of General Staff of Russia, the circumflight time was 4.5 minutes. And based on that data, we can see that average missile speed is about Mach 4.8 and not 8 Mach as Russian officials are stating, which apparently may show that it's using a solid propellant booster on the end part of trajectory, and is not using a complex scramjet engine, and is just using a regular ramjet engine, which is pretty easy for Russia to build. There is also the third hypersonic missile, the Gzur, but there is a lack of information about it, and we only know that it was planned to enter service in 2020, and it hasn't happened, and we don't know anything about the tests. The next stop is the Avant-Garde hypersonic glide vehicle. Russia, China, and US have been actively developing these types of weapons for a rather long time. And Russia is the first country who have it operational, and we have 6 Avant-Gardes operational in 13th Orenburg Rocket Division. And the second regiment of this system is going to be deployed in 2022. The Avant-Garde consists of an old UR-100N silo-based ICBM combined with the new hypersonic glide vehicle, which was developed by NPO Машиностроение. Unlike the conventional ICBM warhead, this glider enters the atmosphere noticeably earlier and switches from ballistic trajectory to gliding, and its speed of re-entry is regular for a ICBM, which reaches about Mach 27. Then it most probably will rapidly decline to something like 8 to 10 Mach. Such speed and non-ballistic aerodynamic trajectory will make this target inaccessible for missile defense assets, and also the guided flight may achieve much more accurate target hit in the future, and this theoretically opens doors for conventional precision-guided intercontinental range warheads. Another interesting question is how the Yasenetsk site is equipped with the UR-100N missiles, as the last 30 missiles of this type are known to be in service in totally different place in Tatishevo launch site in Saratov. And of course, the idea of moving this heavy liquid propellant ICBMs doesn't sound as something feasible, but my theory is that these are the missiles which Russia bought from Ukraine, the stockpiled missiles which they bought in 2020-2004, 30 missiles, and most probably they just use them to add the glide vehicle and deploy them. So these missiles are pretty new and they can serve for at least 10-15 years more. But it's obvious that this Avant-Garde in this current form is temporary transitional solution, and it's planned for the Sarmat missile than for the UR-100. And it's possible that Sarmat will carry like 2 or 3 gliders at once, as its payload is much higher. But however, when RS-28 Sarmat will enter the service, only a small fraction of them will be equipped with hypersonic gliders, as the conventional warheads are cheaper and most importantly lighter and can be used at least 10 to 14 of them on one missile. At the current stage of development of US anti-ballistic missile systems, large-scale production of hypersonic gliders with nuclear payloads make no practical sense, as they are heavier than the regular warheads, and their use actually reduces the power of Russian armed forces. So I think that conventional hypersonic gliders are a better idea, but at the same time, I don't think that Russian defense industry is ready for production of such guidance systems today, which can get to this goal. And the US is a good example. US is trying to have the conventional gliders, and the works are much behind the Russia, if we will have a superficial look. But I think this is connected just to the fact that the US want the conventional, not nuclear tipped version. The next system being PR'd by Vladimir Putin in 2018 is Peresvet combat laser system. There was many questions about it, and still no official information on the functions of this system. But later in August 2018, the new video footage recorded by Russian MOD and satellite images allowed OSINT specialists to discover that these systems are deployed at the launch sites of the Russian strategic missile forces, and where ICBMs are located. So the view that Peresvet is supposed to dazzle the optics of enemy satellites came after that, and later comprehensive OSINT analysis, the really fascinating one by Bart Hendricks, showed that this is a right interpretation, and Peresvet most probably only function is to dazzle the electro-optical reconnaissance satellites and dual-use remote sensing satellites. And it's still a very big question if it can work for dazzling the early warning satellites, which are much higher on the geostationary orbits. Most probably there are 2 scenarios when Russia can use this system. One is the signs of imminent attack on Russian ICBMs, which will lead to the deployment of the mobile ICBMs and to mask their movement and location, the satellites can be dazzled. And the second scenario is Russian plans of the first attack, and it can be done for the same reason. Talking about missile defense systems today, I don't go too much in technical details, as there are too many of them are not known and some are matter of discussion and uncertainty. The S-500 is a feasible system, and the main purpose of it is tactical missile defense, and officially it can engage targets 200 kilometer high and 500 kilometer far, which is more or less close to the US THAAD system. Both systems can't engage ICBM warheads, so they are not strategic systems, but they can add real capacity to Russian armed forces versus tactical missiles, which can be widely used by enemy in local and regional wars. So from that side, S-500 project is very practical and feasible. One another question is the new S-550 system announced by Sergei Shoigu in end of 2029. We don't know anything about that. It might be some further development of S-500 or a cheaper and simpler version of S-500, like S-350 relate to S-400. Now we should stop on the questionable systems, which look not so feasible as the others we discussed. The Posidon, Burevestnik, and some other strategic missile defense systems. The Posidon nuclear-powered underwater vehicle. The idea to create such a torpedo came in USSR in early 1950s, but this project was not real to create in that years. There were technological problems with the reactors of that side and with the naval carriers. However, now Russia tries to construct it, and the first time it was accidentally demonstrated in Russian TV in 2015, and then officially announced in 2018. It is believed, at least by media reports, that its range is about 10,000 kilometers and rate of sailing up to 185 kilometers per hour. The carrier platform is the project 09852 Belgorod nuclear-powered submarine, which is already started tests in the sea. And the real stage of development of Poseidon is unknown, but the technological complexity makes me think that it's far from the serial production. And the real effectiveness of this concept is very questionable, as it will make many hours or even days to reach US after the launch. So in the event of full-scale nuclear war, retaliatory strike of this way is not adding much difference to the full-fledged use of ICBMs or SLBMs. At the same time, system can add some effective damage to naval bases if we are talking about a first strike in connection with timely use of ICBMs and SLBMs. Burevestnik missile, I think this one is the most non-feasible and illogical project in Russia now. The idea of having a small nuclear reactor on cruise missile is also not a new and comes from older times of Cold War. We don't have real information about tests with reactor on board. Officially, there were statements like that, but we don't know that. We only know that there were tests on the distance of about 100 kilometers. And we know that US intelligence is saying that all the tests crashed and were not good. So we don't have a good photo of the missile. The only one you see is not showing the interesting part of the missile, which should be behind the missile, not in the front part. And I think that just from the practical use, it's not giving any advantages over the air-launched cruise missiles, Ha-102 or Ha-101, which can fly from 5,000 kilometers to 5,000 kilometers by different estimates. As I told, these two projects are not reliable because they are not adding much capacity to the Russian armed forces. The testing of Burevestnik is very dangerous itself, and the maintenance of both of systems is very difficult, and storage and operational procedures should be very complex and expensive. And of course, we discussed the time issues for Posidon. With the missile defense systems, we lack information about them, and we don't know anything about S-550. We don't know what exactly is the Noodle system, which most probably is more an ASAT system than anti-satellite missiles and missile defense system. We know only Western information about that. And there is a new project which was found out with Mr. Hendrickson in US via OSINT, which is called Aerostat, and this is a strategic ABM system on the mobile launcher, which is being developed by the MIT Institute, which is the constructor of the Russian mobile ICBMs. It could be the long-range missile for the Moscow A-235 modernized missile defense system, but we don't know anything more about that. But we definitely know that American strategic missile defense systems are not effective, and I'm pretty much sure that talking about these systems, they are also capable of only engaging 1 or 2 warheads, not more than that. And want to give the conclusions. We see that Avant-Garde hypersonic glider in nuclear configuration is not adding capacity to Russian nuke triade. Before the creation of highly effective ABM systems, Avant-Garde is only decreasing the number of warheads per ICBM in Russian armed forces. Posidon and especially Burevestnik don't look as a feasible projects. Both of them can't break the existing balance between Russia and US, and most probably they won't pass the prototype stage ever. Kingshall airborne system is not a strategic system. At the same time, it can be highly effective in any type of conflict, decreasing target engagement time. And the nuclear-tipped version can be, let's say, partly strategic system for the Europe, let's say, not in the European theater. Peresvet laser system is being widely deployed, at least in five missile divisions, but the exact functions are still a matter of question, and I'm talking about the possibility of dazzling the geostationary satellites. The S-500 system can add anti-ballistic capacity to Russian troops and create another echelon of defense, the longest range one. I think we will soon see that, because Moscow region already got the first brigade of these systems. Strategic ABM systems won't be able to counter US or China massive nuclear strike in foreseeable future. And the RS-28 Sarmat is the most important project, as it must replace aging R-36M2 ICBMs. The most complex and miscellaneous strategic weapons and partly the strategic ABM systems have more a political than a military value, as I think, especially both for internal use and for external use, as Russia uses these systems for sustaining its superpower image and for creating new issues for arms control negotiations, which are considered very important by Russian officials. And Russia may gain serious ASAT capabilities with combination of noodle, perisvet, and orbital interceptor systems, which are also most probably are testing now. This is a more practical thing, and I guess this can add some uncertainty to the balance we have, because even the possibility of use of dazzling and destroying the early warning satellites will make people in US, I think, a bit nervous, and in China too. Thanks for your attention, and thanks for the organizers.
Thank you very much, Leonid. And so now we have time for 1 to 2 questions on Leonid, if you have one from the audience. So I would like to take that, but before while waiting on that, so I would like to warn you about in the discussion. So you are bringing us operational, tactical, and very strategic and very political weapons, all the spheres at the moment. So, and what we especially interesting is the idea of avant-garde and its technologies taken into the conventional level. And that in that sense, so about the mixing of strategic and conventional levels. So here, from the military art point of view, character of war point of view. So that's quite an interesting aspect with these weapon systems. So, and if you have any points of that, so because this is actually has some impacts into the character of war in Russian sphere.
I agree with you, because the problem of strategic nuclear weapons is that you will never use them. Everybody knows that anybody is going to use them. But in the case of some of the systems, and especially if Avant-Garde will become someday the conventional system, allowing to engage any target worldwide in 30 minutes. This is giving some real capacity to the armed forces, and same we can say about the Kingshall, which can be equipped with nuclear warhead if needed, but it is very practical weapon which can be used even in the war in Syria. There is no such tasks there, but for like political reasons they can launch one or two of them. That's not a problem, and of course I agree with you with your point. But the technological part for Avant-Garde is very hard thing for Russia, and we see that even for Sarmat there are problems with the control systems in having the Western sanctions imposed.
And if it's possible to get in a discussion a little bit about the technological problems they are having with the different systems, so what's the origin or the reason for that, so that they are not approaching very in many weapon systems very rapidly? Is it intentional partly, or is it just what's the problem behind? But you don't have to answer that now. So I think it's we will go to the next speaker, and after that we will get back into that in the discussion. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leonid. And next I would like to give the floor to Jukka Viitaniemi, who is going to touch conceptual issues or conceptual subjects on an operational level. So, Jukka, please.
Thank you. So, good morning once again from my behalf to everyone. It gives me a great pleasure to be here today. And once again, my name is Major Jukka Viitaniemi, and I'm a member from the local Russia research group here in National Defense University. I would like to talk to you today about my topic, which is strategic actions of Russian Federation armed forces from conceptual analysis perspective. And before we dig any deeper, the big question, at least for me, was that what kind of binoculars we need if we want to observe especially the strategic exercises. So now when we think about the the technical features of the binoculars, there are at least three main features. What we see actually through the lenses. What's the field of the view, for example? How narrow is the angle that we can see from the image? What's the actual resolution? How sharp in practice is the picture, and what's the magnification? So in practice, how far we can see the objects. And my argument is that it's possible to create some kind of tool to observe the strategic exercises, especially in strategic scale. That's my idea. And this is the outline for my presentation. I have divided it mainly to let's say to four parts. Firstly, I would like to talk to you about a brief history of logical reasoning or logical thinking, and after that, what kind of role the concepts have in Russian military science, even during the present days. Few words about sources and methods that are used, and then to sum up in the form of key findings, I will show you a conceptual map and actually a definition for one of the concepts, which is done by myself. Oh, excuse me. And now straight to the deep end. I would like to start from history, from Hegel via Karl Marx to present days. This is actually the path that I could trace if we are dealing or discussing about the logical reasoning or logical thinking. Hegel actually created in one of his books, which was called Wissenschaft der Logik, and in the second part, which dealt the subjective logic and concepts. He created the model and actually a process in logical reasoning. And after that, the Karl Marx more or less copy-pasted the idea in his or their philosophy, even though there was a minor change in the idea that Marx spoke merely about how the concepts are created in that process, not that how they are used actually in logical thinking. That's the minor difference. But anyway, that's the idea, the cornerstones of the logical thinking. They start from the concept, and after that, with the help of the concepts, you can create judgments, and with the help of the judgments, you can create conclusions, syllogisms. And this is the example how they see in the Russian military science still the cornerstones of the logical thinking. This is an article from the Journal of the Military Scientific Academy. It's from last year. On the upper part, there's a definition, Russian definition, or the writer's definition for the concepts that they show the main features of the objects, and with the help of the concepts you can create judgments, and after that the conclusions or the syllogisms. That's the very simplified process in that sense. And in my analysis, these were the main sources that I used. So I searched. Actually, I started from the last Soviet military encyclopedia, and then after that I used the first Russian era military encyclopedia, and with the help of the military dictionaries, ending to the last bullet, which is actually the digital version from the 2007 military dictionary, which you can find from online in mil.ru site. And I also use the last bullet here is probably some kind of starting point or waypoint in Soviet or Russian military strategy. The book Military Strategy, which was edited by the Sokolovsky and from the early 60s. So these was actually my sources that I used. And now few words about the methods, the methodology that I used. I know that there are differences in traditions in conceptual analysis, and this actually method was created here in Finland it was 1980 by one scholar called Juha Näsi, and he created this kind of process to conduct conceptual analysis. The first step is, of course, to create some kind of knowledge base in practice. What have others done before me? What kind of reports have done, and so on and so forth. And after that, with the help of those writings, you have to sort somehow out the concepts that are in your field of interests. And then the third step is to collect, now in this case, in time, different kind of definitions, let's say from starting from 1960s to present day, and see how they have developed in time. And after that, the fourth step is, if necessary, to create definitions to the concepts that don't have any kind of definitions at the moment. So this is the process, very simplified process that I use. And these were the actual concepts that I could sort out. So the actual, I call it a concept zero in this case, is the strategic actions of armed forces. So to speak, the main concepts. And all the other concepts below that concept zero are one way or another linked to the concept zero. And I could find altogether 12 concepts. And this is, let's say, a conceptual concept map done by me, where you can find how the concepts in question are linked to each other. So once again, the concept zero was strategic actions of armed forces, and it's divided to 3 forms of strategic operations, which are strategic operation in a theater of military action, strategic aerospace operation, and operation of the strategic nuclear forces. And the concepts strategic operation in a theater of military action is divided in two, in operations in a continental theater and operations in a oceanic theater of military actions. And by nature, they both are, might have defensive or offensive nature. And the aim of the grand goal of the strategic actions is to achieve the strategic goal which is defined. And the strategic actions, they are both by nature, they are form of strategic use and also act of war in real life, in practice. The main key findings, or the main key finding that I found, was that I couldn't find official definitions which were published for those three concepts. And they are probably the main concepts in terms of strategic actions. So there ain't any kind of definitions for strategic operations in a theater of military action and in a continental theater of military action, and also to the oceanic theater of military actions. And when I speak or talk about official definitions, I mean that the Ministry of Defense has not published those definitions. You can find definitions, for example, for those concepts, for example, from Rogozin's dictionary. In my mind, that dictionary in question is a little bit controversial. I'm not totally happy with that because the language, the terms, the single words that have been used in that particular dictionary, they are totally different if you compare the official dictionaries or encyclopedias. The language is totally different in some cases. And because of this, I created or formed, with the help of those sources which are mentioned here below, I created a definition for the concept strategic operation in a theater of military action. And this is the first part of that definition. I bolded with red, in my mind, the most important details or features of the definition, or the terms. If we start from the top, the strategic operation in the theater of military action is the main form of strategic action. This is, of course, my conclusion. Of armed forces, forming the whole of operations, strikes, and battle actions which are conducted by strategic missile forces in a nuclear war, fleets, fronts, and armies, and by commands and formations of different services of armed forces, which are coordinated by objective mission, place, and time, and which is carried out by common idea and plan under the general command of Supreme High Command and under the direct command of Force Commander in a theater of military action. As mentioned earlier, to achieve the strategic goals in a theater of military action, and by nature the operation can be defensive or offensive, and it is divided into strategic operation in continental theater of military action and strategic operation in an oceanic theater of military action. And about the content of the actual operation. This is the second part of the definition. It may include strategic missile forces strikes, long-range aviations, air operations, of course fronts, armies operations, fleets, naval operations, air operations for destruction of the air enemy, airborne and anti-airborne operations, special operations and air defense operation. And the main goal for the actual strategic operation is the destruction of enemy group of forces in the theater of military action, intercept enemy's airstrikes by air defense forces, the destruction or seizing of military industrial complexes in a theater of military action, and also disturbing the enemy's mobilization, disturbing the enemy's governmental command and control, and seizing the vital areas. So this is the combination of from all these sources that I used. And now back to actually the slide 2, was it? So the question is, in the future, is it possible to find out if that's the definition? And we assume, or our judgment is that if they are having strategic exercises, they are probably training strategic operations. So in that sense, is it possible to find from the information flow details or indications linked to strategic missile forces operation, fleets, naval operation, long-range aviation operations, and so on and so forth. And this actually concludes my presentation, and now I'm ready for any questions if you have. I think we have plenty of time before the actual panel discussion. Thank you.
So Jukka, thank you. Thank you very much of your thinking and sharing us with your thinking with us, and concepts and definitions. Please just stay here. So it, yeah. And concepts and definitions are basically the food for the teaching university. So and I have Jukka started to put it into practice in the end, but I have a question because I have a question from the audience here. So that is it possible for you to elaborate a little bit so the links between theoretical concepts and practical concepts? So why and what we are achieving with these concepts in some actual reality?
Yeah. Okay. I understand the question. I see this is the first phase in the analysis if we want to search and dig more about the strategic exercises. And after that, it would be useful to conduct some kind of a case study to try and find out that can you find these phenomena or features or individual operations during the strategic exercise. One must remember that actually the strategic exercises, they start, let's say, from the beginning of the year, let's say 1st of January or 1st of February every year, and there is a certain parts when they train, this is my observation and conclusion, that they train with certain kind of capabilities. For example, there might be during those days strategic missile forces exercises, they might use submarines somewhere in the oceans and so on and so forth. So in my mind, it might be possible to see the world a little bit differently.
And there's another question from me. So if you could just share us your thinking about the continuation of Russian military thought from the perspective you have been looking at. So is it, we see the continuation to the Soviet times and even earlier, but do you see any changes while you have been looking at nowadays and through this concept? So.
To be honest, not that much. I mean, the Sokolovsky's military strategy, the book, actually, it's some kind of, I don't say it's a turning point, but a cornerstone in a way. That after that, the changes have been quite minor in my mind. So there is a certain kind of tradition from the Soviet time to present days. For example, you can find the early definition in that particular book about the strategic action of the armed forces. That's the earlier definition that I could find. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. So I think we have an opportunity now to take a 5-minute break, and I ask the speakers to prepare to start the discussion session after 6 minutes, 11:30 here, so that we can break the program now for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we recording this right?
At the moment, yes.
Yeah. It will be recorded.
So, ladies and gentlemen, so now we have the opportunity for the real fruit of this seminar, so that we can have a few very deeply understanding and distinguished specialists in the same table from the different perspectives, and so we can just put their minds together now. So Pentti went through some of the aspects of the changing character of war and the concept of war in Russian thinking. Dima, after that, got through of the changes in their thinking of command and control and how it's organized due to changes in the environment and the technical possibilities. And then Leonid looked at the differences between strategic and operational tactical strike weapon concepts and how they look like at the moment. And after that, Jukka presented us the ideas what the strategic action militarily means, what's inside the in a strategic action, what does it mean, and described a little bit how it develops in the moment. So, and in the beginning, so it's I asked gentlemen a few questions. So if you Pentti can start with the thing, so that how do you see at the moment the change in warfare in theoretical concept against the practicalities you have been looking at? So what type of dimensions you have there?
Yeah, okay, thank you for the question. Well, change in the warfare, I think, in general, I think how to say the first of all the theory and the practicalities, what the Russia is doing with its instruments, they are matching very much with each other. Firstly, I think that of course it's not 100% a connection and for of these two parts, but anyway, and secondly, I think the second big idea for me is that the practical actions and practicalities of the use of the instruments, what Russia is doing, is coming before, so they are sort of a test bed before they are forming the theoretical aspects to these actions. That's my second big idea of how the military thought over the warfare and war fighting is having progress. Then I'm not a specialist on let's say on the information warfare, information psychological or even technical or even less expert on the cyber world as such, but to me I think that depending on or relying on the sources which I've been reading, is that I got the impression that there is very much unknown factors and information what comes to the, let's say, not to the practical world, what we can see in different sources, and these are very small incidents every now and then, every now and where around the world, whether it's elections in the US or as mentioned that some kind of disturbances in Ukraine or trying to disturb the functional functions of a society. They are highly not so easy to confirm, I would say. But anyway, I think the big changes, I wouldn't say that the idea of what Gerasimov said about the relation 4-to-1, what means the non-military actions and means compared to the military. I think yes, it applies to the, let's say, to the normal time, to the peacetime activities and connections and cooperation in the world from the Russian point of view. But the relations will definitely be changing when the intensity of the impact, the amount of the impact which Russia tries to create or wants to create, it definitely changes the relation quite the opposite. When speaking, for example, the actions of today, what they have been doing around Ukraine, creating the formations and gathering the troops all over Russia, I think this is a sign of a change that the relations between the non-military means can be shifted to the military means in very broad terms.
Yeah. I can touch into it the thing that now you're putting together those military and non-military. We are not taking that right away, but Dima, from the original question, so now you frame that the tactical the technical changes at a tactical level, they are imposing pressure to change operational command and control in operational and strategic level too. So, what type of impact would you be looking at this relation? So.
Yes, thank you. Just to restate the general argument to situate your excellent question in the broader context. First of all, as I was trying to refer to it during the presentation, we are looking not only at the unique Russian phenomenon. It's a general universal phenomenon of contemporary military organizations in this part of the world, in that part of the world, elsewhere. Comparative context is helpful here for two reasons. First of all, by situating a particular military organization next to a different one, it better highlights to you the uniqueness, but it also reflects the discussions that are going on in Russian professional circles, because they are using as a frame of reference experiences of NATO, experiences of the United States, experiences of other militaries that have been going through this process of managing the tension between their emerging technologies and new weapon systems on the one hand, and the traditional modes of command control on another. Don't get me wrong, please. They are not talking about major changes in tactical affairs that should project on operational and strategic levels. No, but your question is spot on. They are talking about capacity of their lower level commanders and of the whole system to produce what is quite often called рациональное сочетание централизации и децентрализации, the rational coexistence of decentralized and centralized modes of command control. It's a capacity of the tactical level commanders and of the whole system, according to the circumstances, operational configuration, to switch from one mode of command to another. They also sometimes refer to, at least in the periodicals, you find references to the so-called cycles of unity of command and collegiality of command. Цикличность единства управления или единоначалия и коллегиальность в управлении. Now, this is not a novel problem. By the way, if you go to Russian, I think you were making references to the Russian military tradition, so if you want to find a proper term that is used in Russian professional lexicon for what in the West we often refer to as mission command, it would be директивное управление или метод общих поручений или поручительный стиль управления. Now, if you want to go back to history and to trace what are the professional, if you wish, intellectual sources, some Russian scholars trace it back to Suvorov, who was encouraging lower-level commanders and higher-level commanders to operate in this mode. But it's not a new problem. You also observed it during the Great Patriotic War and throughout history. Now, it became really an acute problem because if you want to provide to the lower levels of command advanced weapon systems, command control capabilities, and reconnaissance capabilities, as we saw in the exercises, as we saw in Syria, you really need to train forces differently, you really need to delegate authority, and you really need to manage this tension between the traditional mode of command control and new weapons. Plus, on the top of it, you have a new phenomenon that we observe in Western militaries that are going through NCW, network-centric warfare type of warfare, when higher strategic levels of command, empowered by new technologies, can basically micromanage the tactical developments on the ground. It is happening in the United States. If you open the professional periodicals in the United States or in NATO, you will see people exploring these issues. Now, in Russia, Russian military professionals, are going through very similar conceptual journeys right now, but in addition to that, they basically are referring to the lessons learned in the West and are trying to critically examine them and to drive back home the most relevant insights for them. So this is pretty much a tactical problem, which, as you rightly mentioned, has ramifications to the whole chain of command, but we perfectly see how there is an awareness of this type of activity and also discussions that are trying to figure it out. Don't get me wrong, twice. There are different schools of thought in that. If you go to particular services, if you go to particular parts of the general staff, if you go to particular type of experts, like in the West, like in my country, in Israel, you can see that there are different schools of thought exactly on this matter. That said, it's a very real problem, or it's a very real phenomenon. It's not an imagined one. You see that that's actually bread and butter of people who are running military operations or combat activities in Syria, people who are designing and executing exercises, because Russian military is, as I said, at the second phase of its journey to the precision era, and these are their universal generic problems of military organization that is entering the second phase of precision regime, the phase when you are pushing reconnaissance strike complexes to the tactical operational level of command.
Yeah, you're describing quite well so that about the change of character and in the thinking, and now it's how it's going into the practicalities. But Leonid, you just touched the thing so that about between the strategic and conventional weapons, and they they are part of this. We can get connected into these problematics right away. So so how would you put, if you were talking about command and control of those weapons? They are it's quite delicate issue how you divide the strategic and conventional weapons. So have you thought that idea so that how they could be divided in that type of situation when you technologically develop conventional weapons from strategic platforms? So.
First, I want to support Dima's thoughts on the changes which are inevitable, and I think that the Karabakh War, which happened in 2020, was a pretty strong lesson for Russian armed forces, actually, because there was the Armenian armed forces, which has this traditional Russian-style C2 system with long command chains, with centralized long command chains, countering the much more flexible armed forces of Azerbaijan with Turkish school having there. And we see that this old school big units lost their command chains in 4 or 5 days. So this is, I think, a lesson which will boost up the processes in Russian armed forces. And I think the question could be also if Russia have educational capacity for doing that, at least at the fast pace, because you can give the initiative to person, but does he have the capacity to be effective? Talking about the strategic and conventional, the idea of my presentation was to show that not everything Russia is calling strategic is strategic, and also to try to make the real categories, which systems are tactical and which are not. And if we are talking about the Kingshall and the MiG-39K, it's not under the strategic command, it's in VKS, in Air Force, so it can be used even if something with Ukraine will happen now. So we have I think there were a few of them spotted somewhere nearby. So if we are talking about real strategic weaponry, they are just inside the nuclear triad command, let's say. So the Peresvet is definitely in RVSN, the rocket missile forces, and same with Sarmat, and same with the real strategic weapons. So I think that division here is very strict. So in the reality, so I don't think that there is a problem for Russian armed forces to understand which one is tactical and which one is strategic. So. And I think if we are talking about strategic, of course, there are not going to be the processes Dima is saying. There couldn't be initiative on the lower levels. It's coming from political, only from the president, so, and goes down.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Jukka, if you have listened to the gentlemen, so and they are bringing inputs into strategic actions at the moment. Say, how do you see the thought and these practicalities they are bringing here? So going in together, is the picture of the strategic activities changing at the moment, or from the Soviet tradition, where the arc from the 1950s, 1960s, or even earlier, and now how you describe those activities? So,
thank you for the question. I would continue the Leonid's idea. I mean, you presented well the former or the future strategic weapons, and I say, this is my opinion, that they are excellent tools if I think, or try to imagine what kind of strategic operations actually will happen. So in that sense, they are probably fulfilling some kind of gap in that concept. I mean, if we talk about the strategic concepts, they will have more reach, more in a way firepower, and so on and so forth. And now, command and control-wise, strategic operations, I mean, I understand that there is a change going on in that sphere. But if we look at the strategic operations or actions, they are led strictly from Moscow, from Stavka, and they are handling the whole thing. In that sense, I mean, if there is some kind of force commander on the field in the theater of military action, I mean, is he able to use any kind of mission command if the directives are coming straight from Moscow? So in that sense, but I mean, my conclusion is probably the further we go from Moscow, it's more or less, I mean, likely to be able to use the idea of mission command on the field, if you get my idea. Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Well, I perfectly agree, but mission command, it's not a situation of black and white. It's exactly the idea that the higher level strategic authority, in this case Stavka, is outlining the general directive, but the way of execution, the means of execution are delegated. Yeah. On the tactical level, on the lowest level of war, it becomes tremendously time sensitive.
because we're looking at a very dynamic situation with fast-moving, also small-size targets. So if you don't, and the whole notion of modernization, the whole notion of reconnaissance strike complexes, something that is a figure of speech and quite often references in their remarks of the high command, that's exactly the idea of utility of force on the tactical operations levels of command. Wherever you fight, close to Moscow, far from Moscow, you will have this low level of tactical activity. So if you want to empower your people, you need to provide them with, iron capabilities. We actually see it. That's what they're training. But if you want the utility of force, if you want maximum effectiveness of reconnaissance strike complexes, you need to delegate authority how to use them. But, and I think Leonid's point on the war of Nagorno-Karabakh, it's a very interesting exemplar of two schools of command control clashing on the ground. Now, they understand it, and this is why I think pretty much in line with a very sophisticated way of thinking about military affairs in Russian military tradition or in Russian strategic tradition, they are talking about this rational coexistence, an art of combining centralized and decentralized. With the centrality of command, they traditionally don't have a problem. That's they promoted to the higher level positions, taking this culture with them, but it opens a whole range of new questions about to what extent the whole system feels comfortable with this type of cultural change.
Then I have a question. So maybe starting from Pentti about now we are talking about the cultivation of the people to understand how to operate with the technical from in a strategic level, in operational tactical level. So how do you, Pentti, see the when you go to the strategic level? So is there any change in the strategic level as a thinking? So we are talking here about the technological impact into all levels of warfare at the moment. Leonid took the strategic level, and you were talked about the operational tactical level. So if you look at the strategic level, so do you see any differences or changes up there?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. I was just wondering about the whole context when listening Dima and Jukka and Leonid also, that I was just, while being there in the General Staff Academy, where the very strict definitions for everything what we should do and what the military should do, and that's that. Plus, then there was the question of cooperation. Mm-hmm. How does the different definitions limit, where are the borders, and how the borders between capacities, between the capabilities, between the branches or spheres of activity, how they are controlled and controlled. How will the upravlение or the command and control of these different emerging capabilities, how they are fixed to these definitions, which are from, let's say, ancient times in Russian. So, to me, I pretty much agree with Dima on the idea that yes, to a certain extent, on the lower level, but when we go to the upper echelons of command, the technically the possibilities to have room of operations is diminishing in a way. And well, whether it's a traditional way of governing the state capacities or capabilities, or it's just a form of the system as they are having now. But anyway, I would approach the whole thing when speaking about the military especially, is how will the cooperation between the different capacities and capabilities be organized? While how I understood the whole thing, that the main success, the driver of success in military action is that you have directives, you have tasks, you have all the let's say, the resources for making military actions are there, but it doesn't complete in a success if the organization of cooperation is not thought and in practical terms agreed with those in the same level of these capabilities. I think that was quite big, and I'm not sure whether I understand it myself, but anyway, that's how I feel the whole thing. And I'd like to see the whole problem of changing the levels of actions through the lenses of cooperation. How, while speaking about the strategic deterrence and suggesting that every sphere of society's spheres and actions and areas of politics, how they are combined. Yes, they are combined in Kremlin or in Moscow. Yes, but is it so in practice? I'm not sure. Whether I answered or not, I'm not sure either.
Thank you. You created a perspective into this issue, because we naturally know that there is no practical or clear answer into that. But I have one thing for you. If you touch the technology still. Oh, sorry. Who was the first one? So you fought a little bit, so Jyrki will be the first one.
Okay, I can go first. Yeah, thanks a lot. I was thinking of the like to Dimo question on the experience. Like, are there a lot of like practical level sort of positive or negative experiences so far that you could mention here of the consequences of delegating the initiative, like for example in Syria or in other conflicts, and also related to that, like what's your idea on if we think of risk taking, like as you said, combined with the sort of initiative being delegated, like would you say that there is sort of a higher possibility for miscalculations, for example, or in terms of escalation, for example, or de-escalation, or does it stay under the control nonetheless, like as it used to? Also, one comment for Leonid about the Dr. Strangelove. I just the way you described those two projects reminded a bit of the sort of other mega projects that because mega projects are very, I guess, common to the Russian system in different sectors of the economy. So to say, there is this discussion about the realization of budget. Like, would you like to comment on that? Thanks.
Please, Dima, and then Leonid, and then Justin had a question. You have, there was one question still. You. Then after that, if you just present your question now, so then they will answer. So then we have to go for lunch, I think. So, please, Victoria.
Yes, thank you. Well, really appreciated this panel and overall the whole event, and I think the changing concepts of war and explanation of it sort of situated this very well. And I wanted to ask in this regard, given these ideas of multipolar world order and great power competition and the lost strategic depth that you so brilliantly illustrated for us that Russia has now suffered, what is the threat perception in Russia? And does the threat perception require defense?
Could you take the video mask? My area is not so at its best.
So my question was, what is the threat perception, how you understand it in Russia? And then does this perception require more defense or offense? And how well the other side is able to understand this threat perception. And then the second question that I have goes for the style of management well, in hybrid campaigns, we see this more creative and sort of non-standard style of management, decentralized style of management. And you mentioned, non-standard thinking, creativity, военная хитрость, and most importantly, I think, seizure of initiative. And when you exercise, when you exercise, let's say in the West, you see that this is the problem. Because people cite that normative democratic framework prevents initiative, let's say, because it's so legalized. Or then psychologically, if you're on the defense, then you're sort of always reacting, and this then limits your creativity. So any advice how to bring creativity for the blue team in our situation?
Yeah. Basically, I'll get it. So Dimitri had now 2 questions, Leonid one, and Pentti have to take last moment for you for the threat and the defense and offense. So Dimitri, we would start. So.
Okay.
Just please be brief little bit, so that all of you, if possible.
Yes. I'll try, sir, to combine your question with your observation previously from before. Yes, delegating authority to the lower levels of command increases the chances for miscalculations and especially, as you mentioned, non-intended escalations, especially at the era of the so-called strategic corporals, when tactical activities can have immediate strategic ramifications. Well, that's a classical tension of the current, well, it's one of the sort of central dilemmas of the current character of war. How do you maximize utility of force by empowering lower levels of command with capacities as far as intelligence and fires are concerned, making them, and I'm quoting from the Russian discourse, самодостаточные, self-sufficient forces, so basically making them self-sufficient reconnaissance striking complexes on the lower levels of command, and on the other hand, preventing these undesired consequences. Here, Yuka, exactly your point about Stavka is there. By the way, you don't need to be in Russia to observe how these tensions looks like. That's exactly how the United States military is trying to acknowledge and to manage this tension. They don't call it Stavka, but they have their own strategic level commanders who are quite often intervening on the tactical level of activity, and this whole question of whether or not mission command is existing in their NCW era is pretty much there. I don't think that I have an answer for you, but what I'm trying to tell you and to invite us all to think, I think the Russian military entered in the last couple of years this fascinating exploration of how to run military operations at the backdrop of information technology revolution military affairs. So that's one point. Point about Syria, I don't think that I have a sort of definite answer for you, but we see that they are, as pretty much us in this place, and people around the world, are looking at their positive and negative lessons of themselves and of others from Syria. For example, you can see that Russian experts are also learning how the opponent forces, ISIS, or what they called незаконные военные формирования, illegal military formations, were running their operations. By the way, just an interesting point, they said that in terms of command and control, there is a similarity about the way how these illegal military formations, ISIS and the rest, were organizing themselves and the way how US doctrine of multi-dimensional operations and command and control in multi-dimensional operations look like. It's a very similar concept of command and control. They are saying it has upsides and downsides, but that's something that is present in the current era. You can perfectly see how people from artillery, Air Force, when discussing combined arms warfare and close air support on the lower levels of command, are discussing exactly these issues. There are no answers, but there is a fascinating discussion going on. And Victoria, I think that's exactly, and thank you for your question, I think that's exactly the answer that I can offer about the exercises. There is no answer to that, but I observe an interesting novelty. you see that in addition to testing performance, fulfilling their manuals, doing things by the book, выполнение нормативов и задач, you see how the system, Leonid, is cultivating or educating the points that you were making, lower-level commanders to take the initiative, to seize the initiative, and to perform unexpectedly. Where do you see it? You see it at two-sided exercises, двусторонние учения. And you can see that by the order from the high command, there is a splash to the two-sided effect. But Petri, just my last point to show that there is a clear historical continuity, two-sided exercises, this is not something new. One of the probably most famous two-sided exercises and war games, two-sided war games, it's a war game between Zhukov and commander of the Western Military District, Pavlov, at the eve of the Great Patriotic War, when they were actually improvising, taking the initiative, and learning and trying to sort of decipher how the future battlefield would look like. Although it was on the level of the strategic and operational, but during the Soviet era, during their 70s and 80s, especially in their airborne troops, especially in the Marines, in their Morskaya Pichota, naval infantry, you saw this type of exercises cultivating and developing commanders of this kind. So I'm just saying it's not a new thing, but right now it's actually at the front and center of the discourse, because Russian military is modernizing itself and going in the direction of reconnaissance strike complex.
Right. Now, Leonid.
Small comment. I just recalled two good examples. One was we have Soviet nuclear submarine commander, which had a pretty big opportunities to have. He had some initiative, and he could be making decisions. And so we have this school even in strategic domain. That's a small niche thing, but still. And the second is, I think, Spec Ops in Syria. They are very initiative, and they are even procuring armament on them all. They don't need this военная приемка thing which MOD is doing. They use lots of imports if they want. So and they are much more result. They give much more result actually. That's also a good example of that things are existing. Coming to the questions, the Dr. Strangelove and mega projects, I think that, with budgets, I don't think that this is going to be mass-produced ever. So if you are just doing R&D work for like 10 or 15 years, and it's like 1, 2, or 3 projects, and Russia is a big country with a big budget, then it's not something that is making a big change, let's say. So I think they can afford it. So we don't know the exact numbers, of course, but I don't think that it's a big problem. So Russia, even in 90s, Russia was investing enough money for the nuclear triad, at least for the land component. So, and about the threat perception in Russia and the defense and offense things, I guess that they call defense everything now. So, like the Kingshall is also a defensive weapon, if we are talking about some officials. But in reality, it's very difficult to understand if Russia really thinks that missile defense is a threat or not. I can't answer this question, or some global things. Are they really a threat or not? Is it an internal politics or foreign politics topic, or it's all together? That's like maybe 5 persons know really. So I don't want to think of that too much. But actually, even if they are perceiving it as foreign policy topic, they are still investing money in projects, and we can assume that they take everything seriously. Everything Americans doing, they take it seriously and do projects and answer somehow.
Now, Pentti, for you, a few words, and after that, you are the only thing between us and lunch.
Okay, thank you. Very briefly, I think I would call what about the threat perceptions and everything what comes to the question of threats as, in the Russian perspective, I would call it the methodological problem. While explaining this, that they are thinking the whole thing as a system, which consists of two parties. It forms a system, and if it functions well, there is no friction, and the interests of the parties are met. They are equal. But if something happens in the capacities, in the capabilities, this applies more or less to the military thinking, and so everything. While and this stems from the thing that if you have a weapon, it's not self-evident. It must have some kind of purpose, some kind of target to be used, and that is to safeguard the security. So this comes to the second point, is that it is a question of force. It is what is the equation between these two parties, whether it's plus for the Russians or plus for the adversaries, or vice versa. That creates the threat, whether it's a risk, whether it's a challenge, whether it's a danger or imminent threat, or whatever they are having these categories. And that's because they think everything through the lenses of this threat ideology, and that's I called a methodological problem for the Russians.
1 minute, Timo.
Yeah, thanks. Just on the, I very much agree. Just on the previous point that you made about different levels of command control in different cultures, historically in the Soviet tradition, creativity and what we call mission command and delegation of authorities existed on the operational level of war. That's how the notion of оперативное творчество was born. It was to a lesser extent present on the strategic level and was not really present on the tactical one. That is very rigid. What I was trying to tell you that historically we also know moments when the strategic high command delegated, especially at the most daunting moments of war, authority to its marshals, for example, started during the war. So at the daunting moment it happened. We haven't seen it on the tactical level. It was rigid. So what I'm saying that the systems knows how to do it. It has this holistic approach, or this holistic thinking about this whole phenomenon, but we haven't seen it on the tactical level. Now it is trying to return. But thanks for that.
Well, gentlemen, thank you for your thoughts, and I would suggest a little applaud for you. And for the audience, so we try to continue then at 1300 from the next session. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and welcome everyone back to our seminar conference and to the second session that is titled Theoretical Aspects of the Use of Military Power. My name is Katri Pynnöniemi and I work as an assistant professor at the NDU and at the University of Helsinki, focusing on Russian security politics. During this session, we will have a great opportunity to discuss how to apply theoretical insights, both Western and Russian, in analyzing and explaining contemporary military affairs. And I think during this session we will in particular discuss the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. As for the practical arrangements, we will follow the similar way as the previous panel. So we will first hear both presentations, and there is an opportunity for quick questions online and from the audience here at the hall, and then we will have a proper discussion in the end. So 1 hour and a half we have time to use. And let me first very briefly introduce our first speaker, who is doctoral researcher Jyrki Terva from the University of Tampere. And besides for being a doctoral researcher, he has a long experience in analyzing Russian politics at the professional capacity. And in his presentation, Jyrki will walk us through some seriously complicated theories to explain what Russia is planning to do or is trying to do with the conflict in Ukraine. But I'm sure that we will have a good grasp of things, and this will help us to understand also contemporary affairs after Jyrki's presentation. So the floor is yours. Welcome, Jyrki.
Thank you, Katri. Colleagues, pleasure to be here. Thanks very much for the invitation. Yes, indeed, I have looked at Russia in professional capacity for quite a long time in the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland, but currently. And today I will be speaking solely in capacity of a PhD researcher at the University of Tampere. So it's a bit of a disclaimer so that the colleagues don't get into trouble of what I say. The title of my today's paper, which is a part of my PhD research, it's kind of early ideas, testing of some ideas, and on what might work and what could be possible. So the title of today's paper is "Spooky Action from Distance," and I'm talking about the quantum approach to analyzing of uncertainty, and I will later argue why I'm using here the term strategic uncertainty in Russian-Western security relationship during the Russia-Ukrainian war from 14 to 22, so until to date. Originally, still, when I studied the project, my intention was to look solely at the Ukrainian context, at the East Ukrainian conflict. But after the latest escalation that we all are very well aware of, that happened since last autumn, I have a bit broadened the scope. In the bigger sort of project of the PhD, I was originally, and I'm interested in how this
what has been proposed as a quantum approach to international relations theory, how it can be operationalized and tested empirically in practice, and what is the added value of this theory. I'm also interested in such issues of how and why the conflict that we are now seeing has replaced trust and cooperation in the Russia-West relations. How the gap of perceptions of reality between Russia and West came to exist. What kind of forms this conflict might still take. Are there some rules, unwritten or explicit, in the conflict? And is there any coherence of what the conflict actually is? What kind of discourses are characteristic to it? And how the use of violence and psychological manipulation tools affect the conflict. Also, I'm interested in if there are links between the end of the Cold War in the beginning of, or the late 80s, and the way that the new Russia-West conflict is starting. So just to sort of prepare the ground, a couple of words about the quantum approach. I hope you can bear with me. It may sound, as Katri said, a bit theoretical. So in the IR field, Alexander Wendt, who is one of the big names in constructivist school in IR, he has recently, in 2015, proposed a new kind of quantum approach to social sciences. And this approach there are similar dimensions to it. There is the ontological dimension of how do we see the world, what is ontologically true about the world of ours. There is the metaphorical aspect to it, that we could use the concepts from quantum physics to better describe some phenomena in our everyday life and in international relations. And there is a technical aspect to it, saying that because our ability to manipulate the realm of quantum with quantum computing and other technological advances is fastly developing, we have to prepare for these developments by thinking of the concepts ahead, what that would mean for the study of international security. So this is basically the point about what Wendt has been saying, that because of the internet, to put it simply, we live in the world of densely networked systems of multiple media that produce, according to Wendt and Derderian, powerful superpositional effects as well as entangled affects that we need to take account. So it's basically our technological advances are bringing this feature of the social world that seems to be either ontologically or metaphorically resembling to what is happening in the realm of quantum physics to our everyday life. Wendt is very ontological. He's saying that human beings actually are walking wave functions, so that our brain, according to him, is capable of producing quantum coherent phenomena. Speaking of the decisions to make war, he says a distinction should be made between individuals who have authority to speak as a whole, its leaders, and those who do not have this first mover status in collapsing the state's wave function. So Wendt is seeing that the state is a system of entangled particles in which, by virtue of its internal structure, when measurements are made on the system by the environment, the choice of how to respond is not made locally by the particles, but centrally by the leader. So he's linking it to the IR theory. So the couple of what this could mean, couple of sort of elaborations of what Wendt has said is that the power of individual in today's society in terms of using violence has risen because of this nature of the world we are living in. If we think of war, on the other hand, then in a war there are countless decisions and actions that determine whether the violence continues, ends, escalates, or de-escalates. A war is only ever finally understood as a war rather than a battle or skirmish by a series of events that must unfold over time. So there are multiple potentialities that exist there, but are not yet closed off via ontological cuts. Thornton has made a point also on this that that violence is temporarily peculiar in that it is past-facing, eliding the importance of the present and future at the moment these actions are identified as violence. So there are as many histories as there are potentialities in the quantum world. I'm also using a traditional speech act theory of securitization theory. I won't go too deep into that. But what this means when we look at the conflict in East Ukraine and what has been happening there. What does the application of this approach mean? In quantum theory, there is a thought experiment that was developed by Erwin Schrödinger in 1935, and it's called the Schrödinger's cat. He used it to demonstrate the paradox of quantum superpositions. According to him, if we put a cat inside of a box with a radioactive isotope that randomly launches poisoning of the cat, we cannot know at any point of time if the cat in the box is dead or alive if we do not open the box and measure it. And likewise, I would argue that the West nor Ukraine can't measure the East Ukrainian conflict because there is the threat of Russian military escalation, because the area is controlled by the Russian proxy forces, and because the conflict has been labeled as a Ukrainian civil war by Russia, and Russia does not participate in discussions about it. And therefore, I would argue that what has happened is that Russia has created a permanent military political process. And this is being upheld and also ratified in a way through the Minsk agreements, which is directed to the Ukrainian power structure. So the conflict remains active and constrained like the cat in the box, dead and alive at the same time, while it includes different probabilities, political outcomes, or superpositions that can potentially be projected through the Minsk implementation to the Ukrainian power structure. And hence this uncertainty that is the conflict, if we understand it metaphorically as a macro quantum phenomena, this uncertainty has been turned into a military political instrument of influence. So as Alan Duncan, for example, has observed, in his work on the Minsk agreements is that that the agreements or the implementation of the agreements, they include two almost opposite interpretations of Ukrainian sovereignty. There's the Western/Ukrainian interpretation, according to which the implementation would lead into Ukraine that is supposed to regain its full sovereignty and territorial integrity. And then there is the Moscow's interpretation of the agreements where, as Putin wrote in his essay last year, that Ukraine can be sovereign, but only in the partnership with Russia. So the conflict in East Ukraine is somewhat in a mixed state, with a lot of uncertainties built into it. Suppositions that Russian military presence and policy prohibits West or Ukraine to measure. And this box sits tightly in Kremlin hands. It's important to remember that Russia, of course, they can project almost any scenario that they want to East Ukraine. And to my mind, for example, the recent claims of genocide in East Ukraine sort of show that almost anything can be projected if there emerges a need. And in the end, Ukraine cannot know what the implementation of the agreements would mean to its sovereignty if Russian interpretation would be forced upon it. So it's no wonder that the stalemate has now continued for over 7 years. So recently we have seen a scale-up, I would argue, of this logic. As Russia has published its security demands to US and NATO in last December. So this uncertainty that before was inscribed mostly to the Ukrainian context has now been scaled up by Russia on what I would argue is a strategic level, and this comes a little bit, to my mind, to what Pentti said about the active defense earlier. That there is somehow this link of that strategic level of uncertainty is being used as a sort of overall context for the military escalation. So, as in the Ukrainian context, the main tool for the current uncertainty in the Russia-West relations has been a combination of military escalation and a use of political language where the meanings of the words are being distorted. So, for example, where in Ukraine the Russian proxy war has been named as a civil war in Ukraine. In a similar way, in the security demands, we see a similar distortion of language. When the concept of indivisible security is now used officially by Russia to support the demands to the West. But when we look at them in the context of this strategic escalation in Ukraine and Belarus, they do seem more, in fact, a demand for the sphere of influence than of indivisible security. Similarly, frequent use of or renaming of the military buildup as a military exercise is another explanation of this example of this distortion of language. So what we have, I would argue, as a result is a box of uncertainty based on the military political process that Russia seems to use to control the security discourses in Europe. And with the help of this strategic uncertainty, Russia, which is actually economically, materially weaker power in comparison to the Western countries, so far has managed to keep the initiative, at least most of the time, and more importantly, to regulate the rhythm and intensity in the conflict. So here, to sort of describe or to draw what one sort of definition of what this strategic uncertainty or ambiguity might mean, I came across with text that was written actually by Henry Kissinger in his book Nuclear Weapons and Foreign Policy in '69. When he described the Soviet and Chinese ambiguity, or Soviet-Chinese strategic ambiguity. And I think it's a quite interesting description to compare to what is happening currently. So what Kissinger pointed out was that about the Soviet uncertainty and the Chinese use of uncertainty, but mainly referring to Soviets, is that opponents use legitimate language in a fashion which distorts meaning and increases hesitations on the Western side. They practice constant pressure just short of challenge, which they believe would produce a final showdown. Military actions are but one form of conflict and appropriate only to specific relations of forces. As a result of employing this strategic uncertainty, he notes that all dividing lines of war and peace are gradually eroded, and in a manner that never presents a clear-cut issue to the West. He also notes, of course, that since both sides have nuclear weapons in the stockpile, there is a possibility for miscalculations when uncertainty is being increased. As a politician, Kissinger, to my mind, in fact, he combined different viewpoints on uncertainty. There is, in sort of classical theory of IR, there is, for example, Ben Ratburn has observed that for realists in international relations, uncertainty equals to fear that demands power as response. For rationalists, uncertainty is about ignorance that demands information as a response. For cognitive theorists, uncertainty is confusion that demands cognitive shortcuts or knowledge as a response. And for constructivists, uncertainty is indeterminacy that demands ascribing meaning to it as a response. So, as a politician, Kissinger, he combines in his observation, to my mind, these different viewpoints of uncertainty. And it's interesting that he suggests utmost caution that so-called status quo powers must practice when they respond to strategic uncertainty. So according to him, strategic uncertainty can only be countered with policy of precaution, by attempting to nip opponents' moves in the bud before their prestige becomes so deeply engaged that any countermeasures increase has demonstrated it. And he also noted that in these kind of situations, both sides speak with the language of absolute truth, which is why an emphasis on traditional diplomacy, on good faith, or a willingness to come to an agreement may become a handicap when dealing with a power that is dedicated to overthrowing the status quo. Additionally, diplomatic conferences may become less a forum for negotiation and more a platform for propaganda. So what new quantum approach can bring in this situation? I would say that the added value lies in its non-classical and non-deterministic point of view. Quantum approach allows us to focus on the conflict as a system, imagined quantum, macro-quantum phenomena that has uncertainty inscribed as a basic underlying property of it, with a bit like in realism the anarchy, but without that it translates automatically into interpretations of fear and power play. Since quantum approach is more of a constructivist point of view, when understood metaphorically, maybe we can use the quantum approach to look at uncertainty either as a vector that has a direction, variations, increasing or decreasing, or as a property that gives the system temporal meaning and location. In addition, interestingly here, we might also need to take account what in quantum physics is understood as an observer effect. For example, if we try to estimate the uncertainty in a current moment, for example, which has been asked, I understand, by many people these days, what is the probability of Russian invasion to Ukraine in any given moment? Then, using the principles of quantum physics, and I again repeat metaphorically, we could say that the estimation of the probability of invasion may affect the probability of whether Russia invades or not. And also, from this perspective, I think it might be interesting to think of the decisions of US and UK to publish the intelligence data or the intelligence observations. There is maybe there is an assumption behind them that this information could de-escalate and preempt any false flag operation. In quantum terms, we could say that the observer effect is thus enforced upon the Russian black box of uncertainty, with the hope that it would have a positive effect on the conflict. Of course, we cannot know for sure if this is the case, but we might be able to later to measure if the uncertainty vector started to decrease or increase after the publication of this information. So to conclude, the quantum approach, to my mind, underlines a difficulty of maintaining coherence opposed to uncertainty in international relations and in security relations particularly. And it seems to highlight the importance of constructivist meaning making in the conflict. It also seems that we must be humble in our attempt to interpret the complexity of international security. Uncertainty may in fact lie in the relationship between actors instead of inside of the minds of heads of states that have the possibility to collapse the state's wave function, as Wendt argued. I would cautiously argue that based on what I have said on the Russian-Western security relationship during the Russia-Ukrainian war from 14 to 22, that the quantum approach highlights the need for clarity in policy. And it's interesting if we look at what Ukraine is doing, what is the Ukraine's own approach in the conflict, then it's quite easy to say that it is actually an attempt to bring clarity and coherence to the conflict, what Ukraine itself is trying to do. And so far it has been quite successful in managing and limiting the impacts of the conflict in East Ukraine. As a final note, of course, when uncertainty is exercised in scale by powers that possess nuclear weapons, it is always a major concern globally that we should pay attention to. Therefore, more coherence and clarity we have, the more predictable we could expect the conflict to become over time. It's another question, of course, if this is politically feasible. In this regard, one must note the importance to remember that states are not necessarily the only actors that can bring coherence and clarity as opposed to uncertainty to the situation. For example, if we remember the role of Bellingcat and other investigative agencies in the conflict so far, we could say that they have managed to reduce uncertainty over certain public issues more than the state actors. Thanks for the attention.
Would you have any quick questions for Jyrki at this point? I feel that this is, we can return back to this when we have the discussion, but this could be very helpful to clarify some issues in the Western debate on what level of concepts we are using when we talk about Russia's strategic deception, etc. But I think, like, if we now go to our second speaker, who is Juha Vihersaari. Also, he has a long professional experience with dealing with Russia analysis and is currently a doctoral researcher at the NDU. And he will bring us to give a presentation on Russian theory, Mesner, and a theory on Miedesnaya Vaina as a prelude to hybrid warfare. So I'm really looking forward to hear how this maybe Mesner's ideas could work with what Jyrki just presented us. And Juha will present his presentation online, so I just jump out of here for a
You can share your screen so we can also see your face.
So everything okay?
Yes, everything is fine.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. As Kati said, my name is Juha Viersaari. I'm a PhD student here and part of the Russia research group. And in my presentation, I briefly argue why I think that Yevgeny Messner is father of the hybrid warfare. Which means that the hybrid warfare is boosted version of his subversion war. But first, some words about Yevgeny Messner. Who was he? He was born 1891 in Ukraine, in Odessa, where he spent his childhood, started university. After that, after first year, he quitted and joined the Russian army. He served as an artillerist officer the first years of First World War. Graduated from Nikolai War Academy, and the last year of the First World War, he served in infantry division, and his last position in Russian army was division chief of staff. After revolution, he served 2 years on the white side, and there his final position was also chief of staff, and there he was promoted to colonel, which title he used the rest of his life. And after Ukraine, he emigrated to Serbia, where he spent next 25 years. He was in the 30s. He was very, very eager, active writer and researcher. And in the Second World War, he served in Wehrmacht propaganda. In Wehrmacht propaganda tasks, and he was head of Russian section in military propaganda department of Wehrmacht military command Serbia, and his last position was head of propaganda department, the first Russian National Army, and from Serbia, after Second World War, he emigrated to Argentina, where he spent the rest of his life, and he died in 1974. And as a summary, we can say that he was a very talented and hardworking officer and researcher. And in addition, he had exceptionally broad experience of multinational, multi-ethnic, multilingual, and sectarian wars in Balkans and in Russia. And that is very rare experience. Here is his bibliography and writings. I will not start to translate this, but here we can, I think that almost everyone can Russian. But here we can see two main periods. The four last ones, they were
from his first period, active period, 10 years before the Second World War in Serbia, and the second active period when he wrote about a worldwide subversion war was in Buenos Aires in the 60s, basically in the 60s, plus minus. In this picture, I have collected, in my opinion, the most relevant warfare theories from point of view of hybrid warfare. And these green arrows, they are the first relevant theory, fourth generation warfare, created by US Marine Corps officers. And these brown arrows, they are sixth generation warfare created by Soviet general. They are basically from 1 to 4 in the Russian side or Soviet side, and from 1 to 3, they are quite similar. The fifth generation is nuclear war, which the creator consider impossible. Fourth and sixth generation war, they were game-changing warfare theories, because the information raised as a tool or instrument or weapon in both cases. And then we have these separate definitions. We have these 2 Chinese colonels created or wrote a book named Unrestricted Warfare. Then we had 2010 was Abbott's fifth generation warfare. They both are very closely connected together. Fifth generation warfare is a kind of boosted version of fourth generation warfare. And the blue arrows, they are Russian information warfare and Russian net-centric warfare created by Panarin and developed by Panarin and Dugin. And the core of my research work is that I want to prove that subversion war covers all this pink area here. And the final theory is a new generation for warfare Russian, which covers the conventional and which consists of conventional warfare and also the hybrid warfare. And these fourth, sixth, and subversion war, they are game-changing theories because they had this information domain as a new domain. And it's interesting that in both theories, in Messner's subversion war and in this fourth generation warfare, the importance of information increased. In first versions, it was it has a supportive role. It was a kind of force multiplier. And in the final versions of writings, it played main role. And of course, technology has a big influence in this. And this sixth generation warfare, it has this kinetic dimensions, but also this information dimension, but it's very, very limited because it's in the battlefield only. Excuse me. I think that there was some mistake because this picture I missed, but here we can see the biggest changes or similarities in these game-changing warfares. Messner's, they in these both theories, the developers, they assess the same wars, small wars after Second World War, where the information got increasing role as a new weapon. In subversion war, it was a weapon in proxy wars, and in order to destroy enemy nations' will to fight, to subordinate small nation. And in this fourth generation warfare, it was a totally opposite. It was a kind of liberation warfare. And the attacker wanted to kick out the occupant, so the Western occupant from their country. And they wanted to influence the enemy's political leadership. And the point of view was, of course, different. It was, in first case, it was an attacker's point of view, and in the fourth generation, it was a defender's point of view. And of course, the time window was different. Messner assessed time before collapse of Soviet Union, and Lind and Thomas Hammes time after collapse of Soviet Union. Both of these wars, they are warfares. They are total warfares, and which demands a long time in order to get results. Fourth generation warfare, typically about 20 years, and Messner also mentioned that tens of years would take time to get the revolution in subversion war through. And the last point is quite interesting also, communism versus Western world, which means, in fact, it's atheism versus Christian culture. And in the fourth generation version, it was Islamism or Islam versus Western world, Christianity. So in both theories, they have this Huntington style clash of civilizations. And it's especially interesting because we can find this same phenomenon in Russian hybrid warfare, how they defined that it's campaign of cultures or civilizations. The sixth generation warfare is totally different. It's limited into the combat field, and it's created by assessing US wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. But nevertheless, it was game-changing in that sense that information became race in this theory. It started to play its own role. Again, it tried to jump two pictures in one. But here, if the information was the most crucial change or new domain, this is ideologically the biggest change in comparison to other warfares. Messner analyzed or came to that conclusion already in the 50s that nuclear war is impossible to conduct. No one could win that. He also came to the conclusion that that only superpowers and coalitions can conduct conventional wars. And that kind of superpowers usually they had or has nuclear weapons, so the conventional war can slip into the nuclear war very easily. That's why in subversion war theory, the red line is between subversion war and conventional war. Instead of one big war, should conduct a series of proxy wars in the form of subversion war. And that covers also one main principle of hybrid warfare, that the aggressor should be able to conduct war in shadow without showing himself, or at least without conducting war de jure. If everyone knows that de facto they are conducting war, it's important, but it's not that important. Maybe it's more important to show that we can do that without being punished, because we are not conducting war de jure. But anyway, subversion wars, a series of small subversion wars, was solution for that. And in the early writings or first writings, diplomacy didn't belong to subversion war, but in the last writings, diplomacy, and especially aggressive diplomacy, belonged to the toolbox of subversion wars. And in the military side, the famous Russian Marshal Agarkov came to the same conclusion, but the solution was a little bit different. They decided that they don't want to start nuclear war. And the solution was that, theoretical solution, that they have to create weapons that they can use instead of nuclear weapons that are effective enough to compensate the lack of nuclear weapons. But Soviet army was not able to do that, so that was adapted in the western side. And the practical solution was in Iraq and Afghanistan wars, precision-guided weapons, net-centric warfare, non-contact warfare. And that way, behind the corner, it came back to Russia in a form of sixth generation war. Here we can see the parameters of hybrid warfare. Usually we define hybrid warfare on the basis of modes and dimensions, but we can also use, they are basic dimensions, basic parameters, and without them we can't go to tactics and strategies. That's why I limited my analysis or argument only on modes and dimensions. Here is a classical summary of modes, and it's based on definitions by, let's say, grand old men of Western hybrid warfare: Frank Hoffman, Russell W. Glenn, and John J. McCowan. And we have two kinds of modes: physical modes and conceptual modes. From conventional warfare to cyber warfare, these physical, which in some cases are named as are called as kinetic modes, and political, economical, and social means, and information warfare belong to conceptual modes or non-kinetic modes. This is a classical summary which quite well defines what is classical hybrid warfare. Here we can see, this is an example, but it was so different that I took it here. It's an Indian version of modes, kinetic and non-kinetic. They use these words, and I will not go through the line by line, but there are two especially interesting points that they see ABC weapons as a toolbox of hybrid warfare. And that's quite extraordinary. If we compare to Messner's original idea. And in these non-kinetic, into these non-kinetic modes, they include resource wars. This is very relevant. Usually wars in connection to energy or water in many cases, and weather wars. This is possible only for superpowers, which can manipulate weather. And also third thing, that the criminal activities they counted belong to both sides without many borderlines. Here is a subversion war. We have first Messner's definition of subversion war. Then we have Alexander Bartosz definition of hybrid warfare. Bartosz is a kind of high priest in the area of hybrid warfare in Russia. And he writes in the most prestigious magazines, Vainaja, Wiesel, and Viesnik, AVN. So we have to consider that he's a relevant person, authority. and irregular warfare, terrorism, criminal activity, demonstrations in subversion war, diplomatic and political means, economical and financial means, social means. In this definition, there is nothing extraordinary, but it's interesting that everything has mentioned also in Messner's writings. That is basically the same. And in Messner's version, it's a psychological means on cognition, moral, and ethics. And in Barto's version, it's information psychological warfare on culture and ideology. And they are quite close to each other, these definitions. And cyber warfare, of course, it's not possible to belong to subversion war. Then we have these dimensions. There are 3 dimensions. The number of modes that attacker can use or can use simultaneously or can fuse. The most important is the second one, what attacker can use simultaneously, because all the grand old men define that this belongs to hybrid warfare. And according it's fine. It's only one picture and it's perfect. And according to Messner's writings, the 2 first dimensions, multi-modality and simultaneity, are used in subversion war, which means that in that sense, subversion war also fulfills, let's say, the demands of hybrid warfare. And the last one, the special dimension. This is also from this basic definition. It's the special dimension, 4th dimension. It's a catastrophe which causes that high disruption affecting the population, national morale, and government functionality. So that with one blow can change the game in a moment. And Bartos defined the same quite similar, a little bit more accurate, man-made technological or ecological crises, massive terrorist strikes, or assassinations. They could break the enemy's backbone. But Messner, he has had a little bit different opinion. He was totally against. He assessed that it's psychologically impossible to destroy a town, for example, a town Hiroshima style, with one strike. He thought that it was so disgusting, it was too disgusting act that even own people would reject it and it backfires. But Bartos, he had a way to go around this. The situation changes crucially if man-made catastrophe could be made out to be a natural disaster, and here should be or cannot be connected to hybrid war attacker. This is interesting point because very famous Russian couple, Chekhinov Bagnano, have mentioned that this belongs to hybrid warfare and its increasing tendency in future for that kind of acts in hybrid warfare. So shortly here is my conclusion that hybrid warfare is boosted by technology subversion war. Thank you for your attention, and I think that the questions and comments will come during the panel discussion. Of course, I can answer already now.
Okay, thank you very much, Juha. Please stop the slide share, and then Jyrki, if you also come here, and we'll sit in this interesting combination. All right, so now we have 20 minutes for discussion. And I think what we have here is a very interesting combination of long-term trends in thinking in Russia, and also the kind of the practical application in a current conflict. But before going into my questions, I would like to open the floor, because I know that we have a lot of experts on these issues. So please, if you may ask any questions you have for the two presentators. Okay, please, and also introduce yourself.
My name is Victoria Rusnaite, Senior Analyst at the Hybrid COE. Thank you for this really fascinating and thought-provoking panel. My question will be about thresholds, this black box, Schrodinger's cat situation, has been unfolding for quite some time now, and it's unclear how feasible in terms of resources is to keep this happening. And this brings, I think, in practice us sorry. Yes, so no problem. I was just thrown off a bit. So I think this brings us to a situation that I would call threshold anxiety, because it's sort of unclear in this situation. If the threshold is crossed already, if we don't have language to describe the phenomena, and it's not clear what's going on, just it's clear that something is going on that is really harmful, but we're not clear yet if our threshold is crossed or not. So do you have any advice to how to tackle it? Is bringing in more certainty helps, or are there any other means how to address this, the issue of thresholds in this environment?
Okay, any other questions now? If not, then maybe we start with this. Thank you.
Yes. My understanding of the resources when it comes to the East Ukrainian conflict is that it's not very expensive conflict to uphold for Russia. Because of the weaponry and the types of forces that are being used, and the constrained and low intensity nature of the conflict. As to, you asked about advice,
not sure. I'm looking from the researcher point of view, trying to give meaning and definitions to it. To me, as I said, what Ukraine has been doing so far seems to be working to an extent, isolating the area, and what they have been practicing, the selective, if you like, implementation of the Minsk agreements to protect the power structure, like the core of their power structure from the effects. I guess those are the type of hints that what can be done, like in the kind of situation that has been created. It's, in terms of clarity, it's of course also interesting that if you look at during the recent escalation, the line that the Ukrainian leadership has taken publicly is to try to project coolness.
I was thinking that in a way I see a lot of similarities with other with Russian concepts, like concept of strategic deception, and then we could look at the Russian theory of reflexive control as a kind of means, a theoretical background for this kind of systemic use of uncertainty in a conflict situation. But then I was thinking that do you think, like, how much of sort of writing there is on the factor that it somehow requires that the one who uses uncertainty in an instrumental way never kind of never in a way ceases to understand that it's an instrument. So what I'm looking for is that you can't, when you use this type of a tool in your advantage in a conflict, you can't start to believe into your own discourse, because then you lose this idea of it being used as an instrument to control the dynamism of the conflict. And here I might see some dangers currently in the Russian kind of political language. And then on the other hand, there's also a weakness that adversary can finally kind of understand what's going on and then start to, in a way, act differently on these very political notions. And especially at this moment, I see that there would be possibilities for the Western actors to actively reformulate, for example, the Minsk kind of process, and to start to weaken this Russia's ability to use this uncertainty. So this sort of ideas on how you see in the Russian literature maybe on this issue. And then for Juha, I wanted to ask you about the Messner as a writer in current Russian military thought, because I have a feeling that when reading Bartosz, I didn't see too many references to his writings. But what do you think is his role in the current Russian literature on these issues? So these two questions, and our audience can still maybe find some more questions. Thanks. Maybe Jyrki, if you start.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There, as also Juha has in his presentation discussed quite thoroughly on hybrid warfare. of course, we have to make a distinction between sort of Western concepts describing uncertainty that I would argue is the Western concepts are often, in a way, because they come from this classical thinking, they are to some extent dualistic. So we talk about information, disinformation, secret warfare as opposed to open warfare, dark warfare as opposed to sort of shedding light to it, gray zone, something that is sort of hidden instead of open. So there is this. Most of the Western conceptions they try to capture this phenomena of warfare from the point of view of defining it. It's an attempt to define as well. If we look at the Western diplomacy in Ukraine, it's I would argue it's an almost endless attempt to define the conflict, like to repeat all over and all over again something, the very basic facts about what is happening. Whereas the Russian tradition and Russian concepts often they are more linked to aspects of psychology and mind control, like active measures or reflexive control on a military level, of course, Maskirovka, desensitization, which is also used. So they are not so. They are more describing the dynamics of what is being done when these sort of operations are implemented or executed. And I would agree that that you mentioned if there is danger in starting to believe in one's own discourse, like some quotes from Kissinger's observations, I guess, are also interesting in this regard, because he notes that when uncertainty is being used in a strategic level, then you end up in a situation where both sides speak with their own language, speak with their own truths, and it's a kind of part of the game. So I would agree with that observation.
Yeah, in a way, if I may continue, then it's really who wins then is also who wins the definition of the final, what was the conflict about. And if we look at the the previous theories of enemies, these enemy images, enemy is the one is kind of defining what the conflict is about. But seems that in this current conflict, there is this blurring of also the enemy images, which makes the whole conceptualization of what's going on quite a difficult and multidimensional, as you mentioned in the end of your speech. But now, please, Juha, question on Messner and his importance in a way, in a larger scale, Russian thinking.
About Messner, I think that my impression is that Messner has been a bit forgotten. It usually, it's in many writings, it's mentioned, but not quoted or referred too much. I think that the one reason is that his writings they are not so, let's say, linear. When I made my own version of that, you had to go through, I went through all these three, let's say, major books or major writings and put together things that belong to under same topic. But he has unlinear style, and he didn't start the second writing where he stopped the first writing. I think that is this one reason, and someone has made the original summary of references, and quite many, according to my observations, they are using the same. So maybe it's like Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. Everyone said that has read it, but who has really read it? I don't find any other explanation for this, but I've noticed the same as you, that it's not very popular at the moment. I don't know what kind of role plays that he was Ukrainian, or if it plays any role, but anyway, that is also
Thank you.
One thing.
Yeah, and anyway, thank you for bringing us this excellent presentation of his thought. I think that's why we are here in this seminar. Any questions from the audience? No? No, we have still... okay, Dima, please.
Yes. Thank you both. Just a question related to Messner and his theory or his military philosophy and how it relates to Russian military thought. So, just a question related to Messner and his I'll just appreciate if there is a way to show the connection or the influence between Messner's intellectual legacy and the way how contemporary Russian military theoreticians and practitioners refer to it in their writings or in their speeches or practice. I mean, I can perfectly see the correlation between the two, but the question is whether there is a direct linkage between the two. Whether they're citing it, they're critically discussing it, to what extent you can trace intellectual sources of current contemporary Russian views to Messner. Thank you.
Did you hear the question, Juha, or shall I repeat it?
You heard the question?
Yeah, I have to use two devices. That's why it takes. I can't hear through this, so I have listened the question through the YouTube and then came back to this. But anyway, thank you for question. I can't answer that. I would have found any, let's say, solid proof about that, but that is main task in my thesis, that I try to find out that maybe in future I can find that yes, there I have found solid proof that that kind of connection exists, but at the moment I can't do that. And I think that it's not only into the Russian military theory, but also to this fourth generation warfare and unrestricted war that you could say that are influenced by Messner's thoughts, but how to prove that? Messner himself he didn't use too eagerly any references. In some cases he in text mentioned, but systematically didn't. So answer is that I can't.
Yes, Tim.
If you please, well, thank you. If you please, Yorki, can I ask you sort of similar question with regards to your presentation in a sense of, I can perfectly see the logic of your argument. I'm just curious, as with the previous question, to what extent you also have traced or seen something or similar frame of reference in the Russian discourse. Do they use this sort of figure of speech? Do they use this world of associations? What would be the closest in this ambiguity phenomenon that you described, as far as their professional terminology is concerned, to this Schrödinger's cat phenomenon? And thank you both again.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Of course, the theory that I'm using, the quantum approach, it's Western. It's a Western theory. Of course, quantum theory of physics is being taught and applied in Russia as well. But of the sort of maybe more of the political actors linked to the Ukrainian conflict, I would say the one who is using the terminology closest to the that fits intuitively the best to the quantum approach has been Surkov, like who used to be the point man on Ukraine when he was writing this article in 2014 in Ruski Pioner about the nonlinear war, and by the way has lately published another article about Russia exporting chaos in November last year. That is interesting source to be looked at. So Surkov is, of course, I would say he's more. I would characterize that he's more approaching the issue from the point of view of agitation and propaganda. But we must, though, remember that he was the main counselor of Kremlin, like when the war and during a long time during the war in East Ukraine. He was, of course, replaced by Dmitry Kazak in I think 2019. But yeah, I would say out of the Russian realm, more like Surkov is probably the closest. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent closing for our session, and also thank for the questions that I think will give like a future directions for the both speakers and for their very important work. So we are looking forward to next step in both dissertation projects in the next seminar. So thank you, and this session is closed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to National Defense University's Russia seminar. I am Major Juha Kukkola and I will be the moderator of this session number 3, Artificial Intelligence in Service of War Preparations. In this session, we have 2 presentations. First one by Oscar Johnson, and then the second one by Rod Thornton. Each some 30 minutes, and then hopefully a lively discussion for 30 minutes. And we will wrap up this session about approximately 4:15. So first, let me briefly introduce our first speaker, Mr. Oscar Johnson. Oscar Johnson is a scholar and analyst. He holds a PhD from Department of War Studies, King's College. He is a founder of Phronesis Analysis and researcher at the Swedish Defense University. Oscar Johnson has years of experience working in academia, armed forces, leadership, and think tanks. His research focuses on Russia and contemporary warfare such as cyber, disinformation, political subversion, as well as strategy, geopolitical risk, and international law. He is also the author of the book called The Russian Understanding of War. Mr. Johnson's presentation is called Russia's Revolution in Intelligence Affairs, from Natural Stupidity to Artificial Intelligence. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Juha, for that extensive introduction. And thank you all for being here, and thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here and talk a little bit about some research that is currently undergoing with the gracious support of USUCOM, Russia Strategic Initiative. And it is also done together, parts of it with Bryce Johnson, who is a US Army officer who was doing his MA at my previous employer, IE University, when we started talking about these things. He is currently at TRADOC, I will say. I will start with the first caveat is natural stupidity is nothing to say that Russians are stupid. That question came yesterday. It's just simply wordplay on the opposite of artificial intelligence. I'd like to take you through a little bit on Russian intelligence, AI and intelligence, and then mash those two together to Russia's revolution in intelligence affairs. First of all, we need to ask, well, why do we need to study this? And I'll start by some abused concepts. Knowledge is power is quite often attributed to Sir Francis Bacon. Of course, he was wrong, because knowledge is not power. It's a precondition for power. Power is relational. It's about influencing incomes. But nonetheless, knowledge is incredibly important. Any way of understanding and knowing about your adversaries, their plans, their capabilities, has the immense opportunity to set yourself ahead. Another very abused concept, statement is, of course, Vladimir Putin saying that the one who rules AI will rule the world. But I know that, and I expect most of you already know that I was giving at a school day for school kids just to encourage them. It wasn't his big strategic analysis. But that said, AI is still very, very important. So why do I want to do this research? Well, first of all, so much about AI and war, AI and strategy, AI and power has been focused on autonomy. Autonomy is very, very interesting, and that's very, very good. But what is AI? I like a little twist on Fight Club. I say the first rule of AI is that you don't talk about AI. Once you know what AI is, you talk about the specific components of AI, such as machine learning or image recognition, etc. But for the sake of simplicity, I will talk about AI. But very much has been about autonomy and very less about AI as being something, a technology that aids analysis, decision-making. And it's roughly, you can say, what it does best is pattern recognition. The discussions of intelligence in AI has not been Russia-focused, and much of it has rather been focusing on an evolution, doing things as the way it's been done, and rather focused on public actors, not the interaction between public and private. Before I start going to the meat of the presentation, I will start with the really boring part, and that is the caveats. As any research, it's preliminary until more arguments and more evidence occurs. But this is particularly preliminary because it's about trying to investigate intelligence services, which are by nature one of the most secret organizations that you can find, and in fast-moving circumstances with emerging technologies. So this with a great degree of humility that I'm trying to do this. So how do we try to do this? That's the second part. Well, since it's really hard to get very, very concrete black and white answers on this, I've tried a matched methodology that mixes looking at doctrines, looking at statements, the way in which the potential of AI is being perceived. Also meeting practitioners. I've held interviews with defense industry, with private industry, with cyber industry, and with researchers that are good in AI, and just say, tell me, how does this work? How does this play out? And that is kind of a little bit the sauce I'm trying to get at in this presentation. So first of all, this is a little bit of context, and if it looks funny, it's because the font was changed in the transformation. One of the things I want to start with is that Russia is actually dominated by the intelligence and the security services in decision-making. Some discussions tend to focus on Russia as a militarized society dominated by the military leaders. I think that is incorrect, and I'm not going to say it's only intelligence and security, but if you look at the way the vertical power is shaped, and most notably visibly seen in the Security Council, it is dominated by intelligence and security professionals. They are in charge with the whole set of strategic planning, the documents, the strategies, and even ultimately approving of the military doctrine, which also is an overspill to the threat perception. We spend a lot of time here in the West, and myself included, talking about the balance of military and non-military threats. And one of the reasons why there's no surprise that the military doctrine talks so much about internal non-military threats when the armed forces is responsible for external and military threats, I argue, is because it's dominated by secure intelligence professionals. One illustration is the KGB defector Yuri Bezmenov, who famously also said, well, not one manifestation of that, but to understand the Russian take on intelligence, I want to quote Yuri Bezmenov, who said, around 15% of what you guys think that we do is what you in the West in intelligence service do. That is intelligence collection, trying to figure out what is the adversary doing and knowing more about their plans and knowledge. But 85% of what we're doing is active measures. We're also actively trying to shape political processes. Of course, we do that in the West as well, but I would argue there's a degree of difference by how much time the Russian intelligence and security services are spending for active measures versus the Western ones. I put this here just to remind you that we're not only, even though we're talking about intelligence and security services, we're not only talking about gathering, we're also talking about active measures. Fourth point, so the critical components of AI, as I'm sure you most know, you need data, you need algorithms. Algorithms needs to be trained on data, and then you need competencies. Russia has unique access to data, given its expansive surveillance system, and including the SORM system, including the facial recognition systems. I will talk a little bit more about that. And of course, the human capacity out of a lot of people that is very clever in this regard. I'll give you just one example of how certain theorists are talking about AI in a notion that is grabbing more hold. I'm sure most of you have read hype-like statement of saying AI will be the next best thing, which it might. I'll take Major General Vasily Burenok, who's head of the Rocket and Artillery Sciences, and he said, AI is one of the most important technologies that radically changes not only armed conflict, but also the essence of power and competition. So, for this reason, I think it's worth thinking about this. Was information scarcity. It was really hard to get good information, and you need a lot of people to sit and analyze it. So, KGB numbered around 500,000, some estimates I've seen during the Soviet Union, and likewise Stasi, the East German intelligence services, numbered 90,000 people. They had to sit and manually go through large amounts of data to weed out signal from noise. Today, we have flipped that problem. Now you have an information overload with information exploding everywhere. And the problem is in making sense of all the information that is coming. Notorious psychologist and decision-making, Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman has shown in his studies that algorithms are particularly apt at weeding through the noise. So just to take one example, there's been studies on bail bonds, judges deciding on which criminals that should be released on bail. And algorithms consistently outcompete judges. Even though judges has more access to information, they get to sit down with the defendant, look them in the eyes, get a measure of their character, etc. But they consistently make worse predictions. Probably, well, in large part because they are assigning explanatory value to factors that doesn't have explanatory value, whereas the algorithm only looks at certain key characteristics, that's previous records and socioeconomic status. Also, judges' decisions on bail bonds tends to vary depending on lunch breaks and blood sugar levels. So, for instance, right now you'll probably be harsher than you would have been this morning. That impacts human, that doesn't impact algorithms. Why AI is interesting for intelligence is also fundamentally a philosophical question. It depends on how you see humans and how you see free will. Some, for instance, Noah Harari says that we fundamentally, humans are algorithms responding to certain stimuli in a certain way in which we've been trained. Perhaps, but there's definitely a lot of interesting examples that makes us question to which degree are there the secret patterns of everything that powerful automated analysis tools can discover. Let's go through just some examples which I find particularly funny. There was a big scandal where Target started sending pregnancy information to a teenager based on, of course, very limited amount of data. They only had the consumer data of that teenager. Target is a low-cost supermarket, for those of you who are not aware of that. And the whole gist of it was that the Target figured that out way before her own dad did. Her own dad did, of course, had all of the history, all of the surplus of information, all of the interaction, had even a gist where, you know, the boys she was seeing and things like that. But on an amount of very limited consumer data, okay, this is not the hardest automated analysis question if you start buying certain, you know, pregnancy tests, etc. But that's just one example. Another example shows how from satellite imagery, you can infer with quite good accuracy voting patterns based on the cars on the driveways. So in the US, for instance, do you see a pickup truck or do you see a Ford Prius? By that, you can quite, you know, and I don't know what the Finnish example is. I expect everyone drives Volvo here, so I don't know if that's a division on the voter scale. Bridgewater is one of the most successful hedge funds that has implemented, in parts, an algorithm-driven manager that has the potential and has made decisions on hiring and firing based on automated analysis. When it comes to hedge fund and taking care of money, that's quite easy to automate because you can measure profit and loss, for instance. You have a very clear feedback loop. But you also have examples where hedge funds are buying commercially available satellite images, applying automated analysis on things such as how many cars are there parked outside these Chinese factories, because they want to make a forecast on how good those factories are. The same for ships, how to estimate the flow of traffic and the value of the goods coming. That is already out there. Cambridge Analytica has been one of the most popularized examples. It has mostly been talked about as a big data leak from Facebook, where Facebook lost a lot of data. But the interesting part of it is also the automation of psychographic profiles. We don't know exactly how effective those are, but the whole idea, well, especially because it was all in Cambridge Analytica's interest to hype as much as they could. But what they did was psychographic profiling based on what type of person are you on a quite simple scale based on, are you fear-driven? then we scare you with the scare ads. Are you pride-driven? We cater to your proud. And also interesting to add from that is that once you have a data set, research from Yale University shows you have a very high degree of probability. So if you have a decent cut, if you have analysis on a decent cut of the population, it's very portable for the other part. So even if you care very much about your privacy and you don't use your Facebook, you could statistically be replicated in behavioral analytics. Another way which algorithms is being applied is through automated spear phishing. So we're getting better and better at detecting automated phishing, but instances such, one example could be if a plane crashes and you have the passenger records, then you also know that everyone who's a relative to someone who's been in that plane will have an incredibly much lower shield against spam, for instance. So if you want to use such an event, that is also already in the making, that type of algorithms that can shape spear phishing emails to get there. Give you another example, which is the flight scanner. This is also something that you basically could go home and do. You can take publicly available data from transponders, you feed them into an algorithm, teach it how does planes fly, and then when you have the history, you will also very quickly detect when you have abnormalities. Or you can even do something like this. You take a port, you take the port of Baltisk, for instance, and you train an algorithm to recognize when the ship's there. You train the algorithm to recognize when there's cars there. If there's cars there overnight, someone is sleeping on the ship, if the ship is still in the harbor. If there are several cars there and the cars are not moving, that leads you to understand a lot. And of course, we're seeing a lot of this open source explosion around Ukraine right now. But here's the trick. Intelligence services has been quite good at having a situational awareness, but they've also been quite bad at using that data, the historical data, and using it to give prognosis in the future. So if you have a system that 10 years back know every single movement of such, let's take the Russian amphibious landing ships in the Black Sea, then you can also very quickly find out, well, how often have they been there? What do they routinely do when they're there? And you just very, in an automated fashion, see the abnormalities. The last example I want to get at where we are, this Project Mayhem, which you might be aware of, was initiated by the DoD in 2016, and they're creating an automated trawler that was, which goals were to detect software vulnerabilities in just really survey all of the programs, all of the software in your computer system and find vulnerabilities. And when you found that, you could automatically create patches that saved your vulnerabilities. For those of you who are thinking one step further, of course, this could be used offensively as well. You have an automated system that consistently goes through vulnerabilities and codes of your adversary and automatically generates malicious code that can exploit those. That was already done. I think it was Carnegie Mellon University who won that D&D competition with Project Mayhem. Okay, this section was just to give you some examples to concretize what AI could do and what it's already doing, actually. So what about Russia? What about Russian intelligence? Well, tricky part of it is it's not that simple to find out. One of the things I've been doing is finding a number of companies that are bragging about, for instance, getting their top secret classification with the FSB. This is Google translated. One of the things that SUS Lab is doing is using neural networks to classify the roles of social network users. What does that mean? Well, we can take the examples, for instance, from Cambridge Analytica and other things to understand where that is going. SUS Lab is participating in a lot of conferences with the FSB, with the Interior Ministry, and of course the salesman, and they want to put out the best version of what they're doing. But here's another example with the Semantic Archive platform, which is also a company bragging about their public procurement with the FSB that are being applied there. And as you can see, what they are doing is offering these sort of automated analysis that I've been describing, the ability to combine all sorts of data into a source space, and then put automated analysis, you do networks analysis, profile, maps, charts, timelines, and digest. So really think of a combination of everything I put forward before. Some of the simple and obvious open source data, such as satellite images that are commercially available, could you also combine with all of the sources of the intelligence services, including everything from telephone records to driver's license databases, to classified intelligence, coupled with the social media activity, coupled with the psychographic profiling right there. And all of a sudden, you're creating a massive opportunities for not only mass manipulation, but also micro-targeting. I'd like to make the example of the hack of the Office of Personnel Management, where Chinese hackers stole 20 million records of 20 millions of US employees. And 20 years ago, you wouldn't been able to do that much with it, even if you had, 20,000 analysts. They will need to do 1,000 personal files by themselves. I saw you shaking your head, Michael. It was allegedly 20 million profiles. But for the sake of imagination, let's say it was 20 million profiles. You couldn't do very much with that. But think of placing them in a system where you integrate them, first of all, just by sorting which ones are interesting and which ones are not interesting. And then you hang on their social media activity. Then you hang on, especially cell phone activity is one of the, I think, most interesting and one of the ways in which we're most vulnerable. That is something that's being commercially sold, albeit in a pseudonymous basis, but it's quite easy to declassify. For instance, me, I'm the only person going to my house and, to the city, to Swedish Defense University, to my gym club. If you know that, it's quite easy to declassify that. So imagine just pairing that as well together with these capabilities. I'll also add, of course, coupled with biometrical facial recognition, that was applied 2020 in the Moscow metro, and reportedly already 2,000 people had been detained using the automated facial recognition system, which of course can be integrated as well. Okay, so going further a bit, a couple of more examples. Of course, the MOD is thinking about this as well, announced in May 2021 that they will create a special AI department, and the MOD and the Academy of Sciences, together with the Ministry of Education and Sciences, are putting out the priorities for work in this. Of course, creating a consortium, big data AI analysis, fund for analytical AI, state system for training in AI, lab testing AI solution, and national AI center, monitoring and wargaming. This is an actual quote which Putin had said to adults, not only to school children. So I use that one instead of the other one. Russia must and can become one of the global leaders in the sphere of AI. This is a question of our future, the place of Russia in the world. And I think what this presentation fundamentally boils down to is saying, A, this is something important. B, this is something incredibly potent. C, this is something Russia is working on applying. With the breadth, depth, speed, and decentralization that AI offers in intelligence services, it will amount to revolution in intelligence services. Revolution in intelligence affairs. If we go to the analogy of revolution in military affairs, which was the informatization of warfare, and we think through technology, doctrines, and organization. Normally you say, well, all of these needs to change for it to be an actual revolution, not just an evolution. Things get better. Technology, I would say a lot of it is already there. Doctrine, that is the tricky part of really making use of it. Organization also needs to change. I'll just take you one example, which is a very practical one. So Microsoft is trying to establish themselves in Sweden, and they have been targeting me with their lobbying efforts for me to say that, hey, let's get Microsoft in our intelligence. But I do think they have a point, and I'm not getting paid by Microsoft, but think of combining what intelligence services knows with a company like Microsoft. They have sensors in the entire global internet, given the cloud computing business, sensors that the US intelligence services might have, but others may not have. This organizational change that is needed for taking the full advantage of such a revolution in intelligence affairs has not yet gone there. It has been as we said. I've found a couple of companies that the Russian intelligence services are working with, but I haven't seen any large-scale reshuffling. Just some quick words then on breadth. Given the ability of automated analysis, you can obviously collect everything, but also make sense of it. And I'm not saying everything is easily made sense of. That's also a problem with structured and unstructured learning of data, is that is not that simple. But when you train your algorithms with good algorithms, they can automatically make sense of a lot of things. That also goes to the speed, of course. You can analyze it directly, not needed to have hundreds of intelligence analysts sitting and talking together. But also the depth. AI analysis offers an unparalleled depth of analysis. It can see things that humans are unable to. DeepMind beating Lee Sedol and Go is one example. But also finding patterns that we are not aware of is in the realm of artificial intelligence. And fourthly, decentralization, the ability to delegate decision-making away from the human. And I'm not talking about decision-making to kill or not to kill, and we can talk about autonomy if you want later, but rather for instance, such as Bridgewater had a decision on hiring and firing, seeing what is going and what is not going. Neural networks allows for instance, directing and acting by themselves, such as the example I did with Project Mayhem, which can by itself generate malicious code and use it. Together the argument made here, and which one you will disagree with, is that this will amount to revolution in intelligence affairs. It's just hard to say when. That's probably unsatisfactory, but that's the bottom line that we're having now. But as I said, a work in process, and all of the comments, especially the critical ones, are the most useful for bringing it further. So, thank you for your attention, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Oscar, for the very interesting presentation. I'm not going to throw any questions to you at this point. We'll wait until Mr. Thornton has given his presentation, but be prepared, I have some tough ones for you. Sir Thornton, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, but I can't share my screen while the other participant is sharing.
Just one second.
So, sir, thank you for taking part in this seminar and being with us here today. I hope we'll get your presentation up as soon as we can. Briefly, when we are doing that, let me introduce you to our audience here. So, Rod Thornton works at the UK Defence Academy. He focused on peace support operations in his PhD and holds diverse experience on Russian and East European studies. Dr. Thornton is currently teaching 4 Kings at the UK's Defence Academy across a range of courses and subject areas related to Russian military and strategic studies. And today, Mr. Thornton's presentation, which has been co-authored with Marina Miron from Defense Studies Department, also King's College, is called Interface Between AI and Cyber, Creating Revolutions in Military Affairs, ? The Russian military's utilization of artificial intelligence to enhance its cyber operations. So we have the presentation up. Can you see it, sir?
I can see it, yes.
All right, the floor is yours.
Is that full screen? Have you got me on full screen, have you?
Sorry, can you repeat, sir?
Is it on full screen?
No, it's not on full screen. It's the presentation view.
Yeah, I can't hit the full screen button because of the I am in the way. My little picture in the bottom icon, in the bottom screen.
If you press view on the top and then full screen.
Press what, sorry? There we go.
View in the alt.
Yep, got it. Right, I'm there. Oh, okay, thank you very much. Are we all good now?
Yeah, we are good to go.
Thank you very much. Technology. Gotta love it. Hi, well, first of all, I'm Rob Thornton, and this paper that I'm doing is with Dr. Marina Miron. We are both in the same department at King's. First of all, I would like to thank the FNDU for inviting us. I'm afraid I couldn't make it because I failed my COVID test the other day, therefore I couldn't fly to Finland. So apologies for me being remote. So first of all, the structure of what we're looking at basically is, what we're looking at first is the background to, and Oscar's very much set us up for this, for what we're discussing, for what we're looking at. So please bear in mind what Oscar says and relate it to what we're talking about. So first of all, we look at the background to overall AI development in Russia, which Oscar has already talked about, thank you. And also the general attitude to the adoption and utilization of AI in military systems. And finally, we kind of look at the use of AI as an enhancer to the conduct of cyber warfare, both in the offense, which is what we concentrate on, but also in Russia in the defensive environment. So we look at Russian AI enhanced cyber capabilities. So as physical scientists, we are looking at these particular aspects: the development of AI enhanced IT systems in Russia, in both the civilian and military spheres, as far as we can tell. Obviously, there's quite a bit in the Russian literature about civilian use of AI, but obviously there isn't that much about the military use of AI, especially in terms of cyber warfare. So internally, in the use within Russia, as Oscar was saying about domestic security, but we look at internal security measures and the use of AI enhanced IT tools with that, but also we're more concentrated on the external use of AI enhanced IT tools, especially for information confrontation, as the Russians would express it, what we call information warfare. And we also use the term cyber warfare. But the Russians break cyber warfare down into two specific aspects: the cyber psychological and the cyber technical. And it's important to understand that the importance that the Russian military applies to cyber psychological attacks, perhaps more so than, say, cyber technical attacks, which is the kind of cyber attacks that we understand in the West. Breaks our kind of logistics chains, get into our hospitals, make them. So those kind of attacks, which kind of attacks the noughts and ones of a system. But for the Russians, for the Russian military, cyber psychological is perhaps even more important than the cyber technical attacks, which they can only really use en masse in a full conflict situation. So we also consider the ethical debate within Russia over the use of AI in the realms of both internal and external security. So Oscar's talked about this kind of already. So yes, we all understand the importance of AI, and the stakes are very high. There's another quote from Putin who has said that whoever gets there first in the development of AI enhanced systems will be the ruler of the world. This is the idea of the first mover advantage. If you get there first in your full development of AI technologies, then you will be kind of undefeated. You will be the ruler of the world, as Putin put it. So it's important. So the fact that it is important to the Russians is a great driver of their development of AI within the country. And you might say if there is this first mover advantage, and if it is whoever gets there first will rule the world, then kind of, you might say, Russian paranoia kicks in. That if they don't get there first, then somebody else will, and they will defeat Russia using especially AI-enhanced cyber warfare techniques. Given this, though, if we look at the kind of financial investment within Russia into AI, it isn't that much overall. But what's hidden in defense budgets, we're not quite sure. But there doesn't seem to say related to China or the US. There's far less money pumped into AI than in Russia or China. So where do Russians think they get their advantages from? Oscar's talked about a bit about this already. Yes, around the world there's a lack of shortage of people who understand AI. But in Russia, you might say it's less so. There are maybe more scientists, based on the idea within Russia that the study of mathematical science is a basis of most educational kind of institutions in Russia. So the education system in Russia does churn out lots of people who can be involved in the development of AI. And I only Oscar mentioned one kind of the Russians are very, and if you look at things like the World Algorithmic Programming Competition, which is held every year, the likes of MIT, Stanford, Oxford, and Cambridge were also runs. Russian universities tend to win this competition every year. So there is the intellectual basis within Russia for the development of really good, you might think, AI systems. Oscar talked a bit about the issue of data harvesting. And so again, we're looking at the background here as to the development of AI within Russia. And German Gref, the head of Sberbank, who has been appointed by Putin as the kind of leader of Russian development of AI within the country, he's very active in pushing AI and the development of AI within the Russian economy, especially, and maybe also within the Russian military as well. Yes, you need data. Again, Putin backs up what Gref has been saying. It's the push to create more and more data, because the more data you have, the better systems you can create. But there isn't the idea within Russia that you can't impose things like facial recognition software, and Oscar was talking about it. There is opposition within Russia to advances like this, because there's a wariness about the police state within Russia. Yes, Russia is an authoritarian state, but it's not an autocratic state. There are some vestiges of liberal thinking within Russia who do object to the data harvesting within Russia. What's going on there? Again, a link to this is the idea of depersonalization. That in essence, Putin is saying that for Russia to be protected from foreign interference using AI systems, AI enhanced information warfare, that in essence, to protect the citizens, there has to be more use of AI within the country to protect the citizens of the country. So the state has to, says Putin, or the people of Russia have to accept the depersonalization aspect. But they have to understand that they are part of a collective within Russia, and that AI, the collection of data to make better AI, will protect the country. So people should buy into this. They should depersonalize themselves and give themselves over to the patriotic kind of aspect of allowing their data to be used by the state. But there is obviously concerns about this within Russia. And Oscar's talking about that. Okay, so there's a basic background stuff that we've been talking about, but also how does AI actually act as a war-winning tool? Alina Polyakova, from the Brookings Institute, says that Russia sees itself engaged in direct geopolitical competition with the world's great powers, and AI is the currency that Russia is betting on. So we all understand that Russia perceives itself to be militarily weaker than obviously NATO and the US. And we've talked about asymmetric approaches adopted by the Russians. And the Russian military is latching on to the power that AI has to actually, in essence, to both protect itself and to undermine, defeat, win its wars, whatever wars are, against its foreign opponents. So it's AI in Russia is seen as, yes, as an enhancer of internal security and as a battlefield enabler. And Marina and I, in our research, are looking at the way the Russian military uses AI, say, on battlefield systems. And Putin has talked about 150 different military systems being currently kind of enhanced or enabled by AI at the moment. But it can also, AI, serve as an actual war-winning weapon in the view of the Russians when it comes to information confrontation. And there is this idea within the Russian military especially, but also the wider Russian kind of body politic, that the information space is the most vital future battleground. AI can win you wars. We understand, we talked about before about Messner and all the ideas of kind of subversion war and all these ideas about Russia wanting to undermine its adversary states from within. And this whole idea that you can collapse states from, or undermine and collapse states from within by applying information warfare techniques is given an extra boost if AI is utilized as an enhancer of things like cyber warfare, in the cyber psychological means most of all. So you can develop things like deep fakes. Moscow's talked about these kind of things already. Deep fakes, you don't know who you're talking to. Is that on the screen, is that a real person, or is it just a fake person? The idea of AI-enhanced cyber attacks being highly effective because there's very little defense against them. And as Oscar talked about as well, the idea of phishing with AI can be highly targeted and therefore very effective. In essence, in Russian eyes, what AI is promising is a post-truth world, so that if you attack a state with a cyber psychological attacks enhanced by AI, the population of that attacked state might lose faith in the government itself. And once that happens, then has the state lost control? So this idea of control, trying to undermine an adversary state by undermining its ability to control its own population, the way AI fits into that is really quite profound in Russian thinking. So we have an existential struggle in the information space. Deputy Prime Minister Yuri Borisov, basically the defense minister, after below Shoigu, in a speech confirmed this, saying that at present in the geopolitical struggle, the battles are not being played out on the battlefield, they are being conducted first in the information space. So there's an understanding that in this day and age, warfare is moving away from the old kinetic battlefield thinking and more towards the information space. That's where Russia thinks it can gain the most advantage, by operating on that particular battlefield, not on a kinetic one. So again, Borisov argued that it's make it possible to win in cyber war. Yeah? To win in cyber war. So we see how in Russia there is this major investment in AI, not just to boost the economy, but also to boost the ability of the Russian kind of state or the Russian military to prevail in what we understand conflict today to be. Again, we have this aspect of control, becoming the winner. Now, given all this, given the importance placed on AI development within Russia and how it's so vital that Russia does develop AI-enabled systems before anybody else gets to the same level, then what about ethics? Can Russia afford to be ethical in its development of AI systems? Again, this is something Marina and I are investigating. So coming back to the meat and potatoes of our research, it's all about the Russian military and their use of AI, and especially, as I said, in cyber warfare. Now we kind of know that information warfare within Russia is said to be controlled by the military, by the GRU. The SVR and the FSB, their cyber operatives are perceived to be directed, shall we say, by the GRU. That's generally accepted. So we see the power of the military when it comes to information warfare. If the GRU is the kind of lead player in directing the other elements of Russian cyber hackers, attackers, call them what you will. So to start with, when we look at the Russian military and AI, Marina and I were kind of looking at the general attitude of the military to the adoption of AI in these kind of 150 systems that Putin has talked about. We look at Syria, obviously, and see what's being kind of utilized in Syria, and the robotic systems, and the various ways that the AI can enhance various weapons, but also various systems like radars and command and control situations. So we also have this idea that the Russian military uses the word intellectualization. When they're talking about the use of AI, they're talking about the intellectualization of the military, of the armed services. That is bringing in more and more AI. What about the degree of intellectualization of the Russian military's cyber warfare, both its cyber psychological attacks and its cyber technical attacks? To what degree will they utilize AI in their information computations? So we're trying to kind of work this out, but it's obviously the Russian military does not talk much about the use of AI with cyber warfare or information confrontations. But so it's kind of difficult to work out exactly what the Russian military, how they are using AI in the information confrontations. And again, there is within the Russian military, occasionally you do see ethical concerns being raised. So again, we want to explore this a bit, see what kind of limitations there are, you might think, within the Russian military on their use of various systems that think for themselves are quite scary to several Russian military officers. So by way of some tentative conclusions then, if you look at the emphasis within Russia placed on the development of AI in the military sphere, then in essence, you could expect more and more use of AI-controlled cyber attacks. We see an enthusiasm to adopt AI in the military. We see an enthusiasm in the realm of civil cybersecurity generally. And we think we can kind of, Marina and I can kind of reverse engineer what is happening in the Russian civilian cybersecurity realm, that we can then say, well, if that happens in that particular civilian realm, surely this must be same kind of ideas must be being employed in the military itself. So we're kind of looking at a lot of kind of scientific journals within Russia to try and work out what exactly the Russian capabilities are in AI, and can we then say, if they have capability A, can they then use that capability in military systems as well? And finally, with this push, which kind of an arms race now in terms of development of AI within Russia, within the US, and within Europe, and within China especially. So in what sense would this arms race with AI generate some instability? That would be kind of final question that we might investigate to see where that leads us. So that leads my particular discussion. Marina, would you like to add anything if you're out there?
Thank you very much, Rod. Yes, absolutely. First of all, I would like to emphasize that we will be closely looking at the information space based on the 2016 Information Security Doctrine, which has emphasized the importance of the monopoly of information and how that is linked to Russia's cyber operations, including harvesting, including phishing, and including possible introduction of AI. So it's not explicitly discussed that AI will be used for cyber psychological operations. Based on the research that we have conducted so far, we're assuming that artificial narrow intelligence is already being used for such purposes. Now, Rod has been talking about AI in general terms, and I think it's probably important to make the distinction that the one kind of AI that Putin seems to be very keen on developing is artificial general intelligence, which is more broad, and it takes more computer power to develop and perhaps more time, and scientists predict that it will not happen for the next 20, 30 years. Most likely, Russia might need to cooperate with actors like China in order to be able to multiply its capabilities in this sector. The second point being is that there is also artificial narrow intelligence, which we see in day-to-day life. And in 2021, Defense Minister Shoigu emphasized that there is a greater need for the military to implement artificial intelligence. What we assume he meant by artificial intelligence in the defense sector is narrow artificial intelligence. This intelligence includes weapon systems. For instance, Kalashnikov has already started developing rifles which are AI enabled for targeting purposes, drones, and similar technologies that are being developed currently. So it's quite a broad spectrum, and we are trying to detangle all these capabilities. On the one hand, how AI fits into information and cyber warfare. On the other hand, how it's being used by the military in its broadest sense. Because what Russia is trying to do essentially is to fill the capabilities gap. Information operation troops were introduced as early as in 2017 in Syria, and we will be publishing more research on that particular topic. So the whole construct is quite complex, and the AI covers a lot of different areas. One of the most concerning areas, this is my last point, is the ability to purchase off-the-shelf narrow AI systems from dark web. And there are, in fact, marketplaces that sell such programs for a very reasonable price. One of such marketplaces is currently based in Russia and is called Hydra. So we're conducting research in terms of what Russian state, because it's been known that the US NSA has been purchasing zero-day exploits and the like. So we assume mirror imaging here is that Russian state, in order to fill certain capability gaps, will be doing similar things. However, there are no links to the state itself. So that's another area that we're exploring, and how that might be exploited for future information, cyber psychological, cyber technical, and military operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marina, and thank you to everybody for listening. Hand you over back to the team. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for this very interesting and thought-provoking presentation. We now have about 30 minutes for discussion, questions and answers. And I'm going to grab the initiative here and pose the first questions so that the audience can follow. The first question is for Mr. Jonsson. You said that security services are the one builder of this intelligence AI behind this project, that they will influence how this Russian intelligence AI will be produced and developed. And I was thinking that if so, what kind of effect will this KGB FSB mentality have on the Russian AI, intelligence AI? So will we see in the future culturally distinct Russian AI? And if so, will this affect the quality of Russian intelligence? So that's the question for you. And for Rod and Marina, you talked about collecting information for training AI for military purposes, and one thing that came to my mind is that it is easy for the Russian government to collect information on its own citizens, but to use AI for military purposes, you need information about your opponent. To control your opponent, you need information about him, so or her. So
one of the ways is really going through mass surveillance, which is already going, and really enhancing that in different ways and forms. Also mass manipulation, and that is something that is Rod alluded to, but the way in which you both domestically and externally use, I mean, for instance, power things such as the Internet Research Agency, and then also lastly, of course, micro-targeting on steroids. And what I mean by that is the classic intelligence operations that are on the individual basis are normally looking for vulnerabilities such as economic hardship. One of the biggest ones is, of course, disappointment. People feeling that they are not being promoted, they're not being seen, and they have big visions of themselves. This is also a typical ground for recruitment. Or types of risky behavior. You know, one can be very simple of automating your GPS analysis. If I go home, 365 days a year, and then all of a sudden I start going one night a month, I'm sleeping at an unknown location where you can quickly look in the registry. It's an unmarried woman, for instance. So I think intelligence operations, micro-targeting will be a part of being on steroids, which could be, which is something that is hit here to take in a lot of manual labor of starting to profile persons by human intelligence sources or SIGINT, for instance. But really having this, not the need to narrow your intelligence, your deep intelligence chase to 10 or 20 or 50 people, but rather putting it in an automated system, training an algorithm to detect certain vulnerabilities and certain flaws. Economic is probably one of the simpler one. I think that is it. I think on the grand scheme of things, another way of cutting the sausage is through the the physical, the syntactic, and the cognitive layer. Whereas the physical one is what we talked most about here, which is autonomy, which is about really physical impact. Syntactic layer is the code layer, and I mean, everything is being digitalized, and cybersecurity measures is everything being digitalized in this rate, and cybersecurity measures in this way. So the vulnerability gap in cyberspace is increasing, even though we are more aware. And lastly, the cognitive layer is also information operations, which I added as a part of the mass manipulation one. So that is that. And then the culture, absolutely. I mean, any kind of technology doesn't occur in a vacuum. It is shaped by humans having a perception of this is what we want technology to do, and this is what we try to do with it. And there's also, of course, unintentional innovation. And that is, of course, cultural. So if you have a state that perceives themselves to be in some kind of war that is heavily dominated by security intelligence, who thinks security intelligence is important, and has the risk willingness to conduct a lot of intelligence and security operations, you will have a very, very different application from AI than if you only think about how to maximize a self-driving car or do better hedge funds decisions. So that would be my point. And I will add a thing which I forgot to add, and it's partly going in probably in the next question as well. But speaking of the data, the quality of the data is a precondition for training algorithms and having good AI. One of the things that Russia successfully has been doing has been going to the big social media companies and say, do you want to operate in Russia? You need to put physical servers here. Physical servers, you have a plug directly into the SORM systems. So you also have data there, and I don't know exactly which data flows to the Russian servers, but definitely the Russian data, but potentially a lot of other data available as well. So data access is definitely not a problem.
Okay, thank you. So, Sir Thornton.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think mostly the Russians will steal a lot of data. Most of the cyber technical attacks being conducted against the West now are not like the cyber technical attacks being conducted against, say, Ukraine, either now or in previous years with NotPetya. Those kind of really destructive cyber attacks could be conducted by the Russians against a non-NATO state. The Russians are nervous about carrying out any such attack at that kind of depth and gravity against NATO states in case of some sort of major reaction by NATO states. So we'll find that most of the Russians' cyber technical attacks against Western military sources will be reconnaissance attacks or espionage attacks, where they're simply stealing data that we just don't know about. So the one way of gaining data about the Western militaries will be actually to steal it. The other way, obviously, is to observe. How does NATO react when we do X? If the Russians build up on the Ukrainian border, how does NATO react? What do NATO ships do when they're being shadowed by a Russian warship? What do Russian aircraft do when they're being shadowed by NATO aircraft, when they're being shadowed by a Russian? What do they do? So if you observe enough, you gain enough data about activities of Western militaries in a major way in terms of gathering data, in a harvesting way, then you can build up a picture theoretically about how good and how NATO will act in ways A, B, C, or D. So there is ways for the Russians to gather data, and mostly we don't know about it until they hit us with an UDAR and a great big surprise attack. Marina, do you want to add anything to that one?
Yes, absolutely. We have seen how surgical Russia was in its SolarWinds attack. So from that attack, we can deduce that if Russians want to gain specific information, and again, in reference to zero-day exploits, which were used mostly for surveillance and data collection, which many didn't know about, many companies didn't know about, I think it will not be difficult for Russia to gather the necessary data. More so, there is another domain where it's actually legal to gather data, and that's thanks to EU's GDPR policies and transparency. We have a lot of open source data which can be used to feed machine learning. Data can be replicated. Right now, there are developments of algorithms, even with imperfect data and data gaps, you can still construct an AI system which will be able to fill those gaps and still learn. So I think it will be less problematic. Again, another source would be purchasing this data underground. I made a reference earlier to the deep web, where a lot of data is being sold by different hacker groups. And I think if some data is missing, if some critical data is missing, Russians might go as far as resort to those particular means. Now, Russian cooperation with China in this sphere might be another way to gain data, because even the doctrine itself and the Russian reasoning goes, in order to protect Russia from information operations from NATO states, it needs to conduct its own information operations. So the idea here is to control the information, to distort it, and to gain as much insight as possible into what potential adversaries would be doing, could be doing in terms of their weapon systems. For instance, China is well known for stealing designs of different weapon systems, military jets, and so on and so forth. What prevents China from selling them to Russia? Thank you.
All right, thank you for your answers. So to summarize, culture will affect AIs, their development, and data will not be a problem for military uses. So, but we had a question from the audience. Sir, if you please.
It was primarily for Marina and perhaps Rod, but I don't know if they can hear me without a mic. So, okay.
Rod, can you?
Good stuff. It was thanks to all the presenters for a very good, a very interesting look at the kind of intelligence processing and kind of perhaps decision-making assistance applications of AI. I was interested that Marina mentioned particular systems applications with references to, say, UAVs. Have you seen any particularly credible procurement programs for specific military application using AI beyond the somewhat laughable claim that the TU-22M3M program included AI, which, why and for what? In other words, beyond the kind of systemic potential for AI to transform the way in which decisions and intelligence are processed, are there specific capability gaps that the Russian military is attempting to fill now with identifiable AI systems?
Okay, thank you. Rod and Marina, you go first.
Sorry, I didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry. Okay. Perhaps a quick summation?
Yeah, we could do this so that, sorry if you come here and we thought that you heard everything, but now we'll get the second chance.
Thank you.
Hi there. Sorry, just to repeat, the question was, aside from the uses that you've all laid out very clearly on potential use of AI to process intelligence and to improve decision-making at the military level and perhaps situational awareness, are there specific examples where you think there is credible evidence beyond sort of propaganda claims of Russia procuring specific military capabilities to fill capability gaps that are drawing on AI-type processes, whether those be machine learning algorithms or whatever else, within definable weapon systems?
Quickly on that one, it's looking at weapon systems isn't one of our main targets. It's if you look at various systems that like the Ochotnik, huge Russian drone, they are trying to kind of make that. At the moment, it's kind of controlled by a slave plane. So we have an uncrewed aerial vehicle, and with a kind of slave plane that kind of tells it what to do. Eventually, the Russians want to make the Ochotnik a completely kind of autonomous system. That's the goal. So in that sense, for the Russians, AI for the Russians in their military systems is a way of extra mechanization. Basically, the more machines do the work, the less manpower is needed. The Russian military is very, very short of personnel, and it is one of the drivers within the military for AI to take over is to reduce crew load, is to reduce the number of crew in various systems. So if you look across the board, in many ways, all across a lot of military systems, there is a reduction in the number of people being used to man these particular systems. So you have things like the Ochotnik. You also have command and control systems being made more efficient by AI. So at the moment, it's AI. It's kind of making a difference. It's enhancing, but it's not actually making the system purely autonomous yet. You'll have heard, or you've seen things like the various systems being employed and tested in Syria, things like the Uran and various mine clearing vehicles. But some of those have not been successful, and there have been failures within Syria in terms of the testing of the semi-autonomous systems and how good they are. But what the Russians do putting a lot of emphasis on at the moment is in urban fighting, you use swarming drones. Swarming drones kind of carrying poison gas, especially to fight in urban areas where you don't want your own personnel to do the fighting, you want machines to do the fighting, because urban fighting is obviously very casualty kind of intolerant. So things like, and I think the NATO forces should be mostly concerned about the Russian development of swarming technologies and the weapon load they can carry, because that could make a battlefield difference, especially in terms of urban fighting. And Marina, do you want to add anything on that?
Yes, absolutely. I think the question is a little bit broad because it depends on the weapon systems we consider, whether it's a rifle or like Rod said, a drone or an A2AD system. That would make a difference, certainly. Russians do emphasize that they still want to keep the human in the loop when it comes to targeting decisions. What AI is used for, and we can possibly draw a parallel to the US military's Joint All-Domain Operations Command and Control, where commanders will be able to get a situational analysis much faster by using AI, and therefore that would increase the operational tempo. So it would seem that Russia is using AI in the military also for those purposes in order to increase the operational tempo and therefore confuse the enemy on the operational and tactical levels, therefore also precluding from the strategic decision making. So this question cannot be answered specifically in terms we need to look at different areas. We need to talk about, let's say, electromagnetic spectrum. AI will have a different role to play there as, let's say, on a tactical level when certain weapons are AI enabled for targeting purposes, or if it's a command and control system. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, finally, I would add about electronic warfare. The Russians do place a great deal of emphasis on leveling the battlefield by disrupting NATO C4ISR by using EW systems. And if they believe they can really enhance EW systems by bringing in more and more AI. So that's one particular element which should be concerning to NATO forces. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oscar, do you want to add?
Yeah, nothing on that. Just two very quick points. First is strong recommendation. Justin has a fresh publication from December on the swarming and the potential, which I recommend to answer that part of it. And then secondly, I just wanted to nuance a little bit on the data, because data access is definitely there, but data is not that easy. I mean, making use of data is the tricky part of it. So Facebook, for instance, has fantastic amounts of data on actually what you interact to, how you interact, what is kind of your emotional state, who do you interact with, which enables network analysis. If you have the data generated from this event, for instance, you will know that maybe 30 people was here, but then, what can you do with it? If you have the data from a turbine, you know that it spins or not spins. So a lot of data is noise, and that's the hard part of it. But for instance, for intelligence and security services, combining what you do, for instance, on social media, which is social interactions, is really valuable data to something such as, what Google knows. It knows quite a lot what you're thinking about. If you start Googling, how to buy a house, what to do when pregnant, or, but a lot of data is just noise. And that is also the tricky part of it. So I would nuance that a little bit and say data access, especially within Russia, is definitely a lot of it. So just to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from the audience?
For the beginning, so thank you very much for your deep views on this issue. But I have a concerning about the research and methodologies. So what do we benefit if we have a cultural expertise on Russia and Russian issues? I think we are just generally, we can look this through engineering and through political sciences, and you just generally have to understand what AI means and how IT technology works and how you build the doctrines. But do we have any benefit of or use for the Russian cultural specific understanding? Thank you.
Yes, my first degree was in Russian. I studied Dostoevsky before I ever studied any kind of military technology. So I think there are, if you understand what to use, if you have an appreciation of Russian culture and in some senses Russian thinking, even though as political scientists we're not supposed to talk about cultural issues because it's not an explanatory variable we should be using, culture, but we do. And I think, yes, to a degree, if an AI system has been using data gathered by Russians, then does it then have a bias? And we have one of the problems with AI is the bias that appears in AI, which wasn't meant to be there in the first place, because it was put in there by people who are acculturated into thinking along certain lines. So yes, I think there is. I think we do need to appreciate or understand Russia and Russians and how the whole kind of way that AI is adopted would be in a specifically Russian fashion, just as much as AI in China will be adopted in a particular Chinese fashion. But I think it's that kind of has yet to come out. The evidence of that has yet to come out. Is there some sort of kind of national bias in countries' AI development? Marina, you want to add anything there?
Absolutely. I came to think about the importance of strategic culture in particular, and the mirror imaging that has been conducted by the CIA during the Cold War, trying to predict the moves that the Soviet Union would be taking. And I think that's an important aspect if we're thinking about AI. If Russian scientists were to develop AI, certainly a certain amount of that strategic culture would be programmed into that in order to analyze specific situations based on data. So we're talking about different thinking patterns. If we're trying to analyze, let's say, Russian operations in Syria, and we're deconstructing the A2AD bubbles until we realize that there is no reference to A2AD in Russian military literature, and the concept is a completely different one. So it's not very useful to us. This is one example where we have to look at Russia's culture and Russia's way of thinking when we're talking about AI. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any more questions? So last one. Oh.
No, go for the last one. Oh. Okay, well, definitely. I mean, culture eats strategy for breakfast. It's a truism, but it's also very true. And I think that it's important not to exoticize Russia here. I think there's some really brilliant minds doing really good thinking. And I think, reading Russian military theory also help to expose your own cultural biases. And just to take one concrete example, in 2010 there was big negotiations on international information security, in which we in the West only want to talk about free flow of information and integrity of systems, because we're in the Russian and the Chinese negotiation positions. Well, the content of information is a threat, and we didn't want to acknowledge that position the least. Fast forward after the US election 2016, we have a completely different discussion, also generated to Russian information operations. Now in the West, we don't do anything else than talk about the content of information as a potential threat. We're increasing demands for social media platforms for censoring, etc., etc. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm saying this is exactly what was being said decades earlier by Russian theorists, and we're going through that later. So, definitely, culture is, culture yields truth, and it shapes the way we understand the world, and what I said before, the way we shape and create technology as well. So.
All right, thank you. Last question, and I'm going to piggyback on you, sir, for that threat thing, because in both presentations it was implied or stated that information knowledge is power and AI will multiply that power. So in your opinion, who will control this power in Russia in the coming years? Is it going to be Kremlin? Is it going to be FSB? Is it going to be military? Because I think it cannot be all of them. So quick answers on that if you can, please. Oscar, okay. So Rod, you go first.
Very good question. That's a prognosis I wouldn't like to make. Because of for internal security purposes, AI is so important to the Russian state, then you might think that the FSB would be the main, shall we say, controller of AI development within Russia. But with the military having such an important role in information warfare, then the argument could be made that the military themselves will be the kind of main beneficiary, shall we say, of AI development, because most AI development is going into weapons systems and command and control systems, military systems, and not into kind of security, internal security systems, which are few in number. The vast majority of systems are military being enhanced by AI. So you would think that the military themselves would have more control. That's what I would say. Marina?
I'm wondering about the question itself. It seems to be quite general, the information. I believe that different organizations will have different information. For instance, FSB would be having information on Russian citizens and whatever is important for Russian internal security, as well as broader information on the international community, whereas military information on critical infrastructure and so on would be useful only to the military. So I think there will be a division, and there will not be one AI dealing with just one task. As I was saying earlier, there is not going to be artificial general intelligence in Russia. However, artificial narrow intelligence will be used for specific purposes. I mean, if we look at the first AI being developed, the chess game, right? That's narrow AI. That's an example of narrow AI. However, it was able to perform one task perfectly, playing chess. And that's what I think will happen in Russia, that they will have different AI systems for different purposes based on different sets of informations that are important for a particular goal. Thank you.
It's like asking who will use electricity the most, because AI is a general purpose technology, and it's already being applied through all the spheres that we are looking at. I mean, I think the best statement is as soon as it becomes practice, we stop calling it AI and we just call it technology. I mean, Google Maps, Siri, all of this is using artificial intelligence applications. So, I mean, already, the business sector the private sector is way ahead of most military applications I've seen. The military has a very specific problem set in which AI will help, the C4ISR cycle immensely. It will also impact on autonomy. I wouldn't want to hype it that much. So far, I think the biggest application of AI in Sweden is just automating lawnmowers, because in Sweden labor cost is very expensive. It frees up money to buy other things, rather than automating the fighter pilot, because those are good.
Can I just come back very quickly? AI development in Russia is perceived to be under the suzerainty, the control of the military. As the rest of the Western world, it's a case of civilian environment. The civilian firms are the developers of AI, and the military in the West then make use of that or take it. In Russia, it's the other way, or perceived to be the other way around, that it's the military or the military backing of certain research institutions who develop the AI, and then the AI then goes into the civilian kind of world. So it's kind of perceived to be the wrong way around in Russia. With that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I disagree. I think I'm not sure I agree. I think there's a difference between state-funded and military-led AI research.
Okay. It depends on who's funding the various research institutes like Skolkovo, and then there were those kind of places. Where's the money coming from for those? And where does who gains cui bono from these things? It's yeah. Anyway, well, thank you anyway. Thanks.
All right. Oh. Sir, do we have time?
Yes, we have.
Yep.
The whole evening. Thank you.
It's
very short.
Yeah. Shout or come here.
Okay.
So one more question coming up.
Thanks. Like two questions actually. the first one, like you didn't say much about the when talking about the AI, the development of quantum computing, which would increase the calculation capacity quite a lot. There is talk about this possibility to break. Oh. Is this working?
Yeah, come here.
Okay, so briefly, the potentiality of quantum computing and its code cracking potentiality in terms what you have said, and then the other point I just remembered that there was some years ago there was this when there was a new head of a presidential administration. I think his name is Anton Vaino. He was published in the press quite widely that he had this idea of nooscope, which is always, according to him, is a sort of kind of a device that allows you to study the collective mind of humanity, or something along those lines. Just wanted to ask, like, if when talking about the Russian AI, like, if that is something that has like actual implementation or realization in the Russian system, or is it just remained as a sort of catch phrase, like in the news? Thanks.
Okay, did you get the question?
Does Oscar want to go first with that one?
Apparently, yes. So, did you hear the question or not?
I did. In terms of quantum computing, it's the Russians do consider the aspect of quantum computing and what difference that would make to mostly to the ability to decrypt and encrypt on a mass scale. But there is talk of quantum computing, but what effect it would have for the Russians is a bit pie in the sky. As with most aspects of quantum computing, it's very much in the future. So there is discussion within the Russian military of the benefits, potential benefits of quantum computing, but as yet it is perceived to be a very much a one for the future aspect. Marina, you might know more on quantum computing.
Thank you, Rod. Yes, absolutely. In terms of quantum computing, I think a lot of countries are competing for that. It's quite a new sphere, and obviously it would facilitate also the development of artificial general intelligence. However, with the current sanctions on Russia, I think the prospects are quite bleak, at least for now, in terms of developing such technology. And besides, we need to think of who will be supplying the parts that are needed. So there might be some diplomacy here at stake in terms of Russia's relationship with China and how that might play out in the future. The likelihood that Russia would develop quantum computing or introduce quantum computing in near future is not high unless it cooperates with other countries. And again, the sanctions are crippling such developments. If we're looking also at developments in terms of military technology, it's also proving very, very difficult. That being said, it can happen in the future, and that will be another so-called arms race whose AI can analyze large amounts of information faster. And that will probably come with different aspects of human augmentation, implants that are AI based and can read thoughts. And these have already been developed in the West. And I think Russia will eventually catch up to that. However, the main question here is what would be the objective of using such technology in Russia? rather than what would such technology facilitate, rather than when and whether it would be developed. That's an important question to ask here, I think. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Oscar, Rod, and Marina, for your presentations, and thank you for the audience for the questions, and thank you for everyone here for the lively discussion. So this ends session number 3, and I think next some practical advice how to get food. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and welcome to the, let's say, the final session. And we are moving upwards towards the Air Force and airspace as such. And I have the privilege to present our let's say, fifth session, which will be consisting of two presentations, one from London, and the session is called the Supportive Elements for the Use of Military Power. And the first speaker comes from London, Justin Bronk. You are warmly welcome, and he works as a research fellow at the Royal University Institute, and his expertise is on modern air power and technology. And the expertise includes also the ground-based air defenses and fast jet capabilities and unmanned combat aerial vehicles and novel weapons technology. And he will be presenting with the topic of developments in Russian combat air spending and likely implication for their future concepts of air operations against peer adversaries. Justin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for not starting as I thought you would when you said ladies, gentlemen, and Justin. So I'm really glad we didn't start with that. It's nice to be in more respectful climes than my usual ones in London. So what I thought I'd do, having set myself up for a grandiose title of developments in Russian combat air spending, I realized I couldn't add up anything to save my life, and that therefore I would talk about procurement trends and their likely operational implications, and hopefully use a lot of pictures of nice, pretty combat aeroplanes to distract you from the vacuousness of my words. But fundamentally, the question I'd kind of like people to consider going throughout is which one of these two, these two bogeymen, shall we say, is the sort of development and acquisition activity that we should be focusing on when we consider the threat from the VKS, not just today, but also over the sort of medium to longer term outlook. So let's start off with, in my opinion, one of the prettiest aeroplanes they fly, but specifically the Sukhoi, not just the Sukhoi 35S, the currently most advanced, most capable Russian air superiority fighter in serious squadron service, but also to a limited extent the remaining Sukhoi 27 fleet, which has been upgraded in small numbers to the SM-3 standard, with some similar components and design philosophies to the 35. Essentially, this has been one of the kind of keystones of VKS air superiority capability modernization. They've delivered just under 100 aeroplanes with their contract in terms of the contracts that have now been complete, 98 of them to be precise. Of those 98, 8 of them have in fact been delivered to the Russian Knights Air Display Team, and one of them has crashed, leaving the frontline strength at 89, as well as what they need for the OCU. So there are continuing production of this fighter. The contract signed in 2021 for 70 billion rubles averages out at around 24 new aircraft, going by the unit cost, rough inflationary unit cost calculations compared to the previous two order tranches. And production, I would suggest that this fighter is likely to continue for a significant period of time. This is not likely to be the last tranche that is ordered. They have been upgraded with the TKS-2 and potentially 2M data link standards, although these are still significantly behind where Link 16 is in terms of full force integration. But it does give the Sukhoi 35s capability to significantly improve their Blue Force tracking capabilities and potentially pass situational awareness data in real time in a way that previous generations of Russian combat air have not really been able to do. Initially, the glass cockpit was manufactured over 90% by Thales, from a well-known French manufacturer. Import substitution on this has been very difficult for the Russians since the sanctions started to bite, helped somewhat by France refusing to cancel existing contracts and continuing supplying them until those contracts ended. rather than the stance that most nations took. But there is continuing progress for the Russians in improving some of those domestic component substitutions, and production continues, albeit at a slightly increased unit cost and lower rate than before. Aerospace Forces inventory. The flying hours which the pilots receive, typically about 100 hours a year, is very, very borderline for serious operational competence of one role in a complex air environment, let alone multi-roles. Furthermore, the fact that there are no targeting pods and on this aircraft no Platan system or equivalent for target identification, designation, etc., and the fact that this is a single-seat cockpit means that taken together, I would very much class both the Sukhoi 35 and the roughly 24 27s that have been modernized to SM3 standard as single-role aircraft. The second absolute core of VKS modernization has been the Sukhoi 30 fleet, particularly the Sukhoi 30 SM and the latest SM2 variant. This is slightly complicated by the fact that Russia also procured 20 Sukhoi 30 M2s, which were a completely different and significantly less capable but superficially somewhat similar version of the aircraft without thrust vectoring or canards, and with a worse radar, but for this I'll focus on the core fleet. Russia has procured 130 of the Sukhoi 30 SM variant, both for the VKS and naval aviation over the past decade. And in 2011, not only placed a contract for between 21 and 25, depends on the source, but a new tranche of these aircraft to the modernized Sukhoi 30 SM2 standard. Interestingly, this is a concerted effort to unify the core of the VKS fighter fleet by bringing the Sukhoi 30 SM fleet into commonality in terms of core sensor and core engines with the Sukhoi 35 fleet. So they have fitting the AL-41F and Urbis-E engines and Urbis-E radars to the SM2. There is also confirmed that there is an upgrade program ongoing to upgrade existing SMs to the SM2 standard, although in terms of open source data at least, the exact monetary allocation, timing, and rate of that upgrade work is unclear. The M2 variant also includes the TKS2 either 2 or 2M data link again, so further trying to increase that capability. And there are some suggestions that the SM2 new builds will also include the new OSNOD data link, which is of a significantly higher standard, very comparable to Link 16 and originally developed for the Sukhoi 57. It does have fewer multi-role limitations. Once again, capable of carrying almost any air-launched munition in the VKS arsenal, but the addition of the second cockpit gives significantly greater cockpit capacity to manage the somewhat clunky Russian precision-guided munitions, target acquisition, designation capabilities. But once again, the lack of a targeting pod or an internal equivalent limits the capacity against battlefield or sort of organic or non-pre-planned targets compared to Western equivalents. But this is replacing both MiG-29, Sukhoi 27s, and in a few regiments, Sukhoi 24 bombers as well. So really an absolute core of VKS modernization, deeply comparable to most advanced fourth-generation platforms being produced around the world in most respects. In terms of striking power, obviously the Sukhoi 34, the M variant now in production. This has been being produced since the late 2000s, featured in the Georgia War as well in very early form, and has been a stalwart of operations in Syria. It's been kind of quietly upgraded throughout that time, with the cockpit gaining more modern-looking displays, data links being slowly added and improved with, for example, the NVO standard, and now the new M standard. And the state armament plan for 2027 calls for at least 76 new Su-34Ms and an upgrade program, which again is relatively unclear in terms of numbers and rate, but to upgrade significant parts of the existing Sukhoi 34 fleet to either NVO or M standard. This is replacing two different classes, specifically the Sukhoi 17 ground attack aircraft and the 24 strike bomber, as well as some discussions are being had around suggestions of it replacing some of the Frogfoot fleet, for which there is no direct replacement at the moment. But again, that is not a direct replacement, so I'd take that with some caution. This is a rough equivalent in multi-role terms to the US Air Force's F-15E Strike Eagle. They have roughly equivalent avionics modernization. The cockpit workflow is much, much cleaner than the tandem arrangement that you find in either the Strike Eagle or the SM3. SM2, but more to the point, almost uniquely among Russian fast jet fleets, the Sukhoi 34 fleet regularly and as a matter of course trains with a wide variety of Russian precision-guided munitions and employs them quite regularly in combat alongside unguided munitions. So they are much more capable of significantly agile battlefield employment with such systems compared to other parts of the supposedly multi-role fast jet fleets. Interestingly as well, they don't have a targeting pod, but they do have the internal Platan system, which again is due for an upgrade in the M version to something with more resolution. But the problem with the Platan system is that it limits you to target acquisition and identification and designation if you're using laser or infrared designation with a nose-on, roughly 30 degrees nose-on cone of view, which really limits A, the time of acquisition, B, the predictability of the flight patterns that you have to fly to do it, and C, the risk at which you're going to find yourself in if you kind of follow that path, compared to being able to orbit from standoff to deliver PGMs as a Western aircraft would. So it is still a significant limitation for them. But basically against anything that has a large radar signature or is fixed and pre-designated, these aircraft are very, very capable of inflicting significant damage over a wide variety of ranges. The fourth pillar has, of course, been the modernization of the unique, gigantic, and alternatively ugly or magnificent, depending on your point of view, MiG-31 fleet. The Soviet Union sort of had these as a significant part of their final inventory. There's about 150 still in a non-airworthy condition in storage, and Russia has completed modernization of approximately 100 BM or BSM equivalent standard BSM. The only difference is that the SM variants don't have an in-flight refueling probe, whereas the BMs do. Otherwise, they're relatively similar. This is a continuous process. The aim seems to be around 150 modernized Mikoyan 31 BM and BSMs, in addition to modernization of the already relatively new MiG-31Ks, which of course, as we heard earlier, are the launch platform for the Kingshall missile, as well as potentially experimental ASAT things and other outsized payloads. It's notable that this is not a kind of a small undertaking in terms of modernization. It's been a really extensive and expensive upgrade program to bring these aircraft up to BM, BSM equivalent, particularly the ones that are being brought out of long-term storage and made airworthy again. In some cases, this required replacement of up to 50% of the structural area of the aircraft, along with, in all cases, all of the wiring, all of the avionics, all of the seals, and a replacement, pulling out of the old mechanical and hydraulic control systems and a replacement with a new electric fly-by-wire system. It's a really seriously expensive program, and also involves working with titanium, which is not easy. The fact that Russia has consistently poured money into BM modernization since the late 2000s and continues to do so shows that this is a really significant part of where they see the priority being for future Air Force capabilities. And very much designed to sit as a node at the back behind the first line of kind of ground-based air defenses, providing not only a kind of enduring threat to any penetrating sorties as well as cruise missiles or helicopters, but also providing a look-down capability to feed data to that IADS, to those ground-based systems. And one of the key parts of the BM and BSM upgrade package is improved data links to be able to pass real-time data down to the ground-based IADS. In stark contrast, the old classic MiG-29 fleet, I would assess as really being at the end of the line. Noticeably, the SMT upgrade, as you see here, has taken a fighter whose only real advantage was superb thrust-to-weight ratio and agility, and suffered from really, really dreadful range. And in adding significant amounts of internal fuel, has only succeeded in sacrificing that fantastic thrust to weight and agility, while still being significantly less capable than anything produced by Sukhoi. It's not really hard to see why this aircraft has had very limited success with the VKS, although the naval aviation had little choice. But what's quite interesting as a sort of case in point, I would suggest, is what's happened with the 14th Guards Fighter Regiment. I'm probably getting the exact name wrong, but 14th GVIAP. Basically, when the Russian MOD bought the consignment of MiG-29 SMTs that were purchased by the Algerians and then rejected by the Algerians on quality control basis in 2007, they eventually in 2009 were agreed in terms of purchase price and were supplied to the GVIAP between 2009 and 11. There were a bunch of good headlines talking about some of the best flying hours, best mission attainment rates of any VKS squadron. However, the unit's been quietly re-equipped. About 5 years later, it started with Sukhoi 30 SM. And really interestingly, this is imagery from 3 days ago. 33 of the 36 MiG-29 SMTs that were supplied to the unit are still there. There are squadrons elsewhere in the VKS that are in really dire need of modernization that are still flying unupgraded Su-27s and 24s. The fact that they've chosen to leave these supposedly very modern, very new, and quite expensive for what they are, 4th gen multi-role fighters here in storage suggests they see very, very little role for them. The only active user of them is the 116th UT SBP, which is essentially the Red Air outfit for the VKS, so providing dissimilar air combat training and threat simulation. But yeah, aside from that, really the end of the line. Sukhoi 25, I won't go into huge detail here, but suffice it to say, upgrades continue. Most specifically, this is the SM3. You see here these pods on the outer wingtips. This is a much improved electronic self-defense suite. Designed not just for self-defense of one aircraft, but to have a little bit of a kind of radius of effectiveness to be able to protect a strike package, or a small formation at least. And this is particularly in response to one being shot down in Syria as an SM. However, basically, most of the documentation within the VKS that I've been able to dig up is pretty clear that the reason the 25 is continuing in limited upgrade with a limited upgrade rate is because there isn't really any direct replacement alternative. And so just to keep some numbers going, they've upgraded about 120 of them to SM standard and about another 20 or so to SM3 with a very minimal rate continuing. I would suggest there's not much to look out there. Going to the other side of the equation, and aware of the time, I need to speed up. On the 57, I'd suggest basically the reason for its continued poor performance as a program is because at this point it is an extremely poor investment prospect for the VKS. Essentially, where we started out in 2010, the original state armament program, you were looking at 52 production aircraft by 2020. That order was reduced to 12, and then to 6, and then to 2 by 2020 in 2018. And that order for 2 in 2018 contained an order for 16 in total by 2027, with no plans for serious production. Of course, Putin himself reversed this in 2019 with a bizarre announcement that a 20% drop in unit price enabled 76 to be procured with no increase in cost, which makes no sense whatsoever. But interestingly, the way I would interpret that is that because the modernized version, which is supposedly necessary before it has entered proper production, is due for production supposedly in 2025. The actual number on order and supposedly to be delivered to the VKS by 2025, when that new production line is due to start up, is about 24. And that would roughly equate to what a 20% price drop on an initial order of 18 aircraft would give you. So I would suggest that the funding that has been put forward so far only covers that initial 24 aircraft. Of course, interestingly, only 4 have been delivered so far to the VKS as of January this year, and one of them crashed, the first one, during its acceptance flights. So serious quality control issues. There's also really serious, I'll just go back for a sec, really serious issues with how far you can reduce the radar cross-section on this aircraft. There are issues around surface finish. They can probably work on that in terms of the factory. The position of the IRST in particular, the ram air intakes on the canted stabilizers, and most importantly of all, the levcons, the leading edge elevator control surfaces, which are utterly unnecessary. It would have had phenomenal agility without them. Just add additional actuators, additional clearance, tolerance, critical join spaces, and moving parts that it's baffling to me. I don't know why they did it. And also the route as a sort of adjusted T10 airframe means that there's very limited space for actual shielding of the fan faces, so they've had to go with a mesh solution, which is not ideal. But yeah, also interesting, there's been no export success, which has been key to a lot of the initial avionics modernization that's enabled the past decade of progress. So particularly the Sukhoi 30 family has had massive export success, and that's been key to developing a lot of the more modern avionics for both the 30 family and the 35. We've not seen that with the 57. The low observable properties also, really interestingly, people tend to compare and contrast the F-35 and F-22, for example. F-35 and F-22 only have to be low observable against Russian and Chinese sensors. Sukhoi 57 to be effective must be effective, low observable against Western sensors, i.e. American sensors, in the 2027 to 35 period. That is a massively, massively harder task. And already F-35 is being criticized on the front line for having been designed for a threat environment that has passed because the program took so long. Double that, triple that in terms of impact for this thing. Because hiding from something like a really big AESA radar with proper access to gallium nitride technology and linked up to 4 or 5 other different sensors with an actually functioning cooperative engagement capacity, that is a really hard thing to hide from. And so essentially, what you end up with is something which does fix a lot of the key drawbacks of the flanker family, that huge RCS. Yes, it's massively less observable than a flanker. Yes, it has an AESA radar, although it doesn't work yet. But essentially, it's just not worth the cost. It's not worth the extra logistics implications. It's not worth the extra support arrangements. The USAF has terrible trouble supporting F-22 low observable properties on the front line after 3 generations of stealth experience on the front line. How is the VKS going to cope? Answer, it can't. This is just not a project that makes sense for them anymore. However, as we heard earlier from the Ochotnik explanations, Sukhoi 70 is a potentially different kettle of fish. Interestingly, 2 prototypes flown as designated a heavy strike drone, clearly air-to-ground focus with also an air-to-air ambition. The ambition set is extremely high so far. The aim is to have the flight testing and ground testing complete by the end of next year, with orders to follow for deliveries to the VKS by 2024. Now, I highly doubt they're going to keep to that, but it's an interesting attempt to break the paradigm given the stated timelines, even optimistic timelines for some of their other programs like 57. This is much more ambitious. It also could be a significantly less complex airframe and still do the job being envisaged. The problem is that at the moment it is still remotely flown by I think it's I never remember, Sergei Bogdan, I think his name is, the chief test pilot, who tends to take it out with cameras. There is a clear ambition and doctrinal intent to operate it as a loyal wingman type concept. It was intended to operate in mixed formations with a twin-seat Sukhoi 57, which, as I'm sure you'll appreciate, is even less likely to materialize in this time frame than a single-seat Sukhoi 57. And a single seat is going to have serious trouble as a design, getting the avionics to a point of maturity where cockpit workload can be managed. Put simply, Western fighter pilots have far better human-machine interfaces to deal with, far higher flying time, and they really struggle with controlling any UAVs in practical terms while also flying in formation. The idea that you can pitch this into a single-seat cockpit with an experimental drone with far worse HMIs and far worse software sophistication, at least based on the hardware limitations they're trying to work around, is optimistic to say the least. However, for relatively limited point and target cooperative engagements, if they get OSNOD fitted across the board, which interestingly has just been announced as being fitted to the Sukhoi 30 SM2 fleet, as I would suggest the likely actual counterpart to this if they bring it into service in this decade, rather than the 57, they could have a really quite interesting penetrating strike capability with the option to perhaps do some high-value asset hunting. although, of course, corollary, SWAP-C, thermal management materials science and support logs will again be really challenging. It's not for nothing that the US and China are still struggling desperately with far more funding and far more experience to transition from very promising flight demonstrators to series production combat aircraft in this class. And finally, just a plea, ignore all of this stuff. 57 has been going on for nearly 2 decades and is in dire straits and is really, really unlikely to produce something really viable. The idea that Russia, on top of its very impressive actual modernization of nearly 500 new combat aircraft, counting the MiG-31 BMs, is also going to bring out this sort of thing rather than focus on trying to get something useful out of Sukhoi 70 and perhaps Sukhoi 57 is madness. So yeah, ignore any of this stuff until you see otherwise. And that's me. Sorry for running over slightly.
Thank you, Justin.
Do you want me to?
Can we use these toilets now? You can please take a seat. I can see the chat here. So. Yeah, thank you, Justin, for the informative package of what comes to the Air Force development. There is in the chat, there is one question, we can start with that. Please, in what ways does the modernization of the Russian air fleet change the task and roles of the different categories of aviation?
So I think what we've seen is a theoretical significant change towards a multi-role set of fleets, as opposed to much more specifically mission-oriented, multi-type force structure that existed previously. But in practice, because of the limitations both in terms of pilot flight hours, which really are a hard limitation on how much practical capability any Air Force can get out of theoretically very flexible equipment, and also, I keep coming back to targeting pods because it's such a weird hole in their inventory, although it does fit with the fact that the Air Force most of the Air Force is not really doctrinally tasked with close air support, and therefore it's not such a priority. The ground forces have sufficient organic lethality to handle most things. Okay. But I think you, in practice, still have fairly strong role specialization. You just have a smaller number of fleets doing it. In practice, the single-seat flankers are very, very strongly focused on air superiority. You get a few unguided weapon drop sorties in Syria and things, but generally speaking, it's still a strong focus on air superiority. In practice, also, the twin-seat Sukhoi 30s tend to mostly do air superiority and cooperative, for example, target simulation for ground-based air defense assets when they do training flights. As most of what they spend their time doing, there is more of a latent multi-role capability there, but generally speaking, they're still replacing Sukhoi 27s, MiG-29s, and very occasionally Sukhoi 24s. And so in the VKS, they're generally still doing mostly air superiority type sorties. In the Naval Aviation Service, they're doing a lot more anti-ship work. As you know, clearly they're operating more as a Sukhoi 24 replacement. But generally speaking, still fighter-oriented. And then in the case of the Sukhoi 34, yes, actually, it has a significant potential capability for air-to-air engagements as long as it doesn't maneuver hard. But at the same time, actually, much like the USAF Strike Eagle community, even though there's quite a lot of latent air-to-air capability there, the limitations of training, sortie time, and the operational tempo that they find themselves having to fulfill means they really have pretty strong focus on strike operations as well. So yeah, I think actually, weirdly, it's still quite a siloed Air Force.
Okay, thank you. And then I give questions. Yeah, Leonid, please.
Thank you for the interesting overview. You mentioned lack of targeting pods many times, but you haven't told anything about the progress of the siege targeting pod programs. Do you follow it? In what stages is it now? And The second, how do you assess the air defense suppression operations capability by Russian combat aircraft?
So, two really key questions there. I mean, essentially, the current targeting pod research and development dynamics. I mean, they're on their fourth attempt at developing a viable commercial targeting pod solution, having previously successfully sold a few to the Chinese, who interestingly are not using them anymore, and are using their own both domestic design and also their reverse engineered Lightning III. But again, it comes back to a lot of cutting edge VKS projects, whether it be, particularly you see this in weaponry. So for example, talk around, K-74 or the new clipped fin version of R-77. For a very long time, you had the same thing with R-37M, although that's finally entering service in limited numbers. But the state research and development capability is very good at producing promising prototypes and extremely poor at rolling them out into series production, and even worse at integrating them into frontline squadron service. And so I would very much put the current targeting pod development in the sort of category of things which are theoretically available to buy, which aren't being bought, and that if they were bought would take a very long time to actually filter into something that the squadrons were practiced with and combat ready with on a regular basis, partly because getting competent with them would require a rate of precision guided munitions expenditure in training, which VKS stocks are not currently configured for. It's a pretty big draw on Western Air Force's inventories, and we almost exclusively use PGMs. So it's kind of non-discretionary for the West. So yeah, for now, I'd say it's unlikely to. I haven't seen anything that suggests this time will be different yet. And again, against most targets that the VKS is likely to be sent on offensive operations against a serious opponent that they can't loiter around with helicopter gunships or UAVs to find, the VKS is probably going out in sort of particular targeted strike packages, pushing out from the IADs briefly to go and hit things like airfields or key assembly points, facilities, where, again, they're likely show up on radar, the positions are pre-known. So it's more of a functional limitation on where the VKS can use its fighter fleet for sort of de facto multi-role detachments in the way that the West has consistently used things like the F-16 or Typhoon or Tornado or whatever for decades. And that's not really something that I see as a key VKS planning priority. So, it's not a huge limitation for the way they operate, I don't think. It's just a significant limitation for us viewing their capabilities and thinking how it compares to how we would think of what a multi-role fighter is. In terms of sorry, remind me the second bit of the question.
The air defense suppression.
So it's an interesting one. So there's clearly the KH-31 family. There's significant kind of there's a number of weapons families that have anti-radiation homing variants that can be used. Generally speaking, successful SEAD in the past has required a very, very specific, tailored community that trains almost exclusively for that mission set and for a lot of weapons usage for that mission set. So, for example, the F-16 CJ community or the F-4 Wild Weasel community before that. And I really don't see any evidence of that in the VKS at the moment. Clearly, there is residual capability for what I would term pop-up threat suppression or self-defense capacity, but beyond that, I don't see much. And given that the West is pretty deficient at the moment in short or medium-range missile-based air defense capabilities, and the main threat from the ground to them would be either naval task groups or something like Patriot, where they're outranged and probably outclassed. I'm not sure it's a particularly likely scenario to be a major issue, apart from anything else, because the West's kind of priorities on Patriot tend to be more anti-ballistic missile than anything else, and frankly, in the deeply defended areas where those systems are placed, if the VKS is sending strike sorties out there, their main problem is going to be defensive counter-air patrols rather than ground-based air defense.
Thank you. There are in the chat. There is no more question, but I'd like to invite our colleague from the Air Force, Juuso Ilkka. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
I think we have some 20 minutes, 15 minutes time before the next presentation from the US. So and after that presentation, we will have still time to discuss. If just I just asked that you won't be exhausting our speaker.
Weapons free.
Yes, please, comment or question.
Okay, dear audience and ladies and gentlemen and Justin, let me introduce myself. I'm the commanding officer for the Air Combat Center here in Finland. I've been working with the F-18 Hornet for 18 years now and various assignments in the Air Force. I had the great opportunity to chat with Justin last week, and we discussed a lot of air stuff, and hopefully I can bring some thoughts to this discussion. Sorry about my voice. I'm struggling with the COVID-19, getting better day by day, but I'm attending this meeting from my home. Justin, thanks for the great brief. Discussed a lot, or you had great views regarding the fleet itself. I would like to point out a little bit bigger picture here and hear your opinions about the VKS and Russian air defense. So to say, my point of view is that they rely a lot on the homeland defense, and in accordance with that, they have great onion-type layered GBAT systems from S-400 to Pantsir. Surveillance to different ranges and altitudes. EW is one of the backbones in the Russian warfare. So from your point of view, how do you see the VKS to fit into this big picture?
So thanks for the question. I mean, I would say I'd see the fixed wing portion of the VKS very much as a sort of a second fiddle to, as you say, certainly the ground-based IADS capabilities, the integrated air defense system, and almost one of the most important tasks for the fixed wing side of the VKS is in direct support of that ground-based network. So particularly the modernized MiG-31 fleet, but also of course the A-50M and upcoming A-100 AWACS aircraft. Providing a means to, while remaining significantly behind the sort of line of contact in any scenario, to provide that crucial look-down capability, and in the case of the MiG-31 with R-37M, potentially a shoot-down capability as well, against those kind of critical infiltrating low-flying target sets that are really inherently difficult for ground-based air defense systems to handle in large volumes. So, that ability to provide early warning and potentially third-party targeting capabilities for say, post-Apex lock-on missile shots against either fixed-wing terrain, low-flying, should we say, strike packages, or things like cruise missile salvos or attempts by attack aviation or special forces helicopter sorties to try and get close to some of those key air defense nodes. That ability to have rotations of MiG-31 in particular, but also AWACS there to provide that kind of look-down picture is really critical to enhancing the resilience as well as the lethality of the ground-based systems. And in terms of in a sort of full-on NATO clash, the rest of the VKS fixed-wing capabilities I would assess as a sort of wild card, something that continually forces Western air forces trying to establish access into disputed territory, because of course long-range components of Russian air defenses can deny access to certainly the medium and high-level altitude brackets over significant parts of NATO territory in Eastern Europe without ever leaving Russian territory. So, given the overmatch on the ground that the Russian forces can locally provide, the Western Air Forces will have to force their way in and establish access in order to avoid ground troops being completely outgunned. In that context, while trying to deal with a suppression of enemy air defences, if not destruction of enemy air defences campaign, the existence of these hundreds of modern, relatively capable fast jets that can react quickly to a kind of perceived opportunity in terms of either offensive or defensive counter-air or strike sorties is a kind of huge complicating factor that makes an already difficult problem set massively harder for Western Air Forces. And of course, sub a full-on NATO peer fight, as the Ukrainians are staring down the barrel of right now, the modernized VKS gives Russia an enormously significant ability to qualitatively and in most cases quantitatively outmatch almost any other opponent in its near abroad. And for example, as the Ukrainian army is currently finding, that makes maneuvering ground forces almost impossible over long distances because they will be subject to significant air attack. So it's not just a sort of defense of Russia in a the apocalyptic end of the world existential fight. It's also a really powerful tool of power projection, as we've seen in Syria and now Ukraine.
Thank you. Juuso, have you still something more to ask for?
Yes, I have plenty of more. Just let me know when to stop. You touched a little bit on the OSNOD data link. I guess your opinion as well is that it's the future standard for the VKS. Regarding the OSNOD itself, do you see that when it hopefully becomes a standard, or from the Russian point of view, that enables them from system-wise to go to more joint operations? And not only joint operations between the different services or branches, but also between, for example, the GBAT and the fighter ops. So if it's a system that enables to do so, will it be then more dependent on the doctrine or the know-how or how skillful the pilots are?
Yeah, thanks for teeing me up on the GBAT one. I remember having good chats on this last week. So on OSNOD specifically, I'd agree. It's certainly the ambition to make it the standard data link across the VKS and potentially wider. It's key to programs like the Sukhoi 70, as well as some of the more advanced weapons development programs, to be able to enable proper third-party targeting and third-party data sharing in a more kind of organic way rather than the point-to-point stuff that we've seen with TKS 2. The problem is, as ever, programmatic capacity, the funding to actually roll out upgrades across the fleet in a sort of relatively timely manner, and of course something the West struggles with too. But as of now, OSNOD only, as far as I can see, featured as a sort of core function on the Sukhoi 57, which has a lot of problems, and on the new build variant of the Sukhoi 30 SM, the SM2. There is definitely an aim to retrofit it through the Sukhoi 35 fleet, potentially the MiG-31 fleet, although of course that would require going back and doing a second modernization effort while the first one isn't quite finished yet. And across the kind of the broader Sukhoi 30 SM fleet. But based on Western experience of how long it takes, even when things are working relatively well, to go back and upgrade data sharing, data link standards, the software architectures, and the kind of in many cases the processing power to actually make use of them, coupled with the fact that the VKS is really pretty maxed out at the moment in terms of trying to pursue the sort of finalization of its advanced fourth gen modernization drive, while also trying to transition to something approaching a next generation set of programs. I think they'll struggle to roll out OSNOD nearly as widely as they'd hope, at least before the early 2030s, by which time you could argue that having a Link 16 equivalent that gives you some cross-domain connectivity is perhaps a bit late. If you talk to US Air Force, RAF At the moment, there's an awareness that Link 16 is perhaps a somewhat time-limited resource based on some of the EW threats and some of the passive tracking capabilities that are out there already, let alone projected for the 2030s. So whether the OSNOD provides them with a directional encrypted LPI, LPD capability, I sort of doubt it. And if it doesn't, then arguably they're still playing catch-up 10 years after the fact. On the GBAD, I think from what I can see, they've made huge strides in terms of technical capability to interoperate with the GBAD, particularly on the specific fleets where that's what part of their core mission set, MiG-31 as being the obvious standout, as well as there's an ambition to really push integration with the Su-57 if they get it working in significant numbers. The issue will be whether they can actually in practice coordinate not only safe, but because it'll never be quite safe, it's difficult, but joint engagement zone type operations where they have both fixed wing assets and ground-based surface-to-air missile batteries engaging targets and flying assets, as it were, in the same chunk of airspace simultaneously. Whether they can do that reliably in a contested, congested battle space without shooting down their own side, it doesn't just require technical integration, which is improving and getting there in certain silos, but it will also require a level of exercising and live fire exercising and regularity of that sort of interaction on a fairly large scale that so far doesn't really exist. As we said, the sort of only thing that I've seen on that scale that might offer a venue is the Zapad type exercises, which again are probably a bit scripted for that. The US struggles with this stuff too, so the lack of something comparable to Red Flag, for example, is going to hurt them in bringing that sort of capability to practical frontline everyday use.
Thank you. I think we'll make a technical break for 7 minutes here, and we'll try to contact our colleague from the US, and we will return to panel and ask Justin once again stand in front of the audience. But anyway, thanks for the presentation and good answers. And you will be hopefully joining us after the next presentation also. Yes. Then you can continue with your comments. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a minute. Thank you. And welcome again to the last session we are having today before the last speaker. And this time we are having our guest colleague from the United States, Dr. Lester Grau, who is a senior analyst in the Foreign Military Studies Office at Fort Leavenworth in Kansas. He holds a military background and a huge expertise in research and teaching. He has authored extensive number of books and articles what comes to the Russian military in general. And they are also translated to several languages. And this night we are privileged to hear Dr. Lester's ideas and presentation over Russian maneuver defense and their concept of fragmented battlefield. Lester, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. On the left side of your screen, you see a book, The Russian Way of War, which Dr. Bartels and myself wrote. And it's an electronic book. It's free, and the site is at the bottom of the page under the right-hand side, the APAN site. So if you wish to get a copy of it, it's about 408 pages long, and it's basically how the Russians trained to fight large tactics on a maneuver battlefield under a conventional maneuver battlefield under nuclear threatened conditions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. My assumptions are that first, there is no Russian intent to occupy any NATO member, that Russia considers her primary threat is from the south and southwest. In the Russian military posture is defensive and reactive. However, this does not preclude first strike. There are numerous articles out there in the professional journals about Iraq's big mistake was letting the coalition move into Saudi Arabia and over a 6-month period build up their strength before they did anything, and that it would have been wise to have taken them as they first came ashore. The Russians believe that the US withdrawal from the ABM and INF treaties undermines Russian strategic deterrence and is a definite threat against Russia. US NATO combat power and military potential is many times greater than Russia's. However, it's not concentrated. For example, the United States military is located primarily in the United States and scattered around the globe, but does not have a large presence in Europe at this time. And the Russians still believe that large-scale warfare is and will be unlikely, but the possibilities have significantly increased as the past months have shown us. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And so here we see an example of how they think a US NATO division would attack a Russian brigade. Next slide, please. Here, a US NATO field army attacking a Russian combined arms army. Next slide, please. And the US NATO field army attacking the Western Military District. Now, what you don't see in this is the BTGs. Now, battalion tactical groups have become very popular in the press, and what are they doing with them? And of course, we've seen them in the Ukraine. But when the Russians are looking at large-scale combat is going to be conducted primarily by brigades, divisions, and combined arms armies. Brigade tactical groups will be part of this, but they will not be the primary means of combat. They will fight as part of a larger force. The Russian thinking is, well, we tend to think BTGs are going to be the main attack. If the Russians were using the same logic, they would think that the United States threat and the way the United States would attack them would be the way the United States has fought for the last 20 years in Afghanistan. So I think you can see that it's a question of scale. Next slide, please. Now, they're no longer communists, but they still think in the dialectic. And here's Leon Trotsky back in the day. And here's one of my favorite Trotsky quotes. Our class enemies are empiricists, that is, they operate from one case to the next, guided not by the analysis of historical development, but by practical experience, routine, coup d'oeil, and flair. And of course, coup d'oeil is reflecting back to Clausewitz. And you still see when you're reading and studying Russian professional military literature, the dialectical thinking is still very apparent. They don't have short stops like the United States has with POMISI, politics, military, economic, et cetera, et cetera. Ends, ways, means, center of gravity, dime. Rather, they are looking at history as a basis for operational research and view the US reliance solely on empirical means as a weakness. They question our use of big data, AI, et cetera. And the Russians believe that they must understand where they have been in order to know what they are going. And this has implications in how they do business. The decision-making process that they have is very different than the United States has and most of the West. They do not believe in phasings the way the United States does at the operational level or forecasting. And whereas the United States is a capability-based army, Russia is a threat-based army. Now, what do I mean by that? If you look at the United States 1st, 3rd, and 4th Infantry Divisions, they're almost identical. They all have the same capabilities. The Russian force is threat-based. So if you look at the Russian military facing in the Baltic states, it's small. It's based on different chassis. It has nowhere near the combat power that is focused to the south, where the main threat is. The more the modern equipment is based down in the south. So they're looking at where the threat is, and they're putting their more capable units, their heavier units in those areas. So it's not like the old days of the Soviets when all Soviet motorized rifle divisions look the same. It's very different, and armies as well. Next slide, please. There's a new phrase, but it's not a new phrase. It's one that's come back into the vocabulary that's been absent for quite a while, the inverted front. And the inverted front is, well, General Ryazantsev says here, we are training the troops to counter the enemy under the conditions of the so-called inverted front, or when the front is everywhere. And what they're talking about is there's going to be constant combat throughout the area. And they look back to the Napoleonic invasion, where there was a popular uprising of guerrillas, but there was also a use of state-paid sponsored cavalry, hussars, and Cossack units that swept in the rear and attacked Napoleon's supply lines and tied up his rear echelons quite significantly. And this was the more important and effective part of the guerrilla experience during 1812. During their own civil war, there was quite a bit of guerrilla activity of the inverted front. And then Svechin, who I had hoped to talk to last year at this time, but unfortunately was ill, but had a paper in this year's book, was talking about the inverted front and the advantages to this. And World War II, the Great Patriotic War, though the Soviets did not start out to win this by reverting to the inverted front and maneuver defense, this is what saved them in the end and enabled them to generate combat power and defeat the Wehrmacht. The Russians are looking a lot at the Syrian-Ukraine experience right now and looking at the changing character of war. And something that had disappeared for about 15 years was discussion of front level activities. This was considered strictly historic, but is now starting to come back. And these operational strategic commands, those based on the military districts, are going to apparently function as fronts in large scale combat operations. Next slide, please. Okay, so looking at history, which being a historian I do, when man started beating up on each other, swords, spears, and arrows were weapons of choice. And they found that concentrating their swords and spears in a formation and their arrows in a formation provided more combat power. And so you started out with fairly compact formations. However, as technology progressed over the centuries, gunpowder was developed with smoothbore muskets. However, the smoothbore muskets were notoriously inaccurate, and they had to be used in mass fire, so they retained close formations, and they relied on their at that point, more lethal bayonets. However, with the invention of rifling and rifled weapons, formations started to spread out, and the Crimean War, they learned the first use of rifled muskets showed that they really needed to space and that the shovel was probably the infantryman's best friend. As man progressed, railroads, radio, motor vehicles expanded the commander's ability to control and move over greatly expanded battlefields. Machine guns and artillery increased the space of the battlefield, and lethality dropped off, however, as the battlefield expanded. The density of combat formations decreased. The US, for example, combat formations during the Civil War were some 3,883 men per square kilometer. In World War I, the US had 404 men per square kilometer in the battles of World War I. And in World War II, this dropped to 36. Because of the lethality, the battlefield has expanded, the need for command and control has increased, etc. Next slide, please. One of the events that got the world's attention was the 1991 Operation Desert Storm. And Iraq had a larger modern army, but they lost 8,000 to 10,000 soldiers compared to coalition losses of 300. The coalition had advantages in satellite communications and technology, and there's few places to hide weapons and facilities in open terrain and desert. And what the world has learned is you don't want to fight a technologically advanced force in terrain which is optimum to modern maneuver war. You want to move the fight to those areas where technology and maneuver is hampered and negated by mountains, jungles, deep forests, swamps, and urban areas. However, you are stuck with the terrain that you own or occupy. Next slide, please. The Soviets have been studying this fragmented battlefield before they went under. And the Russian terrain that we're interested in is wide plains and large, slow-moving rivers and swamps. The Russian road system is underdeveloped, and trafficability in the European Russia is hampered in the spring and the fall by very muddy roads, and consequently the Russians purpose-built their material and equipment to fight on their own terrain. The Great Patriotic War involved thousands of kilometers of tied-in trenches and linear lines of combat. However, the Soviets determined that the wars of the future would change, and the Soviet Union should prepare itself for nonlinear or fragmented, they call it a Chagavli combat. And their view of future war envisioned dynamic, high-tempo, high-intensity land-air operations extending over vast expanses and including new areas such as space. Next slide, please. The Soviet nuclear battlefield was envisioned as a nonlinear nuclear battlefield where atomic weapons created maneuver corridors through which Soviet ground forces advanced to conduct meeting battles. And the tempo of the offensive would provide flank security to the attacker, who would maintain the initiative by advancing deep into the communication zone of the enemy. And nuclear combat would have a fragmented or nature at the various troop echelons. However, you didn't really want to go nuclear because you would never keep this at a tactical nuclear level. It would go strategic and could end the world. So next slide, please. The Soviets then began looking in the 70s and 80s at future large-scale war as being fought conventionally under nuclear threatened conditions, and adapted their tactics and re-emphasized the operational art enabled to meet this new vision. Their nonlinear battles were fought as separately independent, but by separately independent tactical battalions, and regiments and brigades fought meeting battles and secured flanks by obstacles, long-range fires, and tempo. There would be no safe areas, and combatants would suffer heavy attrition. In this kind of battle, divisions and armies might influence the battle through employment of reserves, long-range attack systems, and the like, but the outcome would be decided by the actions of combined arms battalions and regiments, brigades fighting separately on multiple axes in support of a common plan and objective. Now, the Western term is combined arms battalion. The Russian Soviet term has always been battalion tactical group, which is now quite popular. Next slide, please. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia has fought 2 wars in breakaway Chechnya. They fought a brief engagement in Georgia, re-annexed Crimea, and supported a Russian separatist movement in the Ukraine, and provided direct aid and support to the government of Syria in its war of survival. Russia has changed its ground force structure to primarily a military district, combined arms, army, brigade structure, and revamped its approach to conventional maneuver war fought under nuclear threatened conditions. And improvements in technology have made the potential future battlefield more deadly and fragmented. And Russia is currently looking at adjusting its tactics to fight effectively and survive on the future battlefield. Now, next slide, please. And this is not how they're going to do it today, but this is one of the things they are examining on how the battlefield will look in the future and some of the things they can do. So, fragmented battlefield, and in this case, on your left, we see a US armored division attacking against a Russian motorized rifle brigade. And the motorized rifle brigade has been reinforced by a regiment of artillery from the Combined Arms Army. But what they're doing is, you see the 3 cross hatched areas. These are towns, villages. And you see the line running across the top, the black and white striped line. That's a railroad, running parallel with a road network. So what you have here is a communications artery, And they have taken two of their combined arm, their motorized rifle battalions, and they put one in each of the forward cities along with a tank company. The third motorized rifle battalion is held as a reserve. And what they have done is they have created a fire sack between the two forward villages with counterattack positions for that third battalion and for the anti-tank reserve. They have created all sorts of artillery attacks in there. The sort of jagged pitchfork symbols represent electronic warfare strikes, which they would be using here. The circles with black dots in them are fast-cam strikes. There are strikes by ground attack aircraft, by helicopters, by artillery concentrations, by tank ambushes, and the like. And the defense is designed to pull the enemy attack into the fire sack between the two forward divisions. Should the fire sack attack fail, the 3rd Motorized Rifle Brigade falls with its tank company into the 3rd city village there to continue the fight. The artillery started in the fire sack, at least the howitzers did, with the MRLs staying behind, and the artillery is withdrawn to alternate positions to continue the fight. And the 4th city up on your upper right-hand corner is occupied by yet another force. Well, wait a minute, haven't they run out of forces in a brigade? And the answer is no, because this is a battalion from the Russian National Guard. Now, the Russian National Guard is nothing like the United States National Guard in that it is a full-time professional force. They have personnel carriers, they have tanks, they have artillery. They are designed primarily for interior security, to prevent color revolutions, to provide territorial defense of rear areas, possibly to participate in this combat for the inverted front. On your right-hand side, you see this red circle with a white band down the center. That represents an airfields from which there was helicopter aviation launched initially during the fight, but withdraws as the fight advances. But the regiment of artillery is fighting from that area. As I said, this is not reality of today, but this is one of the things that they are looking for for the fight of the future, and the so-called fragmented battlefield, where they have moved this into the urban area to slow down the enemy, to fight the enemy. And a well-positioned defense is certainly stronger than an attack under most conditions. Next slide, please. Here is another future look at what the Russians are considering in the future on the fragmented battlefield and how they're going to deal with this. Well, this doesn't look very fragmented, but what this is an attack by a combined arms army, and the center, and we're concentrated on the center position, which is a motorized rifle brigade. And they are going after an enemy battalion, or an enemy brigade. And within the center attack, which we're dealing with, there are 6 companies in defense. And what's different about this is they're not going to address every company directly and overrun it. They're going to take out 4 of the 6. They're designing their attack to either push them aside or deal with them in another fashion. Now, what's interesting about this slide is if you look at the upper right-hand corner, you see these 2 symbols. and it says reserve of sub-echelon subunits, echelon with robotic vehicles. And this is how you deploy robotics in combat. So these are robotic vehicles, ground vehicles. They've been using UAVs in this whole thing. They're certainly using helicopter aviation and strike aviation in this attack, but they're also using robotic vehicles. And what the robotic vehicles are doing things is like moving artillery ammunition to the howitzers and to the multiple rocket launchers. They are using them for evacuation of wounded. They have controlled by tanks, small tankettes, which fire at the enemy. They draw enemy fire, revealing enemy positions, engage and try to destroy enemy positions by robotic vehicles, etc. So they're, as I said, this is not today, but this is one concept of how you deal with the future, with the fragmented battlefield. Now, robotics are nothing new to the Soviet and Russian army, but not coherent, complete robotics as in today with UAVs. But the T-62 tank was the last Russian tank with a 4-man crew. And then they went to the autoloader. The first autoloaders weren't all that great. Some of them tended to load crew members along with the round, but they got better. And they've had a 3-man tank crew ever since in all their new vehicles. And of course, as they're looking to the future, they're looking to keep the silhouette down, the weight down of the tanks. And one of the things they're trying to develop is a tank with unmanned turret, 2-man crew. And they're looking to do this with artillery systems as well as the ability to remotely control these vehicles under certain circumstances. This is all future development. This is all stuff they're trying to bring into the fight of the future, but they're working on it, and so it's something they're quite concerned with. So technology has been driving the fight, and one of the things that they are, as you see, these look like they could be fought anywhere, but when you have the Russian National Guard on, that tells me it's probably on Russian territory. But what they're looking at is the possibility of surrendering space for time in a maneuver defense. The maneuver defense is not the US or NATO mobile defense. The mobile defense is an operational level, core level defense where the defense forward is lightly held. It's designed to pull an attacking enemy into a pocket, stop him, and then mount a strong counteroffensive into the pocket and regain the territory. Maneuver defense is designed to surrender terrain for time and advantage. And so what the maneuver defense is designed to do is put fires, artillery fires primarily, on the enemy, try to get him to deploy, slow down, and hammer him with artillery. The Russian army has always been an artillery army. Well, since Peter the Great got them on this direction. And basically, if you look at the motorized rifle brigade, there are 4 maneuver battalions, 3 motorized rifle, 1 tank, and there are 4 artillery battalions, 2 howitzer, 1 multiple rocket launcher, 1 anti-tank, 2 air defense battalions, an engineer battalion, a support battalion, and an electronic warfare company. So you see that they are going to rely on that artillery, and they have always believed that artillery enables maneuver. And this, the main attack is massed fires. They have precision fires capability, but they retain the ability to deliver massed fires, and artillery is a very important part of their army. And this is what's going to make maneuver defense possible. And I believe I am at the end of my time. Questions?
Thank you, Lester, for the comprehensive slides. I really love to watch them and have to recall what all is about. So I asked Justin if you could stand beside me. So and the floor is open for questions now. I think we have a good half an hour time to discuss the let's say the land operation sphere and also the air component if there were left any questions, please. You're exhausted already, so I think
it's always nice to be the last.
Yeah, we have been
speaker.
sitting here for the whole day, so we have been discussing the notions and all the other things. But anyway, I'd like to ask you, Lester. You were mentioning this is about the methodology. Well, knowing that Russia is really relying on the historical experiences and the result of the research, what they are getting from there. But knowing at the moment that the new Russia has a totally different organization, let's say on the ground forces level, let's say the Soedinenie and the Объединение level. So talking about the battalion battle groups or brigade level, and just a while ago they are trying to make the division formation once again lively, and now you are speaking about the even larger formation, namely front. And I just would you like to elaborate the methodology, how the Russians stems the results of the research over the history to nowadays, to today's operational art, how they convert the results to that they are the results of the historical background, they are applicable in today's operational art or its research?
Well, I think one of the important things is under Stalin and the Soviet era, during World War II, he issued the famous command, "Ni shagu nazad," not one step backward, which meant you died in your forward defenses. And while this may have been a stirring pronouncement, it was certainly disastrous for the Red Army, because they had a hard time stopping the Germans. And what they finally did is ended up conducting maneuver defense back to the gates of Moscow, where they managed to hold, and then building for the counterstrokes that eventually drove them out. And they look at their history, and they've had to surrender territory to a strong enemy in order to draw him into the depths, extend his supply lines to the breaking point, pull him past the culminating point, and then hit with the strike, the counterstroke. This is how you defeated Napoleon. This is how you defeated Hitler. If you're faced with NATO, perhaps you're going to have to give up some terrain. And but you're going to give up that terrain with a fight. I've got an article out there that I reference in the paper on the maneuver defense in tactical detail. I figured we probably, at the end of the day, didn't want to get into all the tactical detail of this, but it will be available to your readers and so that they can pull this up. but maneuver defense is going to be part of this. I do not believe they want to go nuclear, but if you have the nuclear threat always for when you are weakened, this makes the other guy pause and can consider. They're still trying to get their hands around the operational level because they don't have the forces that they had during the Soviet era. And but they still want to be a power. They still want their place at the table. And so how do you conduct war on the operational level? They brought back some divisions. Where are the divisions located? Primarily on the most threatened axes or in strategic reserve. When they put a division, moving a division is tough. Moving a brigade is a lot easier. But once a division is in place, it's pretty hard to push out of the way in a defense, and it's fairly lethal in the offense. So there are divisions back, but the brigade is still the predominant ground force element in the Russian ground forces.
Thank you. Could you please come here? Otherwise, our speaker couldn't hear it, your question. Oh, please.
Thank you very much, Les. But this question goes to Justin. I was very interested by the train of thought you started just before the break, where Mike asked about cultural differences between the Russian Air Force and the Western Air Force, and you responded, well, or it was part of Michael's question, that it's been mainly a ground support Air Force. So I wanted you to really take that train of thought a little bit further and outline a little bit, how would you describe what is the essence of the threat that Russian air power poses, especially to NATO and Europe, and what are the main counteractions that you would see to that? And if you want to recapitulate a little bit for the rest of the audience, I think that would also be interesting.
Thank you. Thanks. Small question. And luckily, I think one in which the answer goes back to a lot of what Lester's been talking about, in the sense that while I think parts of the VKS are certainly, it has its roots as the VVS as a sort of ground support or a supporting arm for the ground forces, and is still very much a subordinate arm in that sense, with the exception of the nuclear side of things. In a NATO context, it has a role in terms of attack aviation, and obviously there is a significant amount of crossover between the rotary assets that are held by the ground forces as well as the aerospace forces. Obviously, the attack aviation is much more close support orientated, but also there is a strong emphasis on rapid movement of VDV and potentially more general purpose ground forces by helicopter with gunship support, whether that be sort of more soft orientated with the Kamov series of Kar-52 or the kind of more general battle bus with the Hinds and Havocs with them. So clearly there's a lot of ground support ethos there, and a lot of the time that's focused on adversaries who don't necessarily have a huge amount of organic air defense, which at the moment includes a lot of NATO as well, at least in Eastern Europe. But I think culturally speaking, a lot of the fixed-wing air force is either very strongly dedicated to airspace defense in the air superiority side as a sort of subordinate cooperative arm of the ground-based defensive system, or to strike operations primarily as a sort of counterforce capability in specific, quite high risk, high loss, but potentially high payoff sorties, or as a sort of a power projection force in lower intensity environments, because the primary function that the aerospace forces and the sort of ground-based elements in particular have to accomplish in a NATO conflict context is purely to keep NATO air power out of the battle space. Because on the ground, before US US heavy divisions were able to be built up, or at least heavy BCTs in significant numbers. The sort of so-called Steel Mountain from the late Cold War, unless we had 2 months to build huge forces in Eastern Europe and then tip them over towards the Russians to take back lost territory, that in the immediate sort of 30-day time frame, there is such a force overmatch in Russia's immediate bordering states that the Russian army, ground forces can field, as we're seeing right now, and the West is so reliant on being able to bring in air in large quantities to counteract that firepower imbalance on the ground, that all the VKS really needs to do in cooperation with the IADS is just keep that close air support out of the battle space for the initial critical few weeks to, I would say, present a sort of fait accompli in the sense of this is now fortified. Yes, you can build up your steel mountain, but really are your publics going to let you end the world over this while we hide behind nuclear threats and well-in-placed heavy forces that can conduct defense in depth? So that's kind of where I'd see it. If I may also just tack on a question to Lester myself, which is you've convincingly laid out the parallels from the historical thinking around defense in depth. But where would you see, is there a parallel with specifically the position in Kaliningrad with their sort of history of very successful pocket defense of encircled forces and the use of encircled forces either as a massive tying down function for adversaries quite deep behind the front lines, or as a sort of force in being, as a threat in being to effect breakouts and kind of thus be a spoiling function, given that Kaliningrad in and of itself can't be defended in depth because there isn't any depth to go. Do you see is there a historical kind of inheritance there, psychologically speaking, or is it just an accident of geography that Kgrad is something that has to be relieved or is overrun very quickly, and otherwise their doctrine isn't particularly affected by it?
Thank you.
Pentti, can I comment on that a little bit?
Yes, please.
Sorry, through the Zoom, I'm hardly hearing anything what Justin said, so I might say something totally opposite, but I think it's just good for the discussion. Regarding the essence of the BKF and its support role for the army, yes, probably so in the big ballpark. If you consider about the airframes they have, for example, the Su-25, Su-34, and the weaponry and how they practice, if you read open sources, they practice a lot with the army. I think it all happens under the umbrella of the GBAT, so they are well protected from the surface-to-air missiles and capabilities. So I think their mentality is that they can operate there freely and in close vicinity or in close cooperation with the army. And I think this is also a question which is good to point out, is that why they're probably sticking to so-called 4 Gen 4+, 4++, however you want to consider that, for the flanker family, and why they're not aiming so highly towards the 5th Gen fighter, is that the GPAD will protect them from the ground, and those are very robust, combat-proven airframes that are capable for doing the job in accordance with the fight or the cooperation with the army. Comments.
Thank you, Uso. There are still space and time for questions.
Of course, both can answer. As technology is advancing and robotics are becoming part of the battlefield, also cyber, electronic warfare, fire and strike complexes, and multiple domains are overlapping. How do you see that the Russians are trying to master this complexity and fragmentation of the current and future battlefield? Are they building up organizational solutions, or command and control systems or a new kind of command and control culture. So how do you see that the Russians will master the future battlefield? Thank you.
Thank you. A small question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
please, Lester, you can begin.
It is indeed a very, very complex problem for them. One of the reasons that they've gone to this battalion tactical group formation is this is putting a motorized rifle battalion or tank battalion together with an artillery battalion, together with a supporting engineer element, some air defense on a regular basis. And this is a lot for a junior commander to handle. And we've seen they have provisions that this battalion tactical group will normally be commanded by this battalion commander. However, in special circumstances or missions, the brigade commander may take command of the battalion tactical group or the deputy brigade commander. So they're trying to do is develop the junior officer before, in the Soviet period and initially afterward, everything was top driven. There's another reason for the battalion tactical group, and that's the when they went through the reforms, they wanted a 100% combat ready force, full up, ready to go. However, if you're bringing back divisions, which they started to do, this doesn't mean that you can keep all of your units at 100% manning. There had to be losses somewhere. So battalion tactical groups provide a ready part of a brigade. In this case, there's supposed to be 2 battalion tactical groups in a brigade. In the Southern Military District 3, as what General Vornikov is saying. But what this enables you to do is have 2 responsive combat ready to go forces available. And then if the rest of the force is at 80 or 90%, to bring those up rapidly to flesh out the brigade. So this is also a device to keep ready forces ready and to train some of your best junior commanders for senior level command as they go. It's quite a step for them, and but I think it's one of the things that they're going to have to do because you can't drive everything from the top. Comms isn't always going to be available, and you're going to have junior leaders that are able to step in, evaluate a situation, and take charge. They've been playing with combined arms battalions for a long time, but the problem was there wasn't this habitual daily training together. They were just put together for exercises. And when you put units together at the last minute, things aren't as smooth, things aren't as quick as they are the other way. And of course, they have far more reliance on battlefield drills. They don't want to come up with a unique situation. They want to come up with a bunch of plays that they can quickly execute rather than a well thought out plan delivered too late. So there are several reasons for this, but developing the junior officer and giving him more flexibility and more freedom in this, it's pretty shattering for the older folks in the Soviet Army veterans, but it's one of the things they're trying to do in order to get their hands around this. They have been rotating entire battalion and brigade staffs to Syria to gain experience. We send people. They're sending entire staffs. They their forces stay together longer. If you go, the military district that you first are assigned to is probably going to be the one that you're with your entire career, unless you're a front burner or you're selected for the general staff. So it's an army that stays together longer. They're on a track system where you don't do a variety of jobs. If you're in a command track, you're going to command, or you're going to be somebody's chief of staff, or you're going to be in school. So you're going to command younger and longer. I've known battalion commanders in their 6th year of battalion command in the Russian army. I don't know any in the US. I don't know if that helps.
Do you mind if I just put one thing on the question about unmanned ground vehicles? In contrast to some of the discussion around the force multiplication capabilities and how far lethal autonomy can or can't be taken, there's some issues which just, I've never seen a good answer to who clears a jammed gun on an unmanned ground vehicle. Seriously, how do you recock the gun? For example, who puts a track back on when it sheds one? Who goes and bangs the stalled engine with a hammer? I guess what I'm getting at is there's a heck of a lot more that a tank crew does than fighting the tank or driving the tank. They also maintain it, fix it, troubleshoot it, resupply it a lot of the time in the field. And that's just not something you can do with a UGV. And so while in a short-range tactical setting, small UGVs have shown enormous promise in exercises, every time I've seen anyone actually do any experimentation with stuff on a larger scale with slightly longer ranges, it really is very difficult indeed, well before you get to the ethics and autonomy issues, although there's interesting things around that. So, for example, how do you code when an enemy is too wounded to no longer be a threat? Because currently in the simulations, UGVs just keep firing, especially considering the round impacts tend to cause twitching, so they tend to keep pumping bodies full of lead, which is not a good thing even in a simulated context. In Russia, that may be less of a concern in terms of bad stories, but you get the point. There's a lot there before these things become a regularly deployed piece of kit.
Thank you. There are no questions in the chat coming up, so what about the audience? Is there any questions left? Okay. One, please.
Yeah, Turun Andras from the National Defense University. This question is primarily for Juuso and Justin. And so, as we know, during the Soviet times, the Soviet Air Force, the logic which they used in order to win the large-scale war was to have sufficient number of aircraft available for the use of both against air-based threats, but also against ground-based threats and so forth. Now, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and what we have seen during the past, if I would say 30 years, is the constant reduction of the number of aircraft available for air operations and so forth. So I would like to ask if in the future the number of aircraft keeps getting smaller and smaller, and there will be more reductions, how will Russian Air Force cope with this problem?
I don't know, Juuso, do you want to jump in first, given I've been talking a lot, or otherwise I'm happy to jump in?
Did you hear Juuso?
Yes, I think Justin just gave me the floor. Very good question. I think at this time, if you look at the numbers, by every airframe, they're getting approximately 1 to 5 aircraft from the production line. Very low in numbers, big difficulties on getting especially the new aircraft out, but also the modified versions out. So the numbers are going down. I think it's good also for Dr. Grau that what we see in the media is usually it's like the war is only numbers game, or that at least is how media tells it. 200 tanks versus 100 tanks, but there's so much more into it. So actually at this time, if you look at the numbers, for example, Su-35, currently about 100 airframes going maybe to about 200. And the old airframes are just rotting out. Su-27 Papa version, for example. So to my eyes, it looks like the numbers are going down heavily. And now they're facing a situation that it's more or less just fourth gen fighters, equivalent to Su-35S. So that's kind of the baseline for them at this time. So if, of course, the conflict plays a huge role, and it's not only about the numbers, but in generic modern air warfare, they are definitely lacking a lot of numbers versus especially the fifth-gen fighters and Western tactics and know-how. That's put it shortly.
So obviously I'd agree entirely with everything that Uzo just put out there. One thing I would say is that it is worth putting in context that although their numbers are dropping significantly, they have purchased more new fighters in the past decade than the US Air Force. The average age of the main 4 frontline types in VKS service now is approximately 10 years old. It may even be slightly lower than that because they've taken delivery of around 370 new combat aircraft in the last decade and almost completely overhauled the MiG-31, the 130 or so MiG-31 BMs, which incidentally, the remaining bit that is older is titanium and will probably age out long after any of us in terms of fatigue. So actually, the US Air Force equivalent, their average fighter airframe life is 29 years. So if you look at where the aging out process on how far your airframes are going to last in what quantities and where the catastrophic decline is likely to be, it's actually probably more on the Western side than the Russian in comparative terms, in terms of steady state now versus what's likely to come. Although that is, of course, not including, as Uzo said, a lot of the older MiG-29s, 27s, 24s, and increasingly 25s that will just be allowed to rot away. But in terms of that core strength, about 500 modern combat aircraft of various kinds, I don't see a huge diminution there. To me, the bigger bottlenecks are much less about airframes, much more about how many pilots they can afford to fly really useful training sorties with for a meaningful number of flying hours a year to get them up to a state where they're really competent, and how many weapons they can fly with. Russian air-to-air doctrine involves a lot of air-to-air munitions use with multiple different types, but if you look at the stockpiles of 77-1 and 73M, they're not big, and they tend to still fly around most of the time with the old 27s, which I wouldn't want to be in the cockpit when you tried to press the fire button on one of those from a risk reduction point of view. So I would say the bottleneck is actually less on airframes and more on pilots and munitions. Pilots in terms of flying hours, keeping them current and usable. Given that there seem to be not many more questions and just aware that I need to get towards the quarter past, I'll just share one thing on which I remember a good friend who spent a lot of time in the Russian military told me a joke going around during the reforms in 2016, apparently very common in the Russian ground forces was, new battalion commander is brought in and he's going to look at the battalion and really solve some of the huge absent without leave rates, the constant poor performance and exercises. And he comes in and everyone's expecting him to make examples and really shake up the team. And he comes in and he says, I'm not going to fire anyone for a month. I'm just going to observe, go about your business. And after a month, he gathers all of his company commanders and platoon commanders together and he says, look, I've had a month. I know what the problem is. I'm going to fix this. So the problem is one of preparation and readiness. So from now on, exercise day will be Wednesday. So on Monday, we will consider how best we're going to prepare to work. On Tuesday, we will prepare to work. On Wednesday, we will go out and we will exercise. Thursday, we will prepare to set things up for the next week. And on Friday, we'll think about how maybe we could change things around if we need to learn any lessons. Are there any questions? And there's a long pause, and one of the company commanders puts his hand up and he says, Comrade General, I just don't understand. Does this mean we now work every Wednesday? So, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think we have a time to close this session. It's about time to thank our guest speakers, prominent speakers with a huge amount of information and ideas and knowledge about the, let's say, knowledge on the ground and above the space above it. And I thank you, Lester, for joining us, sharing your views and ideas concerning the Russian military, and I think both our speakers have earned a good applause. Thank you. And now I think we have some 15 minutes time to refresh ourselves and return to the class, and then we have the keynote final speech for today. Thank you.
ladies, gentlemen, colleagues. So it's been a long day, and we have the final presentation, the second keynote. So Michael Kaufman, Russia Program Director from the CNA, has prepared us a view to the Russian approach of warfare concerning the Ukraine. So how it has developed and how it's going, and I think that we might be able to generate a few nice amount of questions for Michael. So I want to speak further, so I would like to give the floor to Michael now, and so please go ahead.
Okay, thanks for that kind introduction. I hoped I could be here with you today in person, but circumstances have pulled me away and left me in Washington, D.C. I'm going to speak briefly on how I see the situation and the current crisis. And I'll try to make this interesting and be a bit provocative. To me, the Russian military buildup that we have seen tells us that the political leadership in Russia has directed their armed forces to prepare for a large-scale military contingency in Ukraine and to make a military operation a viable option. That's as much as we can glean about intentions. Some see this as a bluff. Others see this as a long, drawn-out game, of course, of diplomacy. I personally don't think this is a bluff, and I've grown pretty skeptical about the prospects of diplomacy and what diplomacy can accomplish. Personally, I'm pessimistic about the trajectory of the situation. I'm concerned that Russian political leadership may have made a decision in principle, may not have committed to it, and I've not seen much lately in the last couple of weeks to change my mind on that. Where are we now? So we have probably more than 110 Russian battalion tactical groups deployed near or around Ukraine's borders. Troops have moved to the border themselves towards final staging areas. They are manned with personnel, support, enablers, logistics, all the things that you would expect to see from a military that is actually positioning itself for military operation, not just an exercise, all right? Overall, it's more than 150,000 troops. That's not counting Russian-led forces in the Donbass, the separatist forces, as you know. It's not counting Rosgvardia units that have been brought along as well, or other auxiliaries. So the net total at this point is quite substantial. This is the largest post-Cold War Russian military deployment that we have probably gotten to observe. It's a substantial amount of Russian offensive ground power, air power, and rotary aviation as well. Despite positive signals earlier this week, all I've seen so far is Russian units playing a deployment shell game. There's some units rotating a bit around, but I've not seen any withdrawal or any sign of de-escalation or anything that to me suggests positive developments. So looking to the crisis, I'll be brief. From my point of view, I think this crisis is not about either NATO or Ukraine, but about both NATO and Ukraine. And Ukraine lies at the intersection of these two big Venn diagrams. We're here in part because Moscow sees Ukraine as part of a Russian geopolitical space and a buffer state in a strategy of extended defense, and also wants to relitigate the post-Cold War order in Europe. Right? It wants to relitigate that post-Cold War settlement. Russia's interpretation of what it should be is rather different than ours. Russia would like the United States in particular to agree to a revised European security architecture, where Russia has a veto over security arrangements, that is, who is allied to whom, and in decisions over security outcomes, how security outcomes are determined in Europe. And I think from the Russian point of view, they see the current situation as an order of exclusion, and they don't have a stake in it because they believe it was created at a time of Russian absence and weakness on the continent. And as I'm sure many of you may know or believe, perhaps agree with me, that Moscow fundamentally sees itself as a system determining power in Europe and believes they should have a say over security arrangements, and that these supersede the ability of other states to make these choices independently. Final point on this is I think the issue of NATO is first a political one, because from the Russian point of view, it cements this order of exclusion and expands it, reducing Russia's ability to achieve influence in the former Soviet states, but also in general to pursue security purposes in Europe. But it's also a military one. At the end of the day, you have other communities, and military and defense planners are not political analysts. They focus on capability because intentions can change. So when they speak about NATO, at least that community in Russia, they are talking about the projection of US power on the continent and about US military primacy in Europe. That is their principal concern, right? So often when people say NATO is a conversation about this or it's a conversation about that, and the answer is it's not a conversation about one single thing. This is not a monocausal crisis. International politics are almost never monocausal in nature. On Russian demands and where we are basically in the sort of security guarantees aspect of what Moscow wants. I'm pretty skeptical about the potential for any progress here, and I'm also skeptical about the earnestness to some extent that with which Russia has made them. It's a very strange case. So first, back in the spring last year, when this deployment kind of really began, in March, April, the Russian military deployed a number of units, fully manned, a lot less than this, and issued some red lines. But in discussions later in the spring and in the summer, they didn't make any demands. It was an incredibly strange case of coercive diplomacy. You know, usually when people are engaged in coercive diplomacy, they ask for things and they tell you what they want. It's the only way you can possibly give them anything. And there weren't really tremendous Russian demands back then. If we looked at today and the demands they've issued in December, there's a bit of a problem with kind of the story of these can be taken literally. But first, these grievances are 30 years old. Russian leadership has consistently said that they don't believe in US security assurances and that Washington easily withdraws even from treaties with or without explanation. So why are they demanding long-term, legally binding guarantees with sudden urgency if they believe that the US may basically bend them one day anyway? And as a problem, okay? A US Congress or a legislature in Europe is not likely to ratify a binding agreement with Russia based on these demands, right? So it's very difficult to make them legally binding in the first place. So diplomatic effort to me in December appears very improvised. The central demands that they have for security guarantees are all obvious non-starters for the West. And they've been asking for things that they know they can't really attain, but particularly in a manner that will assure they cannot attain them. Serious negotiations are done behind closed doors by publicizing demands as preformed treaties and refusing to unbundle them in ways that would be easier to achieve compromise. They've made big parts of those diplomatic efforts seem performative. It's very hard for people to make political compromises with you when you release a treaty in public of this nature and you demand people agree to the key terms of it. It's usually not how serious negotiations are done. They are typically done behind closed doors. Positions may be far apart, but the best way to bridge them is in private negotiations. Turning to why now? There's great debate on the subject. I see as always two overlapping issues. The first is the interaction between Russia and Ukraine. Moscow wants a say over Ukraine's strategic orientation, but also aspects of Ukrainian domestic policy. And the second, of course, as they say, block further NATO expansion, but also to roll back NATO defense cooperation with Ukraine and potentially even other members, other states who are not NATO members. That as Russian demands had evolved from no Ukraine in NATO to also no NATO in Ukraine. And that was probably the biggest transition one could see early last year. But to me, the proximate cause of the standoff are political turns in 2020 and 2021, right? After being visibly open to dialogue, Zelensky's administration dashed a lot of Russian hopes for compromise. took a hard turn, went after Putin's allies, Viktor Medvedchuk, banned pro-Russian television channels and the like. So not only did Ukraine begin to continue on a very westward trajectory, Zelensky had chosen to take a very hard line and started to actively eliminate Russian influence in Ukraine. And Russian hopes that they would get their way on Minsk were very visibly dashed for the future, as there was no clear prospect for Moscow of achieving desirable political settlement. We are here in part because of a self-acknowledged failure of Russian political strategy in Ukraine post-2015. And if you read Putin's treatise in July, I think you're actually going to see that he admits it at the end of the document that he wrote in the last paragraphs. It's not literal, but it's very clear an acknowledgement there that Russian policy in Ukraine has not been successful in achieving Russian aims. And of course, the second one we all know is Russia's enduring grievance that Ukraine will become a platform for US power projection and that Ukraine is being essentially used as a de facto NATO member. You take that for what it's worth. I always believe in the sort of famous adage that when someone shows you who they are, you should believe them. And this is actually the most frank I've seen Russian officials in a very long time about what they want, how they see European security, how they see NATO, and how they see other countries in Europe that are not part of NATO. There are, of course, other factors we can talk about. Russia's in a fairly stable situation economically. It has a large war chest of reserves. They've tightened the screws on opposition. They might be confident politically. And the Russian military is probably about the strongest we've seen it in a long time. It's a military that has the potential to conduct a large-scale operation in Ukraine. But in general, some Russian assumptions might also be colored by war optimism. You know? Moscow might believe that a lot of Ukrainian public holds pro-Russian attitudes and is often typically chauvinistic in their outlook towards Ukraine. Many conflicts, defense analysts assume that political leaders are very keenly aware of practical military realities, the military balance in these considerations. But that is actually often, if not one factor, a minor factor in their understanding of the situation and their decision to go to war. The causes of war tie to military balance and advantages, but not directly. Political leaders often have a very distinctly different calculus, and they are often either optimistic or very pessimistic about the prospect of a conflict. They rationalize a great deal. When they choose to use force, like could happen in this case, it's not because they think force is a great option. They begin to rationalize what are the enduring costs of inaction, and they start believing that the use of force might be inevitable. And then they start weighing whether it would be. So my personal view is absolutely Russian leadership already with its current display can politically declare some victory, can back off their forces from the border, repark equipment, and still sustain a degree of coercion or come back later and redeploy. I will disagree on many of the arguments I've seen that Russia can just maintain this posture for months. That's not true. At this point, with forces forward deployed to the border fully manned in field camps, that's very unlikely. And second, they've made quite a few promises about withdrawing from Belarus after February 20th. So the big question is, are they going to withdraw? And where are they going to withdraw to? At least this component. Or are they going to repark the gear somewhere else in Russia by Ukraine? But I actually think that we are reaching a crescendo in this particular phase of the crisis. There's an argument that, Moscow is just fishing for what they can get. But if that's the case, at this point, they should take the money and run, right? The logical, I think, course of action is that they likely have attained what they can in terms of political compromises from the United States and from Europe, whereas the costs and the risks are only mounting for Russian preferences. On the actual cost of backing down, I'll only say this. While it's easily workable, it can't back down without some external and internal audience costs. At this point, if Russia backs down, people will say that it was either bluffing, or the more likely argument was that Moscow was deterred. And then Russia will end up in the worst possible place in terms of preferences. They will be seen as highly aggressive and resistible at the same time. And their internal audience costs, even for personalist authoritarian systems, because elites watch what leaders do, and they look for signs whether their leaders are reckless and incompetent and the like. And there are definitely costs in ability to manage elite coalitions if you make big gambits, or if you're seen as essentially being foolhardy and reckless. Now, my last set of comments, I'd like to turn a bit towards military options, which is that given the stakes and the likely costs of a military operation, in this case, the country the scale of Ukraine, any Russian military operation would likely have to attain political gains that give Russia the ability to enforce implementation, which is a complex way of saying just hurting Ukraine or Ukraine's military is not going to achieve anything that Russia wants. They've tried this in 2014, they've tried in 2015, and they've ended up precisely in this current situation because they've not been able to achieve their political goals. And the purpose of use of force for leaders is always to achieve political ends. If it doesn't, it's not very productive. So I know some people believe that Russia intends to compel Ukraine into either implementing Minsk II or some new Minsk-like agreement. And I am skeptical of this. I'm not sure they believe that using force in this way and repeating the actions of 2014 and 2015 are going to bring them success. I think they understand that this kind of settlement would be political suicide for any Ukrainian administration, right? And they would have no way to enforce their desires, their preferences, once an operation is over. So I think if Russia does use force in this case, it is very likely going to be quite dramatic. It's going to be a large military operation. It may involve, an attempt to effect regime change in the capital or a seizure of Ukraine's eastern regions, and then some political settlement that ties withdrawal to actual implementation. But we're not going to see something small, and we're not going to see a repeat of previous military actions because they don't have any visible political deliverable, no goal they could achieve. And that also helps in part explain the current Russian military posture, which surrounds Ukraine all the way from Belarus to Crimea. It's not the military posture of a force planning to conduct a small operation. You could say maybe a lot of this is diversionary, that these are feints, and we don't know which operational directions or vectors are real. Fair. But I'm skeptical on that score, and I've walked away from this pretty pessimistic about the trajectory of this crisis. So on that gloomy and pessimistic note, I'm happy to turn us back over to questions, either about the military aspects of the crisis and the dynamics of what we see in Russian forces, or perhaps on the political ones, if folks are very interested in perhaps disputing some of my more provocative points.
Thank you, Michael. You were pretty clear with, and we do have here quite knowledgeable audience sitting around here. So I would like to give the first questions for you here. So if you have any, this microphone which is in front of me works. So it's I have to repeat it, or you have to walk here. So there's two options. But please go ahead. Justin.
Hey, Mike. A question on the your perception of the internal strength of both local and federal government in Ukraine, given that from a sort of a normally air-focused and perhaps ignorant perspective, it would seem to me that while they can quite easily surround Kiev, cut off the majority of Ukrainian forces around near Donbass, near the front, and suppress their movement, that an attempt to take and hold cities by force is going to look dreadful and be incredibly unreliable and costly, or at least much higher risk. Presumably there will be a strong movement to assassinate local leaders, local figureheads of perhaps popular resistance, and push in some of the very significant either Russian-owned or Russian plants throughout both local and kind of national government. Do you have a view on the kind of the resilience of Ukraine on that scale or on that kind of level? Because to me that seems kind of critical to whether how costly it would likely actually be and how feasible it would be for Russia on a short time frame to effect regime change.
Sure, Justin, great question and good to see you. First, I think we should appreciate that very likely there's another shoe to drop in the saga where Russia would never be contemplating a military operation in Ukraine if they didn't have a strong political game and the backup plan of how they intend to use various regional elites, regional patronage networks, with folks who either might support them or their occupation, and that they are potentially expecting that they'll be able to flip cities or cut deals with them fairly early on, once they encircle the capital and they cut off the national leadership from the rest of the country. I don't actually believe that they plan to seriously fight for cities, although there too is an interesting topic of some debate. You know, we say cities suck in forces, we know that. Nothing consumes manpower faster than urban warfare. All right. But it very much depends on the reaction of elites and on the level of resistance you get. This is a bit of a Schrodinger's cat scenario. You don't know what's going to happen until the worst case scenario actually unfolds. You know, the United States, when it drove to Baghdad, found a city with 5 million people, a sprawling city, and actually not that much resistance. When people say that, you know, a force of 150,000 plus isn't enough to conduct a military operation in the eastern regions of Ukraine, including the capital, well, that's a population of 18 or 17 million people or less. It's definitely enough for a political leader to think that they could. The United States invaded Iraq with barely 190,000 coalition troops, and Iraq's population was 26 million. So just being frank about kind of the history of it, just because we don't think it's a good idea, doesn't mean the Russians don't think it's a good idea. My sense of it is that they probably assume they will be able to manage the political situation without substantial amounts of levels of urban warfare, and that local forces will ultimately stabilize many of these areas. Yeah. And the question is, are those assumptions right? Of course, we don't know. I have no idea of doing that. It's gonna be an is-should problem where I project my own preferences onto what I think it might be, because we honestly don't know and don't have a good way of assessing that situation. So most likely they are optimistic about the level of resistance they'll face. Very common in these kinds of campaigns. Most likely we too are optimistic about the level of resistance they will face, particularly in eastern Ukraine, and the truth will end up being somewhere in the middle.
So, Dima, please, go ahead. Thank you, Michael.
Michael, good afternoon. Good to see you. Two questions that are pretty much their follow-up on that. You stopped with the gloomy scenario. That was your last point. And right now in your response, you sort of outlined their hypothetical optimism that you attribute to Moscow. So one, I will appreciate if you can just hypothesize 3 steps ahead from the victory day. Okay, so I think you pretty much outlined the theory of victory that you attribute to them. How would the next sort of 3 hypothetical steps from their point of view look like if we're looking at the best case scenario from their point of view? That's one. And Michael, the second one related to that, I'll appreciate if you can share how you see the way how people in Moscow see potential Western reactions today, and what do you think are their assumptions, either explicit or hidden, that they're making about potential reactions from their, what they call, collective West. Thank you, it's good to see you.
Dima, it's great to see you. Sorry I couldn't be there with you this time around. And great question. So I'm going to do what I hate doing, which is be speculative, right? It's the worst scenario for an analyst. Yuki Berra says, difficult to make predictions, especially about the future. But here's kind of my best guess of what I think is happening on the Russian end. The first is it's contingent on how the fight goes. They're pretty emergent typically in strategy, and they have several options, whether it's encirclement of Kiev regime change, occupation of eastern regions, or potentially even the southern coast. And depends on whether or not they get a sort of pro-Russian government that they believe they can install. Potentially, they could pursue a very expensive option if many things don't work out and they actually partition the country. You know, Russian forces ended up occupying the Donbass not because they wanted to, and this was the Russian dream to have half of the Donbass, but because a lot of their ideas didn't work out. And this piece of leverage, taking this territory as a potential political leverage, was the only way to move forward. I think they've learned a lot from that, and that's why they are signaling that they brought a follow-on force specifically for occupation and holding of terrain, right? So my view is, first, they're likely going to try to have Ukrainians do the actual stabilization and have a very high ratio of local forces to Russian forces. To some people, that may seem ridiculous. Well, in the Donbass, the ratio of local forces to actual Russian forces there is 10 to 1. If they have some fraction of that, even a third or less of the ratio they're able to attain in Donbass, they have the forces for a territory of that size. Not all of Ukraine, obviously, which is a straw man, but I think for what they have in mind, definitely. They're able to shift a lot of this mission onto local security forces. That's probably what they expect to be able to do fairly cheaply. Why would they assume this? U.S. experience in Iraq wasn't very good, but the U.S. fired the security forces in Iraq to help create the insurgency in the first place. That was one of the less strategic actions that the United States did during the coalition government. And I don't expect Russia intends to do that, and probably they figured the police and other people will show up to work the next day. Okay. On Europeans and reactions, or U.S. reactions to what they do, I think they're actually betting that United States and European countries will be self-deterred in doing the worst in terms of economic sanctions. That yes, they'll go for the big shiny political objects like Nord Stream 2 and some sanctions on prominent Russian officials and the like, and maybe some banks. But the things that would really choke the Russian economy and make it a basket case, the United States will be reticent to do that. And we're, of course, signaling that we would. And we have a case of two people that suspect the other side is bluffing. Russians probably think that we're bluffing about the worst case economic sanctions because we've never used instruments of this type against a country with systemic relevance like Russia, right? The economic collateral damage on us, on European countries, would not be insignificant. And we, of course, think that they're bluffing because this is going to be the largest scale use of force in Europe. It's I won't say at all it's uncharacteristic for Vladimir Putin, but it's going to be the biggest gambit he's ever made, right? And we suspect that Russians might be self-deterred from the cost of action alone. By we, I don't mean me, to be clear. You know where I lie on this, and my view is very pessimistic, right? But I think a lot of elites have taken the interpretation that, you know, this is all course of diplomacy, definitely in Europe. You know, looking at the same evidence, I think Europeans have a more optimistic interpretation. So this is the best I can do on what I think is sort of going to happen several steps ahead. And I think for Russian leadership, it depends. If maybe one of their fantasies comes true, they're able to do this cheaply, quickly, without a lot of casualties. and they get kind of the regime they want in Kiev. Alternatively, it's a mix of the two. They occupy the eastern regions for some time, and they can afford to do that, and they have the force structure to do it. And worst case, they partition the country along a line that makes sense to them. And that's going to be a very expensive option for Russia. I don't think it's what they want, but consistently I've seen them settle for part of what they want and be willing to occupy for it, at least in the history of this particular conflict.
Very good. Thank you very much, Michael, from your views. So I would like to thank you for your analytical framework and your rigid defending of it. I've been using quite a lot while sitting in the Finnish media trying to explain for the Finnish audiences the Russian approach to warfare. So, and I think we are heading to the end of the long event here, and I would like to give an opportunity to the head of a Department of Warfare to end our seminar today. And so, Michael, once more, thank you very much. You may listen what Colonel has to say in the end. So about our seminar. So, but please, sir, floor is yours now.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Colonel Petteri Kajamaa. As said, I'm a Chief of Department of Warfare here in National Defense University. And congratulations to all of you, because you survived throughout this very long day. I know that you are here in our auditorium, as well as you over there in the internet somewhere. You also have followed the current security situation very well, and as well as Olympic sports during this day. I'd like to once again thank our excellent keynote speakers, Mr. Pentti Forsström, who started our seminar this morning, and especially to Mr. Michael Kaufman. You brought our food back to the ground after this seminar day. The main focus of the seminar, obviously because of the name of it, is Russia. And in this time, more deeply about the use of military power from the conceptual, theoretical, and practical angles. And my question is, so why we study Russia? Several years ago, I spoke with my Russian subordinate, Senior Captain Mikhail, in the service of the UN mission in Syria. And he said to me during the conversation that we are same kind of human beings, but we understand things differently. And he was in the point. That's why we study Russia. We want to learn to understand Russia. We want to learn its role as an opponent, but at the same time, we want to learn how to cooperate with this country, which is actually our neighboring country here in Europe. Here in National Defense University, we teach each and every officer to comprehend with Russian mentality, and in small way to understand Russian military strategy, concepts of military power, and maybe how Russia uses its armed forces. I'm sure that we all have followed the current security situation between Russia and Ukraine. It is actually provide us learning opportunities to look live presentation of Russian deterrence and competence by using a force. What I have been looked at are on the one hand, how Russia is using its military power for political purposes, and on the other hand, how Russian armed forces are conducting their tasks to support political will. Unfortunately, we can say that as today, there are no significant changes on the ground, as we heard from Mr. Michael Kaufman. Russia could have started wider military actions against Ukraine yesterday, and it can start it tomorrow. Every date or time we set for the possible invasion or attack has no significance. Mr. Putin holds the initiative, and he chooses the time, the place, and the way he wants or not to want act. And as we heard today, some permanent figures of Russian understanding of war are the existence of war itself and ever-existent possibilities of escalation of war. Despite of these dark clouds over the horizon, I'd like to once again thank all of our prominent speakers for their contribution, and of course you there in the audience on the line. We have had all together way more than 2,000 subscribers in our media during this whole day. Please remember that the recorded seminar can be found from the NDU's media platforms. Also, the publication of the seminar will be available later in the spring. My special thanks go obviously to the Russian research group and its chief, Lieutenant Colonel Simo Pesu, who organized and led this seminar so well. The support team of the NDU and technical team made everything possible. Thank you. And finally, we will meet again same time next year, February 2023, under the same topic, but of course with different themes. Stay tuned. Thank you all. Have a comfortable travel back home and stay safe. The seminar is closed.